Welcome back to Scotland, Cumbernauld, for round 4 of the Lloyds BMX National Series, and we're going racing very soon.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready? Watch the gate.
Okay, it's breezy, not as breezy. It's sunny, a bit sunnier. It's a little bit chillier today. Track's running really fast, looking great out there. And yeah, can't wait to get racing. So there were a few incidents yesterday here and there, especially on the exit of the last corner. A few crashes. Healing vibes to everyone who had a bit of an off yesterday. There were some fairly big ones. So yeah, healing vibes to you guys. Yeah, anyway, looking forward to getting going today. We've got a lot of action to catch up on though from yesterday. So let's have a quick look at what happened. Okay, so yeah, lots of action on track yesterday. Here with Rich Eames, Voice of BMX. Rich, part of the commentary team. Standout moments yesterday.
Oh, plenty. Do you know what? The action, especially going into that last turn, you know, it's very tight, the turn here at Cumbernauld, and you know, if you're going to make a move, you're going to have to make it there, and people weren't hanging around and there were elbows being thrown, and unfortunately resulted in some crashes on the last straight, so healing vibes to everybody who had a roll round on the deck, but yeah, all action all the time.
Yeah, one that stood out to me that wasn't actually an incident, but it looked like it was going to become one. Ben Cornish went around the inside of Jos Marnhem in the last corner, and they both stuck it. And I don't know where he found the grip from in that front tyre, Ben Cornish.
Yeah, a bit of Velcro on the tyres. Apparently it's a new marginal gain at British Cycling. Just on the down low, you know, don't tell anybody, it's a secret.
Well, in the olden days at the NEC and Earls Court, we used to spray hairspray on our tyres to stick to the marble floor. Maybe they tried that.
Yeah, hairspray is no good for me these days, do you know what I mean? But yeah, we'll give it a whirl, see if it works here at Cumbernauld.
All right, well, we're going to talk about the 12s later on in the inside line. I know they were flying as well, and it's an important age group with that crossover like we mentioned yesterday. So, thanks for that, Rich. So, what we're going to do now is have a little look at an interview that we did yesterday with our track guide pilot, Harrison Bell. All right, here with Harrison Bell. Harrison's just finished Moto 3. I think Moto 1 was a bit choice, and then a couple of very good results. So, how's it going today?
Yeah, today's been a bit up and down. I felt really good in practice, but I had a bit of a moment with Ben Cornish in turn 2 that I ended up on the grass. So, I know I kind of had to come back from that, pull something out of the bag, but happy with 2 thirds since. So, through to the final now, just need to try and do something cool.
Yeah, looking good. I mean, every moment's a moment with Ben Cornish in a corner, isn't it? So fair enough. But I think he's just had a real rail moment there with Jos Marnhem in that third moto.
Yeah. Fireworks.
But yeah, really good stuff. And thanks for the track guide you did for us last year. So check that out if you haven't seen it already. It's a little bit lippier this year, the track. I've had a bit of feedback from riders. So yeah, how's it riding for you?
Yeah, it's definitely challenging. I know last year they had the same guys do it. weren't as lippy last year, so this year it was a bit of a change. So once I first rode it with the changes, I was like, okay, right, I need to come ride here a little bit to try and get used to it. But yeah, it's a challenge, and I ride Glasgow a lot, so I like challenges. And once I've dialed Glasgow, no other track is really compared to that, so I don't mind.
Yeah, it's a pretty good track, that, especially that third straight. It's amazing, that third straight. So also, just thinking about you, and I know you had a bit of an injury last year and you had to take some time out. So, just tell us about how you come back from that injury and what you were doing to get back onto a very fast level of racing.
Yeah, well, it took a while to come back because there was some complications with the healing process. It was broken in not just one place, so it took a while to come back, and I think I took like 4 or 5 months out of racing, and then I came back in December, racing under roof, and got a 5th in elite, so I was happy with that. And then ever since then it's just been about trying to build some strength again. I'm working with Quillen now, so I'm happy with that and racing them today. Let's see if I can try and beat them. But no, enjoying what I'm doing so far, and I feel like we're results will come soon, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
All right, mate. Well, yeah, working with Quill, that's a pretty good thing. And yeah, he's looking pretty rapid himself. So, all right. Well, thanks again for the stuff you've done for us as well. Really appreciate it. All right. Good luck.
Pleasure, man. Pleasure.
Okay. That's all good stuff. I'm glad we've caught up on yesterday. We've got some racing to get on with today. Pro Superclass practice, championship practice is still going on behind me, just about to finish. I'm sure it's attracting your attention in the background. It is mine. I'd like to be watching that as well. But yeah, we're going to go live with the comms feed and the live feeds very soon. The pens are filling up. So yeah, see you on the other side.
Seven-year-old, probably. It's quite a small one. So if you've got a young rider, 6, 7, 8 years old, who wears tiger skin fist gloves and they've lost one, it's up here with us at commentary. So first lost glove of the day.
Did you remind you on the sign competition? Yeah. Well, any last entries are in the Moto 3.
The sign competition that's been done by BMX Race Hub, the entries for that will close at the end of Motos. The entries for the sign competition, BMX Race Hub, that's closing at the end of the third Moto. Then they'll make a decision on who the winner is. I think the prize is a BMX Race Hub race jersey, which are quite exclusive. Oh. Don't know who that was. Was it? So hope he's all right, George Hunts. So yeah, BMX Race Hub sign competition closes at the end of Motos. Get your entries in. We've got multiple birthday shout-outs to do today as well, including 2 in the same moto. 2 birthday shout-outs, same moto. So that's coming later on. Thought I'd build the suspense a little bit. George Hunt is up and walking away, which is good to see. Needs a new peak on the Ye Olde helmet. Looks like we have got riders making their way up to the top of the start hill. We are very, very nearly at the start of racing. Race number 1 lining up on the start. Then we are going to kick things off with the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers.
Race number 1 hits the track at round number 4 of the 2025 BMX National Series. Heading into turn number 1, Huey Hall has been shot out of a cannon. He wants to lead this out, and he does, aboard that green frame, heading towards turn number 2 on the 642 plate. Who's in there behind him? Looking like we've got Jet Thompson out of Gosport NRT. Who's picking up the 3 and 4? Looking like we've got Steinmetz in the mix. In there in 3, he's being chased down by Rustin Up Racing's Leo Bradley on the 671. Looking for a way into the top 3 in this final turn. Look at that for a high-low textbook. Straight out of page number 67. So he's looking to pick up that top 3 down to the line. Hall's going to take the win. Thompson, Bradley, Steinmetz in that order. 18 on the plate, leading out race number 2 in the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. That's got to be Harry Swales out of Gosport, who's in there in 2. That looks like Bram Heaver doing it for Team Air and Andover. Well, Swales is charging away with this moto as he leads it into the final corner. Paige Cathcart Cunnison is in the mix, doing it for the girls against all of the boys. She's in the middle of the pack at the moment in 4, being chased down by Mr. Sigma Riz, Rocco Westwood, Mabo UK, going to go across the line in 5. 13-4 more to 9 to 12-year-old cruisers, Ocean King in this one. Looks like we have got Charlie Cotton in that 2 spot on the 27 plate, but the race is led into the final corner by Leighton Harding, GT Factory, and Bournemouth BMX on that 975 bike. He's going to bring it down the final straight with Cotton in there for 2. That looks like it could be a Bradford Bandit. Charlie LeBras going to work his way up into a top 3 finish. Now we're into the 13, 14-year-old cruisers. That looks like Todd Smith Notman getting busy. He was, it's all going a little bit pear-shaped in turn at number 2, but everyone's managed to stay upright. Notman then has worked his way into that 2 spot. Just picking up the spot from what looks like Jake McKenna, I think it is. So McKenna shuffled back to 3 then, but it's all about your race winner on the 1 plate, James Cottrell. Next up, race number 5, Hickman, Harding, Alonso, Arnold, Sim, Goddard and Millington. Where is Alfie Sim? He's on the inside of Ben Millington into turn number 2, and he's just about making the squeeze, and he's made it work then for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. Hot shots, Ben Millington in there in 4, GT Factory in 3. That looks like it could be Hadley Harding in and out of the final corner. Robin, Matt and Alonso picking up that moto win. Looks like Millington has made his move stick in the final turn. He's going to pick up 3 just in front of Sim in 4. DC Cycles on track. Logan Young leads out race number 6 into that second corner, the 677. In there behind him, that is Benjamin Dean out of Royston Rockets. Look at that for a move though in turn number 2. That could have been Owen Miller, I think it was, on the 18 plate, working his way into a top 2 spot. Just shuffling the hot shot rider back a couple of places. So Dean is back to 3 then, but your race winner going to be Logan Young. Race 7 on track. Team Air and Andover out front, got to be Newton Hindley leading this one from the 077 of Bruce Anthony into that second corner. Crank BMX coaching looks up the inside into number 2. Looks like Hunter van der Malion is getting busy as well. Here comes Bruce Anthony on the left-hand side. I don't know my lefts and rights today. It's a good start, isn't it? Hindley then shuffled back to the 2 spots. Bruce Anthony, he's going to pick up that moto win. Crank BMX coaching William Knowles in there for that top 3 spots. 15-16 cruisers now on track. Where is Max Surridge? He's in this one on the 17X. He's occupying that 3rd spot at the moment for Spin to Win race team by the looks of it on his jersey. He's now chasing down the Hawks rider Bradley Davison on the 16 plate. But the rider out front, Jono Harradine, had a lovely exchange of messages with Harradine Senior last night and this morning. I won't repeat what was said, but for all of the 16-year-old ladies out there, Jono is still looking for another half. So bear that one in mind. It was brilliant. Honestly, it was brilliant. Yeah, something, yeah. Anyway, back to the racing. Completely missed that one on race number 9. Sorry about that, guys. Yesterday's winner, though, Sean Brown. Ice Bikes. Wage you war on his 24. I absolutely love that statement wherever Jules Allen is. I've nicked that off you, Jules. Sorry about that. But it is Sean Brown leading this one out. In and out of that final corner. Stanley Palmer. Fast signatures in there behind him as a couple of riders hit the deck in race number 11. 30-plus women's cruiser. Clements, Goal, Evans, Hemstock, Stupple and Wong. It was Fawn Clements hitting the deck as Rebecca Goal and Michelle Stupple lead out the moto. Karen Evans was the other fallen rider, so put your hands together for them two ladies as they come round and finish their lap. The battle is out front though. Goal, Stupple having a good old scrap as he entered that final turn, the 1 and 2 from last season. Here comes Stupple with a high-low in that final corner. Can she make it stick? It looks like Goal is going to hang on to this moto win, with Stupple in there behind her. Wong and Hemstock going through in 3 and 4. Race number 12 on track. Ruth Ford, Nikki Sitch, Leah Meaden, Leanne McLaughlin, Marsha Brook and Lee Pendleton. Was it not Marsha's birthday at some point?
Probably at some point in the year.
At some point, yeah. I'm sure there was a message from Esme. Good to see Marsha and Esme back racing this weekend. Marsha's in there in 4 at the moment. Chasing down a few riders in front of her. That looks like Nikki Sitch leading it out. Fast signatures. Lee Pendleton right there with her into that final corner, looking for a high-low. Can she make it happen as they enter that final straight? I think that could be Leah Meaden on the 468 inside the top 3 as Marsha Brook rounds out the top 4 spots.
Race 12, 13. Race 13, let's have a look. The 11 of Josephine Burston, the 17, that belongs to Grace Turner. Annie Chiziwa in there as well, Coach Chizzy. In there in 2, Suzanne Jenkins doing it for Preston Pirates. These are your 21 and under cruiser ladies. In and out the turn, Josephine Burston and Chizzy are going to go 1 and 2. Gracie's going to pick up the 3, I think. Lisa Tarling in there as well. All the Bunnies ladies doing what they do best. 40 to 44 cruiser. Lewis, Grant, Coleman, Groves, Dixon and Harris. That is Andy Groves out in front. SVT Mongoose. I don't know what SVT stands for. Sure somebody will enlighten us at some point. And yeah. Heading down towards the line, race number 15, Eaton Walsh, Chris Evans. Look at him, like a coiled spring. We don't know what kind of coiled spring he is, but he's out there, out in front. Matt Eaton in there in 2. Mike Whitaker doing it for vlog. That's what he's doing it for YouTube, for views and algorithm. Give him a watch. He deserves it. He puts a lot of work into that. Andrew Lockwood, Craig Cordin. All in the mix. Good to see Craig back on his bike. Feels like ages since I've seen him. Just finishing in front of Mike Whitaker there. And as we move on to race 16, 45 to 49. Old enough to know better, young enough not to care. Ross Kennedy, Norbert Marco, Super Neil Harbour. He'll be crying because Crawley Town have been relegated from League One. Rich Stevenson, Graham Stark and Fraser Watson. Fraser's out in front. Doing it for the Scottish BMX fans. Marco in there in 2, Stevenson in 3, Neil Harbour. Oh, did he get 4? Too close to call. As we move on to race 17, Dave Stokes. It must be Sunday. He's got the red helmet on. He's like Tiger Woods. The Tiger Woods of Bolton he is, except without the money and the fame. Tiger wears red trousers. Dave's got a red helmet on. And he's having a fight with Tony LaBrasse down the last straight. How the other half live. Anyway, that was Andy Todd taking the win. Big Nige Smith was in there as well. Race 18, Dominic Elliott, Ian Robbins, Stephen Notman. All in this one. Ian Archibald, good to see him back. Jamie McFarlane and Christus Chalkos. Christus in there in 4. As they head towards the line, it is Mr. Archibald taking the win. As we move on to Moto 19. That is Stephen Hassel out there in front. Keeping it on the ground this time around, which is very sensible, I might say, Stephen. Gaz Carver in 2. Pete Butler in 3. Stuart Little doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross in there in 4. Brett Knight in 5. I think that's Tim Porter in there in 6. So it's going to be Hassel, Carver, Butler and Little going 1, 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Martin Oggy Ogden, dreaming of donuts and living in Australia. He's in there in 3. He's got Cotty right at the side of him. Don't know if he was playing Uno earlier on before racing started. But it's Alan Hill out there in front. Brett Archibald in 2. Cotty has a look over at Oggy as he's going, have it. Kev Sykes going through as well, and Matt Haywoods. Race 21. The crunching of back wheels going into the lip tells me it's the 55 plus cruisers. Mick Goff and John Bentley. The McGrock, Raymond Reed in 3. Got Steve McClue in there as well and Mark Chapman. So Big Mick taking it from the McGrock. And as we move on to more 55 plus cruiser action, it is the Christophe Levesque. No, it's not the Christophe Levesque of the... It is the Christophe Levesque of the Northeast. Stevie Noble in there in 2. Chasing down the James Bond of the 55 plus cruiser class. Chris Madron. James Musgrove in there as well. Stephen Joy. No Brent Featherstone. Seems as though Ellie smashed herself up yesterday. But Ellie's all right. And Steve Needham coming down the last straight as well. 17 to 29 cruiser race 23. The original Tom Palmer in there in that 3rd spot, chasing down the Rab Racing duo, Dan Wilson and Alex Brooks. That's Thomas Duran in there in 4. I think Martin Smiley Brown was in there as well. Oh, and Jack LeBras, we can't miss Jack out. Anyway, 2X going past me, Thomas Miller. That's Luke Davis-Hayes in there in 2. Looks like DC Cycles are in there in 3. That's going to be either Connor Blythe or Luca Manzi, because I can't tell them apart at this distance. Matt McHugh rounding out the top 4. Just about holding on to it. Race 25 up next. That'll be Arne Esselmont out there in front. I can't even turn the page over quick enough. Colby Hall, Josh Sparrow, Joe Walbridge, Ash Walker, Niall Moss and Nathan Abbott in there as well. Race 26, Dan Poe pulling this one, Lewis Barnes. King of the Rimmers, Kingsley Mears in there somewhere. Jack Wiggins, Kean Brown, John Livingston, Tyler Chadwick, and doing it for YouTube vlog. Jack Mowat, he's putting the hard work in as well, trying to work the algorithm rather than the final straight. But it's close enough. Oh, somebody's had a roll round on the floor on the last straight. Not sure who that was. There's Rocky O'Brien. Right, we're going to hold it up, guys. I think that's Lewis Barnes down on that final straight. Let's hope he's all right. So we are going to rerun that Moto 27. You guys will get a rerun. Right, nice to see Lewis is up. As I said, race 27 will be rerun. 17 to 29 cruiser. Right, 17 to 29 female cruiser. Izzy Hurry, Carmel Allison, Hannah Drew, Isabella Rutherford, Jamie Elwood, Amy Willets, Olivia Firth, and Yetska Hempstock. All in this one. That is Hannah out there in 1, Izzy in 2. Where is Olivia? She's back there in 5 at the minute. And Jamie Elwood right next to her in there in 6. Amy Willets rounding out the top 4. Yetska Hempstock's in there in 3. Izzy Rutherford pushing hard against these older ladies. But as they go in and out the final turn, it is going to be Hannah Drew and Izzy Hurry going 1 and 2. Yetska's going to pick up the 3, I think, but not without some pressure from Amy Willets in 4. Race 29, Alicia Lynn Scott, Jodie Musgrove, Erin J. Jackson, Annalise Cabin Carpenter, Taylor Lee Moe and Jamie Hyam, Alexis McCartney and Anya Matten Alonso. Anya in there in 3, looking for the 2. Taylor Lee Moe took a big tumble yesterday. Good to see her back on it. Annalise Cabin Carpenter working her way into that second spot. Looks like Taylor's just pulling the pin a little bit, making her way around. Alexis takes the win to the delights of the Cumbernauld Centurions. Hang on, here we go. Female 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Erin Thoros, Opal Jones, Noah Kerr and Alice Laurie. Noah battling with Alice as they go into turn number 2. Just steals that position away, works her way out front. Go. Alice just in there in 2 in that brand new Midlands Club jersey. We got Opal in there and Erin. I think Erin's in 3, Opal in 4. And as they go in and out the final turn, our little ladies absolutely on fire. And it's going to be Retro Racing's Noah Kerr taking the win. Is Alice going to hang on for the 2? She's under pressure from Erin. Just holds on to it. And Opal not that far behind. Race 31, Lewis.
6 and under boys on track. Jack Byrne, Luke Barron, Stanley Lockwood, Ellis Dowsing, Dennis Turner and Leon Zucchina all racing it out for that 1 spot. But at the moment, it is the 403 of Jack Byrne riding out of Decoy BMX. He is on an absolute charge in and out of that final turn. Looks like we've lost one of the little ladies in the 7 and under in the 7-year-old girls. But down the final straight, Byrne is going to go 1 and 2 with Barron across the line. Check out Stanley Lockwood. He's under all sorts of pressure from Dowsing at the line. It is going to be Lockwood hanging on to 3. Dowsing in there for 4. Dennis Turner is going to take 5 and Leon Zucchina is going to pick up 6. 7-year-old girls on track then. We are looking at Esme Anderson. She's in there in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader. That is Crank BMX coaching Sophia Reese on the 461 place. So Reese leads it down the final straight from Anderson. Ada Warner in there in 3. Put your hands together for little Hattie McGoldrick, ladies and gents. She's up to her feet and walking away after she ended up in a huge heap on the first straight. She's all right. She's got her best mate Rich Eames here to keep her company.
Yeah. Right. She's all right, Charlotte. She just needs a hug when she comes back.
Seven-year-old boys up on the gate then. Race number 33 hits the track. Looks like it is going to be Gosport NRT on the inside. Eddie Brown headed for turn number 1. But your British champion, Oliver Bridle, he picked it up yesterday. He was absolutely on a charge. And it was his dad's birthday as well. So happy birthday to Bridal Senior. So it is Oliver leading it out of the minute. Where is Shelby Yates? He's right there with him into turn number 2. Looking for a way round for Birmingham NRT. Eddie Brown's in this one from the Gosport National Race Team. He's in 3. Here comes Alan's Factory getting busy as well. That's Isaac Tomlinson on the 486 plate. He's picking up a top 4 spot as it stands in and out of the final turn there for Bridal and Yates. Them two guys are going to go 1 and 2 down the final straight. Thompson going to round out them Brown, going to round out the top 3 spots. Who's the rider in there behind? That is going to be Tomlinson out of Alan's Factory. Race 34, 7-year-old boys still on track. Lou and Jamira in there in 3, chasing down the Merseyside rider. That is Benji Ross Foster. And your race leader looking like it could be Sandis Arns out of Norwich. Into that final turn. No, sorry, it's a rider out of the north. Henry Dodd, I think that is, down the final straight. Going to pick up this moto win with Benji Ross Foster in there behind him and Lou and Jamira in 3. Moving on to the 8-year-old girls then on track. 2 motos of these ladies today. Race 35, Divine, Hewitt, Pine, Henning and Chalk. It is looking like Maggie Divine, sorted race gear, leading this one out on the 366. Here comes Radco racing in there behind her. That is Matilda Hewitt on the 184. She's looking for a way through. Not quite managing to find it on the exit of turn 3. She's got the last straight to try and pick her off, but I don't think she's going to get close enough. It is going to be Divine, Hewitt in that order. This is going to be the rerun then. 17, 29-year-old cruisers. Heading into that second corner. Pete Watson, Dylan Seaman, Kanan Roberts, Rocky O'Brien, Lord Freeman, Fletcher Elliott, Jack Needham and Kyle Hill. Good to see Kyle on track after his crash in practice. Putting a shift in there at about 5 at the moment. Down the final straight though, Rocky O'Brien, Pete Watson, Lloyd Freeman, 1, 2 and 3. Back to the 8-year-old girls then, race 36. Ola Jewis, Izzy Moore, Flick Brent Knoll, Madeline Malloy, Verity Kay and Luciana Barron. Looking like the British champion leading this one out. Ola Jewis, Fast Signatures and Gosport. The 104 in there behind her. That is Izzy Moore out of Birmingham. BMX, the 938 in 3. That is Flick Brent Knoll, so Birmingham going 2 and 3 at the moment. Where is the Centurion? Madeline Malloy on the 386. She's in there in 4, being chased down by the Brunty crew. Verity Kay on the 984 plate with Luciana Barron out of Telford Flyers in there in 6. Heading in and out of the final turn though. Still all about Jewis. Bushes under pressure from Moore as he bring it to the line. It's going to be Jewis hanging on. Moore for the 2 spots. 8-year-old boys then on track. One rider hits the deck. Looks like that was sorted race gear. The 295 got swallowed up in the action. Ollie Smith managing to stay upright, but the fallen rider was Oscar Rutherford. Mr. Rather Fast, just about making it to the top of the jump. Let's hope that he's okay. Put your hands together for Oscar as he comes past you, ladies and gents. But it's all about the Brunty crew out front. Connor Grant, 025 on the plate. Albie Blight, Finley Thomas. That's your 1, 2 and 3. Moving on to race number 38 then on track. Where is Archie Fisher out of Redditch Premiers? He's going to lead it into that first corner. Where's Joseph Claydon? Your British champion. He's got to be there or thereabouts. He's working his way from 2 to 1. Just putting the squeeze on Fisher as they come through the second straight. That's allowed the 904 to work his way in. Got to be Teddy Gorman. MK Evolution. He was having a cracking day yesterday, but he's not done yet. Chasing down the British champ. Claydon's under all sorts of pressure then as he head for the final turn. Gorman looking to do it the hard way round the outside. Claydon dives under. Gorman with a high-low. Check out this racecraft, ladies and gents. Elbow to elbow down the final straight. Drag racing to the line. Gorman's going to nick it. Claydon will have to settle for 2. Fisher and Birdfield 3 and 4. Arlo Payne in race number 39 in the 8-year-olds. Atlas Lewisfield in this one in 3 as well. But it looks like the Brunty crew are going through in 2. As it stands, that is Cooper Crowley on the 1-7 heading for the final turn. But it's all about Arlo Payne at the moment. Preston Pirates on the 656 taking it to him. Look at the move that's come from Crowley. They're now under pressure there from the Moto 1 rider. That's going to be Logan Aceto. He's going to nick that 2 spot on the line. Going from 4 to 2. What a last straight that was from Logan. 9-year-old girls on track then. Phoebe Millar, your British champion, Braintree and Moto 1 race team leading this one out. Look at that, 4 a gap. It looks like Megan Keller, GT Factory in there in 2. The Northeast represented in 3. That's Alice Barron. on the 508 plate, heading into the final turn. In and out, they're going down the final straights. Fast signatures, Madison Stupple in there in 4. Who's picking up 5 and 6? Looking like Smiley's Flight Club. Grace Ledgewood Bar and Tallulah Widdowson out of Team Bunnies. Going across the line in race number 40 is 41. Heads into turn number 2. Ella Grant, Lauren Snell. These two little ladies have been battling it out for a couple of seasons now. And it is Absolute that's got the upper hand in this moto at the moment. Ella Grant leading it from Lauren Snell out of Decoy and Fluid Bicycle Motocross. Preston Pirates are in this one as well. That's Amika Gibson on the 138 plate. So that's your top 3 as you enter the final straight. All about the front 2 riders though. Grant and Snell in that order. 9-year-old boys heading in towards turn number 2. Looking like that could be Noah Northcott on the 981. Yes, it is. Riding out of Decoy BMX. He's being chased down by the Brunty crew. That is Seth Robinson. Doing it for Bruntwood Park National Race Team. The Preston Pirates gang are in this one as well. Lewis Rothwell inside the top 3. Looking like that could be Josh Byrne. I think it is in forward. Out front, Noah Northcott going to wrap up this moto win. Jake Avis on track in the next moto. In race 43, riding out of Fluid Bicycle Motocross, he's got Charlie Blakeburn out of MK Evolution in there behind him. Bristol Jets. In 3, that is Felix Zucchina. That's your front 3 then as they bring it on round. The Hawks in this one as well. Looking like Oliver Ford in there in about 5, just making his move from 5 to 4 as they head into that final turn. Jake Avis though on a charge, being chased down by Blakeburn down the final straight. Can he get close enough? I think Avis is going to hang on to that moto win. Oscar Marco on track. DC Cycles, Rusty Nut Racing and Hot Shot Racing queuing up behind him though. Into turn number 2, that's Dominic Zapanos and Elliot Hatch looking for a way round. Where's MK Evolution? In there at about 5 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do. That is Leo Britt. Looking for a way round, but Marco just about hanging on to that one spot. Oh, Hatch looked for a perfect last turn. Marco with some cracking defensive work in that final corner. Marco, Hatch, 1 and 2. Who's going to get 3 on the line? That one was tight, but I think it was nicked by Arthur Mason. Big Hens is leading out the next motor. Then in race 45, your British champion. Had an absolute blinding weekend so far. He's heading into that final turn, being chased down by the LCC gang. That is Oakley Hill on the 756, riding out of Birmingham BMX Club. Who's in there behind him? Oh, one rider just getting it slightly wrong. I think that might have been Alfie Thorne out of Urban Air BMX. Yes, it was. Seb Perry's going to nick that 3 spot off of him then, and Thorne's going to hang on to 4. Green Machine on track. Callum Wood leads out this next moto. Where is Ethan the Great White? He's right there with him looking for a way round. That looks like Christian Garbachik in there in 3. But the battle is out front. Look at White. Round the outside, looks for a high-low. Check that out, ladies and gents. He's timed that perfectly and made it work. That shuffles Wood back to 2. It is going to be White, Wood, Garbachik in that order. 10-year-old girls then. Holly Webb, Molly Tomlinson, Cara Cross, Florence Kay, Abby Graham and Gabriella Malloy. One of the Centurions riders in this one, that is Malloy on the 380 plate. But your race leader looks like it is Allen's Factories. Molly Tomlinson on the 10 plate. Holly Webb out of Andover and Team Air in there in that 2 spots. If you are still looking for some Kebab House race team merch though, they are in the Team Air and Andover area. So if you'd like to pick up whatever bits they've got, then head over there and see Mr. Stark. He's or Mr. Kebab House race team as we'll call him. Graham Stark over at Team Air. He has got all of their merch, so head on over there if you want some of their goodies. 48. Race 48, I think that is. Holly Bishop heading in and out of that final turn. Your world at number 7, Halo Wheels race team being chased down right the way to the line. That looks like Eliza Powell in the 2 spot. River Henderson in 3.
Race 49, Denton Geddes, Dean Rowlands and Hargreaves. That is Rosie Geddes out in front, the 630. That belongs to Arabella Denton out of Brixton BMX Club. Emma Dean in there in that 3rd spot. Gave her a birthday shout out yesterday. Actually found out they're in the same hotel as us last night. So good morning to the Deans. Roxy Rowlands and Charlie Hargreaves in there. Hard Knocks bike coaching. Just passing her crew going down that final straight. Charlie took a tumble yesterday, but it's not deterred her in the slightest. Can't half tell she's a farmer's daughter, can you? Anyway, moving on, moto number 50, George Spencer, Roman James Wright, Blake Mellier, Bobby McKenna, Seth Kacharik, Jake James, and Alistair Kane. Going in and out of that final turn. Bobby McKenna doing it for Preston Pirates. Seth Kacharik, Radco Racing. He's going to be somewhere near the front. That'll be Jake James, I think, in that second position. In Moto number 50, Moto 51. Are you talking about me? No. Well, you were. William, thanks, Lewis. William Arnold, Benjamin Tanzer, Jacob Den, Elliot Worley, Rocco Westwood, Teddy Harradine, and Chester Grocott. All in Moto 51. William doing it for BRE Racing. Just passing his teammates on the final straight. Chester Grocott in that third position. We'll like Rocco taking the win. Race 52. Eric Kincaid, Jesse Ross, Ollie Birds. The one, that belongs to Charlie Dowson. We've got Dougie Johnson in there as well. Tobias Groves, it's Superior Velo Tech Mongoose. I'm reliably informed. Oscar Ryder Bays in there as well. So these are your 10-year-old boys in Moto number 52, and it's going to be Charlie Dowson taking the win from the Northeast BMX rider of Jesse Rose. Race 53, keeping it local. Aston John Lee in there in that third spot. He's got to chase down Rex Ford, though, who's out there in front, and Teamer, Oakley Lewisfield, and Joseph Dewis, who's in there in that second spot. Got Jack Griggs, Gabriella Serra, doing it for the Brunty Massive. Good morning, Brunwood. They're up there on the top section. But it's Halo Wheels taking it to the line from Fast Signatures. Cumbernauld Centurions in 3. Race 54. Jack Kitchen in there in that third spot. Seb Staines, Anna-Rin Marklew. I think he wants a shout for Rachel and Joel Pritchard. I know Joel's having surgery this morning after that crash yesterday. So get well soon, Joel Pritchard, as Ethan Shaw comes down to the line. Out in front with Thomas Giles right on his back wheel. And, all crossing the line in Moto 54. Moto 55 now. Is this the one with 2 birthdays in? We're about to find out. Yes, it is. 2 birthdays in this Moto. Trixie Trays from Evolve Collective, turning 11. And Erin Holmes from Braintree. Both young ladies in this Moto, both turning 11 years old. So girls, happy birthday. Have an absolutely wonderful day. Enjoy yourselves. The sun is shining and you're on your BMX bike. What more could you ask for? Yeah, Agnes Lamb, can we have you to admin, please, with your bike? Manchester BMX Club. Agnes Lamb, can we have you to admin with your bike, please? Assuming that's a transponder issue. Right, the girls are go. The 11-year-olds Moto number 56, Jamie Puddock, Grace Hudak, Izzy Underhill, Rachel Pritchard, Maisie Egan, and Isla Milne. Let's have a quick look who's out in front. It is the ace E7, Grace Hudak. That'll be Decoy's Izzy Underhill, I think, in there in that 2 spot. Maisie Egan giving it for the GT squad in 3. Rachel Pritchard in 4. Isla Milne pushing hard as well. So these young ladies getting stuck in Moto number 56. The 11-year-old girls as Hudak takes it to the line. Hudak going through, Jamie Puddock as well, and Maisie Egan. E4, Betty Wills, Pro Start BMX, leading out Moto 57. The big shout behind me tells me there's a Cumbernauld Centurion on track, and that is Aria Rose Lee. Working her way into 2. Ellie Beat in there in 3. Got Lily Walker, India Bennett, Maisie Surtees as well. But it's going to be Betty Wills bringing it to the line. Aria's going to pick up that 2. Ellie in 3. The 7 and the 19 on track now. Teddy Jones and Edward Cordery. This must mean the 11s are getting down to business on that third straight. Arthur Claydon probably inside the top 3 as well. We've got Jaden O'Connell there in 4. Ronnie Wallwork pushing hard for the Hard Knocks bike coaching crew in there as well. But it's the 7 of Jones taking the win. Race 59, Connor Hemphill in there in 2. Chasing down just Jacob Anderson. Jacob took that win yesterday. Otto Parr, Josiah Berg, Ewan Sauter and Jamie Robertson. Doing it for the local massive as they come out of that final corner. It's going to be Anderson and Hemphill going 1 and 2. Who's going to pick up that 3? Cumbernauld Centurions going well, bringing it to the line. Yep, their rider picks up a 3rd spot. Right, let's have a look. There's a colourful kit on track, which must mean that Mr. Arlo Steinmetz is out there. Ted Malkin, Oliver Riches, Ollie Todd, Freddie Ray, Orland out in front. Leo Bradley doing it for Rusty Nut Racing. He's in there as well. I think he's in about 4th at the moment. Steinmetz in 3, Riches in 2. Freddie Ray Orland taking the win. Peter is Ollie Todd going through. And Ted Malkin out of Derby. Race 61. Race 61, Alfie Powell, Joshua Coates, Ollie Warner. Ronnie Wood was in that one as well. It took me so long to turn the page, I actually missed it. Sorry, guys. Next up, race 62, Kyle and Gordon in there in 3. Finn Monroe leading it out. That'll be Hugo Dean doing it for GY95. In that 2nd spot, Doncaster BMX Club. Had a very, very quick chat with Dad yesterday. Just wondering if he's going to release some more music. Ted Harvey doing it for Blackpool. He's in there as well. Laurie Watson, Sam Snell, and Isaac Jones. 12-year-old girls, Elsie Blight, Laney Cordin in this one. Iris Hyder trailing Elizabeth Lola Poole in this one. Elsie Blight as well. But Iris is pushing hard down that final straight. Is she going to catch Elizabeth? Oh, not quite. Amelia Martin was in there as well for Belfast City BMX Club. Always good to see the BC BMX crew. Race 64, Poppy May Kirby. Out in front, Ocean Headley, Caitlin Bird, Holly Humes, Sadie McSwitty, Mara McCarran's in this one, and Samia Hughes. That was race 64. Just going around that final corner, Poppy May Kirby, Green Machine Tribe. Taking it to the line, not sure who the rider is in there in 2. It was the 1. Oh, I'm not sure. Couldn't quite see it. Race 65, Freya Harris, Olivia Webb, Saren Pritchard, Brooke Fawcett, Lauren Keller, Lucy Stevenson, and Grace Gerard. So plenty of Hard Knocks bike coaching in this one. Got 2 riders. Brooks in 2, Grace is in 3. It was Harris taking the win. GT in there in 4. That was Lauren Keller. Race 66, Harry Swales, Lewis Hughes, Akim Brazier, Kieran Brownson, Ethan Ludlow, Ethan Buttery in this one, and Isaac the Sender Smith. I can actually say that this morning without sounding like I've got a mouthful of marbles. So Isaac in there in 2. Hopefully a better day today than yesterday. Got Lewis Hughes picking up the 3 for Preston Pirates. Race 67. Leighton Harding out in front. That looks like Mabo UK in there in that 2 spot. Marcus Mullen in 3. Got Zach Everly in this one. That was Zach in there in 2. Apparently it's Dad's birthday today, Mr. Everly. So happy birthday to you, sir. As Itai Jamira leads out moto number 68. We got Jet Thompson in this one, Callum Keane, Zach Parsons, Theo Davis, Harrison Doe, and Finley Shaw. They are all chasing the Rab Racing rider and Food Delectable to the finish line. Not sure who picked up the two. I've got a feeling it was Zach Parsons in that second spot. Race 69. Leo Rowlands and Ronnie Payne going 1 and 2. Charlie Cotton doing it for Merseyside BMX. He's in there in 3. Jacob Jameson on the 41. Jasper Kimber on the 54. Noah Bagwell in there in that 4th spot. Doing it for MK Evolution. If you haven't signed the Get MK a New Track Change.org link, please go and sign it. If you see the link, help them get moved to a track that isn't going to flood. That would be handy. So race 70, Jacob Aston in this one. Midlands BMX rocking the new Midlands jersey. Archie Bell in there in 2. Oliver Taylor and James Bibby. Bibby out in front for Pro Start. Keir Phillips, Bram Heaver and Dawson Scott. All in Moto 70, Moto 71. Riches, Laughlin, Bojang, Divine, Wade, Crocker White and Galitis. Oh, all change at the front, Jack Divine. Just had to check up as Archie Crocker White came round him. Sam Ritchie's working his way down the inside into 2. They are queuing up like Greg's on a Friday afternoon. As they go down that final straight, Divine's going to hang on for the 3 behind Ritchie's. Galitis, not sure if he picked up the 4. As we move on to 13-year-old girls, race 72, Surtees Diver, Gerard, Warren, Jones, Cotton, Allegra True. I think we missed Allegra's birthday shout out yesterday, so I apologise, Allegra, if we missed it. Happy birthday for whenever it is. I can't remember if we mentioned it or not. If we didn't, we are sorry. We'll move on to Moto 73. I'll hand on to Lewis.
13-year-old girls on a track. Esme Ward is out front for Stay Strong, Clark and Ken. She's being chased down by B Strong race teams. Dakota Tucker out of Decoy. So it is Andover and Decoy 1 and 2 at the moment. Preston Pirates and BMX Woodland Photography represented in there in 3. That is Nia O'Connell. Going to round out them at top 3 spots. 13-year-old boys on track. Entering turn number 2, Max Vass in this one. One BMX race team leading this one through. He's got Josh Jepson in there behind him. Moto 1 race team in 3. That's Harry Tyres repping Braintree BMX Club, looking like the 9 plate in there behind him. Got to be Sully Collis out of Absolute. That's your front 4. SAS race teams, James Joseph Roy Pipe. He's going to round out them top 5 spots. James Miller leads out race at number 75 into that second corner. Dylan Spencer's there with him for Team Bunnies. But even a good old scrap at the moment. It looks like it is the new addition, Tom Palmer, who's worked his way into that 2 spot. That looks like it could be a Farmer in there in about 4. Looking for a way through, though, is the Cumbernauld Centurion. That is Fergus Suter. He's trying to pick up a top 4 spot. He's going to have to settle for 5 as Miller crosses the line in front. Looks like we lost a rider in that one. I think it might have been Bodie Markley and Xavi Fox Cooper. Let's hope that both riders are okay. Xavi's walking away. So put your hands together for those 2 riders, ladies and gents. Race number 76, locked and loaded on the gate. Harry Shaw, Oliver Arnold, Thomas Honeywell, Riley Butt, Hunter Malion, Mark Torzard Lowe, Gilmore Green and Ethan Rogers. We are a go with race 76. Then Riley Butt has had a cracking start headed for turn number 1 for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, but the race is led away by Mabo UK. Ethan Rogers on that 3 plate. Heading for turn number 2. Looking as factory as you like this year. That team is in and out of that second corner, but still chasing him down, looking for a way through. Honeywell in 3. Torsey Low in there in 4. Looking like Smiley's Flight Club and picking up a top 5. That's Oliver Arnold out of Torby on the 15 plate. In and out of that final turn. Rogers, though, going to pick up this moto win down to the stripe after his podium finish in yesterday's final. His teammate on track, JP Jack Perkins, will look to put his bike into a main today in the 13-year-olds, but he's currently chasing down yesterday's winner, Ethan Howell. I think I'm going to have a look at the first straight. Was it Ethan's first national win yesterday? Second national win. Yes, it is. Had a cracking day yesterday, Ethan did. On fire. This season, he's going to go 1 or 2 with JP across the line. Race 78 on track. Henry Potts in this one, leading it away into turn number 2. The 45 plate in there behind him. That is Hayden Cartwright out of MK Dons in and out of that second corner. He's been chased down by the Moto 1 rider. Got to be Max Cooper, I think, out of Braintree on the 35 plate. Team Bunny's getting busy in this one. Check out Darwin Shepherd in there in 4. He looked up the inside of Cooper in that final turn, but didn't dive under. He's left it to the last straight. Shepherd pushed it to the line. That one was tight for 3. Looking like Cooper hung on to it, Shepherd, for that 4 spot. Race 79 more, 13-year-old action. Heading through that third straight. Charlie Craig leads this one out. Who's in there behind him? Got to be Kurt Storkis on the 52X plate in and out of that final corner. Radco Racing's Louis Kacharik. He's inside the top 3. That's how they're going to bring it across the stripe. Moving on to the 14-year-old ladies and on track. Katie Millar leads this one out from Rin Gianolino into that second turn. So it is Moto 1 and Evolve Collective out front as it stands. Looking like Crucial Racing inside the top 3. That is Libby Coppin. Not sure what happened to Emily Eaton in this one, but she's back there in about 4 at the moment. Looking for a way round Coppin out of that final turn. Took a second in yesterday's final. She's looking to chase down the race leaders. That is Millar and Gianolino. Race 81, Jalala Patel in there in that 2 spot, heading into that second corner, but your race leader looks like it could be Sidonia Cleve out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Yes, it is. Ellie Moore in this one in there in 3. Maddie the Baddie Dixon heading in towards our final turn for Urban Air BMX. She's looking for a way round into a top 3 spot. Last straight action then. It's all about Cleve out front. Patel going to pick up 2. More for 3 and Maddie the Baddie in 4. Heath Osborne, Elvis Lawrence and Newton Hindley are all out front in this one. Oh no, sorry, Freddie Richardson's pick up the 3 spot, and it looks like Lawrence leads it. Osborne under all sorts of pressure in the final turn, but he sticks an elbow out and hangs on to the 2 spot, shuffling Richards back to that 3 then. So it is Lawrence, Osborne, Richardson, Bailey, Hindley in that order. Race 83 on track. Brody Geddes in this one on his home track, and check out that for a lead headed through the third straight. Milo Weller in there in the 2 spot. Looks like Oscar Jewell in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Got to be Oliver Taylor out of Preston Pirates, repping the North Region jersey. Heading down the final straight though. It's all about the Centurions crew picking up the win. Mabo UK on track. Nate Hamilton leads this one out. Took a second yesterday, I think. It is Todd Smith nominating behind him. The 24 plate in 3. That's Leo Cranston out of Braintree BMX Club. Crank BMX coaching in this one as well. There's got to be William Knowles out of the Bruntwood Park crew heading for the final turn. It's all about Hamilton though out of that final corner. He's going to take this moto win as race number 85 hits turn number 1. Nathaniel Eames has had a cracking start. He's got Lynch on his inside heading through that second straight. But it is the 25 of Dexter Beerup leading out the moto into turn number 2. In and out of that second corner then. Beerup leading in. Lynch in 2. Eames in 3. Who's in there for 4? Looking like it could be Thomas Westmore. I think it might be. Picking up the top 4 spot in there in front of Freddie Parkinson out of the final turn. Beerup with a super lap though. He's going to take that moto win from Lynch and Eames in 2 and 3. Race number 86, 14-year-old still on track. The 14 of Noah Buttery leads this one up for BG NRT. Them guys have got, I think they've got a Saturday and a Sunday kit this season. Is that right, LVG? Can we get a nod if that's the case? Is it the brown and black kit for the Saturday? Is that what we had yesterday? Something like that. Logan Young in there in that 2 spot. Robin Matter Alonso in 3. Race 87 on track. Where is James Cottrell? He's out front, of course. Your world number 7 leading it from the 36 and the 6. That has got to be Caden Thompson out of Peterborough Phantoms. He's just been shuffled back to 3 though, and he's now under pressure from Ben Millington as he bring it back through the third straight. Looks like Pro Star BMX in that 2 spot. It is Cottrell then leading it from Shaw down the final straight. That's how them 2 guys are going to bring it home, along with Peterborough in 3 with Thompson. Race 88, Ned Guppy, yesterday's winner on track. Been on fire all season long so far. He's being chased down by the British champ. That's Oliver Tyers. In and out of that second corner. Moto 1 race team in there in that 2 spot. Ronnie Richards in 3 for Fast Signatures. Looking like Team Bunnies in the mix as well. That's got to be Henry Shenton out of Nottingham Outlaws on the 65 plate. Good to see him back racing this season. 15-year-old girls on a track then. Couple of motos for these ladies, and the first one is led out by the E4. Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown heading into turn number 2. Absolute and Evolve in this one. Where is Ruby Walford? She's in that 2 spot at the moment. Orla Cooper in there in 3, doing it for Nottingham Outlaws. She's being chased down by Lottie McFarlane out of Peterborough Phantoms, heading towards that final turn and back out again for Brown. She's going to take this moto win down to the stripe as race number 90 hits that second straight. Ailey Watson leads this one out. I'm pretty sure she was yesterday's winner for BMX with her photography. Grace Birch, Green Machine Tribe in there with her into that 4 spot at the moment. Sorry, she's now chasing down Summer Glynn then, who's in that 3 spot. Looking like we've got Lucy Gardner out of Team Mine in there in 2. Glynn looked up the inside of Gardner in the final turn. Didn't dive under though, so that's left a little bit of room for Birch to come back for a 3 spot. Can she make it stick? Glynn's going to hang on as they bring it down to the line. 15-year-old boys heading into turn number 2. Then Boone, James, Entwistle, Mayer, Wilson, Cam and Jones. Dylan Jones in this one. 14 Bunnies chasing down what looks like the 55 plate of Theo Cam heading into that final turn. But your race leader got to be Eden Boone. Bradley James putting the move on Entwistle in that final corner. Can he make a 2 spot stick on the line? I think Entwistle might have hung on to that 2 spot. Yes, he did.
Race 92 on track. Tidy S in that second spot, chasing down Amos Guppy. Got to Mason Groves, Ewan beat Jack Gould, Isaac Caulfield and Riley Binney in this one as well, but it's Guppy and Tidy S out there 1 and 2 at the moment. Ewan beat looking good. I think in that 3 spot, is it? Might have been. And Mason Groves coming across as well as we move on. Lucas Seeley, Dylan Powell, Eric McSwitty in this one. That is Lucas Osborne, Birmingham NRT in that 2nd spot. Thomas McGovern, Elijah Jamira as well. All in this one. Jamira in there in that 4th position. It's going to be Seeley and Osborne going 1 and 2. I think that was David Furley, I think, in 3rd spot. Race number 94, Teddy Headley, Freddie Franklin in this one. He's out there in front. I was having a look round for him, couldn't see him. He's out in the lead. Oliver Sim, Midlands BMX Club in 2. Rufus Cousineau in 3. And I've got a feeling that's Ollie Turblanche from MK Evolution rounding out the top 4. Race 95, James Seward, Mason Kirby, Dunkley, Whittleson and Tomlinson. Oliver James doing it for Fluence. Harvey Tomlinson in 2. Emmy Seward inside the top 3. Showing the boys the way to go. Ollie Kirby in there as well in about 5. Battling with Logan Whittleson. I think that's Alex Dunkley inside the top 4. Oh, just getting together with Emmy as they came to the line. It was the Evolve rider. Who was that? It was Alex Dunkley. As we move on, 16-year-old girls, Ruby Moores leading it through. Amelia Everly in there as well. Celebrated her birthday yesterday. All the birthdays in the Everly households. Smiley Maloney, Lexi Way, yesterday's winner. Inside the top 4. Sophie Elwood and Bethany Coates all on track in race 96. Race 97. Lossiette Marnay, Jumping Jess Marriott, 1 and 2. Carly Hayes on one of the best looking bikes in BMX. She's in there in 3. I think that is my favourite bike of the weekend at the moment. Some of the girls are riding some great bikes right now. Anya Mata and Alonso, Alexis McCartney. Again, on another good-looking bike. And Lucy Groundwater. Doing it for Belfast City BMX Club. Whoop, whoop. Race 98, Kai Bowen, Stay Strong. Clark and Kent. Being chased by Sean Brown in that 2nd spot. Bradley Davison in the Ollie Coppin, Theo Robbins, Jack Strong, Arnus Facunius. All chasing Bowen down to the line. Bowen, Brown and Coppin, you 1, 2, 3. Race 99, Malachi O'Reilly, Callum Fleming, Kai Blaine, Jamie Haywood, Scott McCallum and Finley Collis. Kai Blaine in there in 1. O'Reilly in 2. The 10, that is going to be Collis. He's in there in 3. Cumbernauld Scott McCallum rounding out the top 4, I think. Callum Fleming in there as well. And for the Hawks, Jamie Hayward. But it's going to be Kai Blaine bringing it to the line. O'Reilly in 2 and Collis in 3. Race 100, Collins, Nimmo, Baratta, Millington, Harradine, Rayner, Dunn and Little. Joe Little doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. Lewis Collins, Nimmo chasing down Baratta, Caden Dunn. Been playing his rugby at Wigan Warriors. That's a serious sporting organisation to be stuck in with. He'll learn some stuff there, that's for sure. Baratta taking it to the line. Caden Dunn rounding out the 4. Race 101, Noah Everly battling with Eli Smith, doing it for Rab Racing and Flavor Flav Cakes. That'll be Rusty Nut Racing in there in 3. Joe Penton Volk. We've got William Alfie Harrison in there, Manchester BMX Club. Keep pushing, William. We do see you, buddy. Alexander Fearns, Shaq de Jong, Shay Jordan in the mix as well. Race 102, Jamie Hyam. Tilly McCrum leading it out. Cooper's in a variety of pieces. So Cooper McCrum, I think he's watching. Might be still in hospital. If he is, get well soon, Coop. Come back swinging, buddy. Alexa Oyalola, Lexi Arthurs, Jetska Hemstock, Megan Gerard and Ella Lamb. All in moto number 102. 103 is Yamamoto, Esme Brooke, Lacey Bird, Rosie O'Brien. Good to see Rosie back on it after her injury, even though she did fall off on the gate yesterday. Fumi, a Dreamy Hepburn, Annabelle Charlton, Preston Pirates BMX Club rounding out the top 4. Lacey Bird's in there as well for Team Mind. Race 104, Jack Clark, George Gerard. Oops, George just having a little bit of a wobble there. Being chased down by teammate Jaden Fawcett, so the Hard Knocks boys are going 1 and 2 as they approach the final corner to pass their teamies in the Hard Knocks gazebo. Reese Toole going through in 3. Or is it 4? It's 4, sorry. Che Young was in there in 3. We had Sam Hamblin as well. Jack Clark, Devante Malyo. Moving on. Charlie Granger, Fast Signatures. In there in that second spot. Alex Thompson, Daniel Henry, Jack Cameron, Jack Shaw and Max Burgess. I think it's Max out in front. Charlie in there in 2. And the Scottish Massive are coming in 3 and 4. Right. Alex Stokes. Doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Being tracked by Josh Williams from BMX Photography. So, Evolve Rider being chased by former teammate down that final straight. Is Alex going to hold it to the line? He certainly is. Brandon Mallon was in there as well for BC BMX. Callum David, Zach Green, and Tommy Haddleton. Josh Sparrow, Kean Brown, Elliot Brook, Lewis Cook. Lewis out in front. That's Thomas Duran in there in 2. Arne Esselmont. Chilling in 3. Brunty's Cody Whittaker, I think, rounding out the top 4. Don't know what went on with Kean Brown and Elliot Brook. Maybe they had a get together somewhere. Race 108, Annabelle Townsend, Becca Gold, Lydia Webber, Fiona Barry, Olivia Firth, Emily Clinch, doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross, Fawn Clements, and Emily Green. It's Emily in there in 1, the 14. That is Annabelle Townsend in 2, Olivia Firth in 3. Battling with Emily. They are 3 and 4. Becca Gold in 5. Lydia's in there in 6, I think. Fwong in 7. Fiona in 8. I'll hand you on to Lewis for Moto 109.
Second rack of the 19 to 29-year-old women on track. Looking like the E6 of Evie Webster. Going to lead this into turn number 2. The 33 plate of Harriet Alexander out of Pure Bicycles. In that 2 spot, Jamie Elwood, Anita Wong, Alicia Linscott, Annie Coach Chizoa, and Caitlin Ellis in this one, but all the other riders in this one as well. heading down the final straight. Absolute going to pick up this moto win with Evie Webster across the line, Harriet Alexander and Jamie Elwood 2 and 3. Race 110, Hannah Drew in this one. Going 1 and 2 with Birmingham NRT's Imogen Gibson, Amy Willets and Izzy Hurry in there in 3 and 4. Looking like Marsha Brook. Abby Hill on track as well. Absolutely wicked to see her first 20-inch race for 25 years. Which is magnificent stuff. So good to see Abby back on track aboard her 20-inch bike. As Imogen Gibson picks up that moto win. We are looking at 19 to 29-year-olds on track now, heading towards turn number 2. Some of these guys going to be taking a part in the King of the Hill. Courtesy of 2 in 1 out this weekend. Brinley Savage leading it into the final turn. Tyrese Bradshaw, Callum Child Maple 2 and 3. But it is going to be your world number 3 down the final straight. Crucial Racing picking up that moto win. Next up on a track, we are looking at race 112. Hayden Green leading this one out of the first corner, heading towards turn number 2. Had a great European presence over the last few months as Hayden. Been out to Zolder, picked up a final or 2, I believe, in the European Cup scene recently. So congratulations to Hayden. He's currently leading now from Josh Wallace in that 2 spot down the final straight. Looks like Team Mines, Oscar Matthew Carlard in there for 4. Dan Kay on track in the next motor then, but it is going to be Eddie the Hitman Cannons leading into turn number 2. Dan Kay in that 2 spot, looking like Ben Fitzsimmons and Luke Davies-Hayes in there for 3 and 5 at the moment. It's got to be Randall that's splitting up then 2 guys in there inside the top 4, doing it for Redditch Premiers. Here comes Fitzsimmons, though, back round the outside. He's going to pick himself up a top 4 spot. But Cannons and Kay, that's going to be your 1 and 2 spots. Masters on track, John Lillingston in this one in the middle of the pack at the moment. Got George Higley right there on his inside doing it for Junk Club S&M Source. Looks like the 1 plate though of Ben Martinez. Birmingham and Crucial Racing leading this one out. Here comes Matthew Bourne riding out of Crucial Racing as well. Looking for a 2 spot, wants to put Crucial on the top 2 spots in this moto. But he's got to find a way past Lillingston down the final straight. I don't think he's quite going to find it. Martinez, Lillingston, Higley comes through for a 3. Can we please get some 6 and under riders into the pens? We've got no 6 and under riders in the pens for the next motos. We are looking for 6 and under riders to the pens, please. Thank you. Race 115, second Racker Masters. Quality age group this year, this is. Sean is just chilling out this weekend, so he's told me. He's winding it up for the Brits. A Brit specialist, aren't you, Sean? He'll be back, I'm sure, in his next one. He'll want to get better than that 4th, I'm sure of it. Vets on track. Whilst we've got the vets out on track, just like to give our well wishes to Mr. Scott Beaumont of the 96 podcast. Had a nasty crash yesterday. We're wishing him a speedy recovery. Good to see you back on track as soon as you can, Scott. Wishing you all of our best as Fraser Watson picks up that moto win. Looks like Matt Barnard is on track in race number 117. He's going 1 and 2 with Adam Boudet in and out of that second corner. Danny T, Crucial Racing in there in 3. The front 3 riders are running away with this moto at the moment. Matthew Eaton in there in 4. Matt was one of the riders that crashed with Scott yesterday. Picked up the window yesterday, did Matt. He was flying all day. As the Grand Vets exit turn number 1, Steve Fortune, Mabo UK in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Crucial Racing's Brett Knight on the 5 plates. So Brett leading it from Steve at the moment, who's in there in 3. Got to be Stuart Little out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross and Preston Pirates. Dominic Elliott out of Brixton along with his club mate Patrick Graham in there as well. Steve McClue in that 4 spot, I think, heading down the final straight. But it's all about Brett Knight taking that moto win. Hilly on track in that 2 spot, chasing down Brett Archibald. Heading into that second corner, it is Archibald leading it out then for the Titans. Martin Argy Ogden in there in that 3 spot. But Hilly looking for a way round Archibald as he head for the final turn. Pure Bikes right round the outside, doing it the hard way. He's going to make that one stick, so Hilly leads it from Archibald and Argy down the final straight. That's how they're going to bring it home as championship women hit the track. Gotta be Beth Shriever leading this one out on the 911 plate. Shriever and Ashwin, that's your 1 and 2. Lily Chisholm's in there in 3. Lucy Simpson in 4. No Freya Chalice in this one today. We're wishing her a speedy recovery as well. Be good to see you back on your bike as soon as you can, Freya. But in the meantime, get well soon. Shriever out front, looking good. Yesterday's winner, former Olympic gold medalist and world champion. Going to pick up that moto win. Second Racket Championship women hits the track. Emily Hutt leading this one, charging for turn number 1. Be Strong race team. She's going to lead this one out. Who is the Moto 1 rider in there behind her? Got to be Megan Roy out of TNT on that 800 plate. The 22 of Lorianne Carruthers doing all she can to close the gap though. Annalise Cadman-Carpenter in there in 4 by the looks of it as the exit turn number 2. That looks like Elizabeth Bound out of Pure Bikes in there in 5. But it's all about Hutt at the minute. Took a second in yesterday's final. Cruising away down the final straight. She's going to pick up her first moto win of the day. Looks like junior men are on track. Race 1, 2, 2. Headed for turn number 1. Got to be Henry Eyre who's going to pick up the whole shot here. Leads it out for Absolute. Who's there with him? JTL Simpson Davies, Jump Club, S&M Source. Check out Curtis Copeland though, making moves into turn number 2. He's worked his way from about 5 to 2nd through that second straight. Davies then shuffled back to 3. Who's in 4? Looking like the Moto 1 rider. That is Finn Phillips heading into the final corner. Oh, it's getting busy. Elbows are flying. Davies and Phillips going at it for the 3 spot down to the wire. Here, Copeland, Davies, Phillips. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3, 4. Race 1, 2, 3, second Racket Junior Open headed for that first corner. Got to be Be Strong race team leading this one out. Finn Hoff out front going 1 and 2 with Hard Knocks by coaching James Clitheroe. These two guys were battling it out all last season and they're doing the same this weekend. So it is Hoff and Clitheroe out front. Who's in 3? Got to be the Irishman. It is Ruben Byrne picking it up. Moto 1 in there for that top 4. That's Tom Millar. In and out of that final corner they go. Pro Star BMX in there as well. That's Heath Thomas in 5. But it's all about Hoff and Clitheroe. That's your 1 and 2. Gay goes down on race 1, 2, 4, the penultimate moto of the first rack. It is Superclass men hitting the first turn. Looking like only 3 riders in this one. Cal Strickland scrapping it out with Harrison Bell as they bring it through the second straight, but it's Ben Cornish out front leading it through for Exeter Eagles and Absolute Bicycle Motocross in that unmistakable pink helmet heading for that final corner. Strickland, Stay Strong, Clark and Kent in there for 2. Bell out of Pure Bikes and the Titans in there for 3. That's how they're going to bring it home. Cornish, your moto winner. Last moto of the first set hits the track then. Marnham neck and neck with Isidore as they hit the first turn. Quill and Isidore, Pure Bicycle's going to lead this one through. Marnham last year's national champion right there with him. Oh, it's getting a little bit sideways through the second straight. Pirati Sharrock in there in 3, repping the Mabo UK Sunday colours. He's got Casey Marley right there with him, heading for the final turn. Charlie Roy in this one in 5. In and out of that final turn then. Isidore going to be a race winner. Picked up the win yesterday. Martin for 2, Sharrock, Markley and Roy in that order. That's your first rack of motos done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers making their way up to the top of the hill. Don't forget as well, ladies and gents, about the BMX Race Hub competition going off this weekend. You could be in with a chance of winning a BMX Race Hub jersey. Free of charge, of course. There's a sign. Essentially, there's a sign behind the start hill here at Cumbernauld. And they are looking for the best entries of what should be replacing the sign. All it says at the moment is welcome. That's it. So, JT, it was actually JT's birthday midweek as well. So, happy birthday, John Twitchen. See John around. Wish him a happy birthday. Yeah, this is, so John's come up with a competition of trying to replace the sign. And if you do a good enough job and it's clean, then there's a chance that it could actually be put up on the board full time. So get yourself involved. Head over to the BMX Race Hub Instagram story, Facebook story. It's all over there, all of the details. Casey's put his effort in. Had to be something about my Crocs, didn't it? There's been a couple of good entries so far as well. Saw some wicked artwork that someone had done for the new sign behind us. So make sure you get involved. And if you don't know what the BMX Race Hub jerseys look like, then just look out for Zach Green on the track. He's repping the pink and grey colours. They look wicked as well. They do look really good. Every BMXer's dream. We are back racing then, ladies and gents, and 9 to 12-year-old cruisers kicking us off with a second rack of motos, heading into turn number 1. Gotta be GT Factory leading this one out. That is Leighton Harding out of Bournemouth BMX. Jet Thompson's right there with him, doing it for Gosport NRT. The template in there in 3. That is Max Livingston, also out of the NRT crew. We're to this 3 Gosport NRT riders in this one. They're going 1, 2, and 6. 2, 3, and 6, sorry. Completely missed Leighton, who's out front in that one. He's going to pick up this moto win as they bring it down to the stripe.
Right, moto number 127. Holly Bishop in this one. Huey Hall, Olivia Webb, Frankie McKenna, Harry Swales, Sheen King, and Paige Cathcart-Cunnison. Looks like fast signatures. Harry Swales out in front. Where is Holly Bishop? She's in there in 4. She's got Paige right there next to her. Olivia Webb pushing hard as well as they go in and out of that final corner. Looks like Harry Swales is going to pick it up. Frankie McKenna in there for Preston Pirates. And that was moto number 127. 128 up next. Bradley Swales, Westwood, Labras, Steinmetz, Cotton and Smart. Charlie Cotton, Merseyside BMX Club out front. Mr. Labras in there in 2. Leo Bradley in 3. Tea-Lady's bin. She's brought us some liquid refreshment, which is always good. Rocco Westwood in there in 5. Not sure who the rider was in 4. Got a feeling it was Arlo Steinmetz, judging by the brightness of the race kits. 13-14 cruisers. Freddie Wallwork battling away in that final corner. Oh, elbows flying left and right. He's in there with Xavi Fox Cooper. He was a real old push to the line. Toby Duff and Owen Miller as well. As Little Cotty leads out moto number 130. Bruce Anthony, Jacob Scrivener, Lane Goddard in this one as well. That'll be Hunter Mallion in there in 4. Sam Dolan, but it's Cotty, Todd Swift-Notman and Bruce Anthony going 1, 2, 3 at the line. Race 131, Adam Arnold, Hadley Harding in this one. Will Knowles doing it for Crank BMX Coaching. He's in there in 4th, chasing down Logan Young and Jake McKenna, who are 2 and 3. Harding's out in front, Benedict Marco, Aaron Hickman, all in the mix as well. And it's going to be Harding, Young, McKenna and Knowles, your top 4. There's a Robin, Matta and Alonso. Leads out moto number 132. Got Newton Hindley in there as well, and Alfie Sim doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Nice high-low in the corner, Alfie. Looking to pick up that second spot. Can't quite get it. He's going to have to settle for 3. We have Benjamin Dean and Adam Stevenson and Lucas Stoneman in there as well. Race number 133, William Alfie Harrison. Manchester BMX, Joe Little. In there in that 3rd spot. Theo Cam, Liam Wilson, Jack Walford and Joe Penton-Vogt. Bringing it to the line. Little for the 3, Walford for the 2. That was moto number 1 at 33. 134. Led out by Sean Brown. The 3 plates of Eric McSwitty doing it for BMX Widow Photography in the in 2. Bradley Davison in 3. We've got Theo Robbins, Max Surridge, Isaac Caulfields. All in moto number 134, but it's going to be Brown, McSwitty and Davison, your top 3. 135 now, the moto heading towards me. Stanley Palmer. And the template of John O'Haradine, MK Evolution. Doing it for all the single ladies out there. Dad tells me we're like a dating app, only we're rubbish, apparently. Which I thought was quite funny. I don't know, if we had a BMX dating app, Lewis, what do you think we'd call it? Answers on a postcard, please. I'll think of a witty response for that later on. Oh no, don't say your ideas, Lewis. That's not a good idea at all. Anyway, Becca Goal and Magic Manda Hempstock and Healing Hands of Heaven. In there in 2, Nicky Spears in 3. Not sure who that is in for. I think it's Liam Meaden actually in that 4th spot. Josephine Burston in 5. And as they go towards the line, it's going to be Becca, Manda and Nikki in that order, I think. Nikki on season 40 of National BMX Racing. Serious dedication to the cause and someone who's been at it almost as long as Lee Pendleton. Ali Shaziwa, Karen Evans, Suzanne Jenkins, Ruth Ford, Elisa Tarling. These are your 21 and under cruiser ladies. Race 137. Lee Pendleton, Midlands BMX, and Allen's BMX Supercross. Moving on. Talking of 80s BMX icons. Ooh. Spoke you out for that one, Michelle. You'll need a lawyer for that case. Nita Wong in there in 2. Team Bunnies, Marsha Brook in 3. Juan Clements in 4. Leanne McLaughlin. Second race ever for Leanne. She did 1 novice race and jumped straight to nationals. Amazing. As we move on and look out for race 139, Chris Evans out in front. Don't forget your toothbrush, etc., etc. If Chris Evans was ginger and on the telly and not riding a BMX, then he would be a millionaire. Oh dear. Race 140. I feel like I need more caffeine. That's what the problem is right now. More caffeine. Luckily the tea lady's been. Anyway, Andy Groves doing it for Superior Velo Tech Mongoose. Out in front, Nick Lewis, Matthew Eaton, Matthew Walsh, Rob Harris, and Andrew Lockwood. I'm still thinking of a name for our BMX dating app. Go on, Lewis. Go on. You've got one, haven't you? He has. I'll get him to tell me when the microphones are turned off. Tony Labras in there in that 4th spot. Got Philip Duff, Fraser Watson, Rich Stevenson, Scott Jackson, Andy Todd, and Norbert Marco. All in this one. It's going to be Fraser in 1, Norbert in 2, Rich Stevenson in 3. Tony Labras doing it for Bradford in there in 4. As we move on to 45 to 49. Out in front, Dave Stokes. Look at this. Hey, somebody light this man on fire. Oh, hang on a minute. Throwing elbows in with Neil Harbour. Gee whiz. I can only imagine the carnage as they go in and out of the turn. Dave Stokes, Neil Harbour went, do you know what? I'm having none of that. I'll let Dave have it. Big Nige in there in the 2. And I think Neil Harbour ended up in 4th. Race 143, Pete Butler, Ian Archibald, Alan Hill, Stu Little, Kevin Sykes and Dominic Elliott. Alan Hill out in front, Pete Butler in there in 2, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Don't forget we have got our traders up there in Trader Row, the Retail Village. B73 have gone home, so if you wanted a national merch, you're not going to get it today. But we've got Crucial, we've got DC, we've got Sorted. They're all up there, keeping the BMX economy rolling. Pure Bicycles as well, Rich Townsend. If you need any of your parts fitting, go and see our traders. They appreciate your continued custom. Keeps the BMX economy rolling. So Pure Bicycles, DC Cycles, Crucial and Sorted. Thank you guys for supporting the BMX community. I'll hand you on to Lewis.
Race 145, 50 to 54 year old cruisers. Tim Porter, Matt Haywood, Gary Carver, Brett Archibald, Stephen Notman, and Ian Robbins all out on track. Looks like Matt Haywood's turned it in for this lap. Not quite sure what's happened to him. He's at the back of the pack at the moment, just cruising on through. Had enough for the day, I reckon. He's going to go and post himself up in that gazebo, pick himself up a pint or two. As Brett Archibald, picked up that moto win. 55 plus cruisers now out on track. Big Mick Goff, your national champion, leading it into turn at number 2. National and British champion in one season. Not bad going. Going to bring it down that third straight. Got James Musgrove in there behind him, riding out of the northeast. Steve Needham in this one as well for Team Bunnies. Looks like the Terminator with those glasses on. Absolutely love the look, Steve. He's going to go through in that 4th spot just behind Mark Chapman out of Andover. Race number 147, more 55 plus cruiser bruisers into turn number 2 and back out again. Madrid, who's here with him? Got to be Bentley, looking for a way round, and I think he's found it as they enter that final turn. Raymond Reed in there in 3, doing it for the Centurions crew. Look at that for a high-low. Even at the 55 plus category, they're still throwing in moves like you would not believe. Bentley, Reed, Madron, Brown, 1, 2, 3 and 4. 1729 cruiser gang out on track, then Rab Racing going 1 and 2. Dan Wilson leading it from Alex Brooks. Mirror image of their last moto heading into the final turn. These two guys went 1 and 2 yesterday. Did the same back in Manchester Indoor a few weeks ago at round number 1. We are looking at race number 149 on track. Where's Luca Manzi in this one? He's in the middle of the pack at the moment, scrapping it out for about a 4th spot. He's there neck and neck with Smiley. Repping it into turn at number 2. Smiley's Flight Club then working their way into a top 5 spot. Manzi throwing in a high low, but the battle is out front as well. Pete Watson currently chasing down your race leader. That's Tom Millar, Moto 1 race team. So that's going to be your 1 and 2 down the final straight. It looks like 0-1 racing in there in 3 with John Lillingstone. Rocky O'Brien picks up the whole shot in at the next moto, headed towards turn number 2. The original Tom Palmer on the inside of Conor Blythe into that second corner, and back out they go. Rocky then leading it out at the moment. Looks like Lebras in there for that 4th spot. Pro Start BMX, the King of Rears, Kingsley Mears. King of Rimmers, sorry, I've just called him the King of Mears. It's a Sunday morning. I'm giving myself a little bit of leeway. That was Kingsley then in there at about 5. Tom Duran back on track, 1X on the plates. Sinead's Reed Academy leading this one out. Luke Davies-Hayes having moves put on him in that second corner from the 0-1 of Dan Popel. Dropping down to the 1729 cruiser category this weekend. Riding out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, looking like we have got the DC Cycles rider in the mix as well. Gotta be Hoare bringing it down the final straight. That looks like fast signatures going through as well. That was Niall Moss in at 5. On Esselmont on track. Had the luxury of sharing an evening meal with On last night. He's going in and out of that second turn. He was making fun of me though because I can't ride trails. Had a good old laugh at that one. So Arn's leading this one out. Moto 1 in there with him as they go in and out of that final turn. That's Theo Pope picking up the 2 spots. Lloyd Freeman in 3, and that looks like Max Henderson in 4. 17, 29-year-old women cruisers on track. Olivia Firth on the inside, but she is led away by Alexis McCartney. Out of Allen's Factory Supercross, Yetska Hemstock on the 8 plate on the inside of Izzy Hurry into turn number 2. So it is Allen's Factory, sorted race gear, ice bikes and Mabo UK. That's your 1 through 4 at the moment. Erin J. Jackson in there in 5, repping the Midlands crew into that final turn. In and out they go. Alexis McCartney, she's going to pick up this moto win as it stands. Firth isn't done yet though, wants to push her all the way to the line and keep her honest, but McCartney hangs on to the win. 3 on the plate leading out the next motor in race 1, 5, 4. Hannah Drew looking good at the front of the pack at the moment. Annalise Cadman-Carpenter in there behind her. Taylor Lee Mohan in 3. Anya Mata Alonso in 4. Amy Willets in 5. Jamie Elwood in there for that 6th spot in and out of that final turn. Hannah Drew going to pick up this moto win for Pro Start BMX and CH Coaching and Performance. Moving on to the 6 and under little ladies on track, flying in and out of that first corner. 4 of them scrapping it out all day long yesterday, and they're going to do the same today as well. Noah Kerr's out front, but look at the moves coming up the inside. Erin Thorrow's looking to make it stick into turn number 2. Oh, it's getting tight. Kerr tried to close the door, but Thorrow's was having absolutely none of it. So it's Erin leading it out at the moment. Noah Kerr in that 2 spot for Retro Racing. Alice Laurie out of the mid-lengths massive. In there in 3. It is Opal Jones on the 278 in 4. Kerr's thrown it back under in the final turn. So she's now picked up the race lead once again. But here comes Thorrow's down the final straight. Kerr, Thorrow's, that's your 1 and 2 as they cross the line. Alice Laurie in 3. Opal Jones for that top 4 spot. 6 and under boys now out on track. Jack Byrne out front where he's been all weekend long. He's being chased down by Luke Barron as they head for that final turn. Barron then out of the northeast doing all they can to close the gap, but he's being chased down himself by the Outlaws rider. That is Stanley Lockwood picking up a top 3 spot at the moment. Ellis Dowsing's in there in 4. Zucchina's in 5. Dennis Turner in 6. That's how the 6 and unders are going to bring it across the stripe. 7-year-old girls on track. Sophia Rees, Hattie McGoldrick, Esme Anderson and Ada Warner. No Hattie in this one. She's had to turn it in for the day after a nasty crash in moto number 1. But Sophia Rees, Crank BMX Coaching, charging away with this one into the final turn. Rees leading it from Anderson in and out of the final corner. Ada Warner, TNT on the 366. Going to round out the top 3 spots. But Rees picking up another moto win. Race 158 on track. Your British champ leads this one out. Oliver Bridle. Look at this guy tucking into turn number 2. He's leading it through, then being chased down by the YouTube sensation that is Shelby Yates out of Birmingham NRT. Who's the rider in there in 3 as they head for the final turn? I think that could have been Henry Dodd on the 822. Yes, it was Dodd, but he's being chased down by Lewin Jamira, repping the Rab Racing colours down the final straight. Benji Ross Foster in there for 5, but Bridle is your race winner. Second rack of the 7-year-old boys on track. Looks like we've got Isaac Tomlinson, Allen's Factory Supercross charging in and out of turn number 1. Derby BMX Roberts, Catkins in there for that 2, but he's had moves put on him through that 3rd straight. Looks like we've got Runny Means John Joe Blundell in this one on the 393. Look at the moves in the final turn. I think it was Blundell that made it stick. Shuffles Tomlinson back to 2 then, but Blundell going to be that race winner. 8-year-old girls on track, race 160, heading into the second corner. This race is led away by Radco Racing. That's got to be Matilda Hewitt on a charge at the moment. Who's in there behind her? Looks like Maggie Devine, sorted race gear in 366. On the front of her bike, Birmingham BMX. Izzy Moore on the 104, inside the top 3 at the moment. In and out of that final corner they go, and charging down the final straight. Looks like that could be Mabel Pine, I think it is. In there for that top 4 spot as they come across the line. That looks like the Centurions rider in at 6. That was Madeline Malloy. Second rack of the 8-year-old girls for the second set of motos. Race 161 on track. Your British champ, Orla Jewis, leading this one through for Fast Signatures Race Team. Preston Pirates in there behind her. That is Abigail Henning on the 279 plate. In and out of that final corner. Who's picking up 3, 4 and 5? Birmingham BMX in 3. That is Flick Brent Knoll on the 938. The 4 spot going to be Very TK out of the Brunkwood Park, a national race team, with a Luciana Barron out of Telford Flyers in there for that top 5 spots. Looks like we've got the 8-year-old boys out on track. That looks like Teddy Gorman leading this one out at the moment for MK Evolution. Do not forget to head over to the MK Just Giving page. Them guys are looking for a new facility to have their track and their club, because the current track that they've got floods all of the time and they're hardly ever to ride here. But that is not bothering Teddy Gorman one little bit as he picks up that moto win. Yesterday's birthday boy, Rapid Roman Birdfield, on track in race 163. He's leading this one out of that second corner. Riding for Birmingham BMX Club. He's being chased down by your British champion, Joseph Claydon, doing it for Exeter Eagles. Looks like the 700 plate in there as well. That's Albie Blight doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, but he's under all sorts of pressure from Cooper Crowley out of the Bruntwood Park National Race Team, heading down to the line. That's going to be your top 4 with Logan Aceto in 5. More 8-year-old boys heading into that second corner. Looks like we have got Archie Fisher, Redditch Premiers, chasing down your race leader. That looks like it could be Arlo Payne out of Preston Pirates. Yes, it is. So Payne and Fisher, that's your 1 and 2. Where's Frankie Jones? He's in there in 3, doing it for the LCC crew. In and out of that final corner. He's under some pressure, though, from Oscar Rather Fast, heading down the final straight. Rutherford's going to have to settle for the 4 spot for Sorted Race Gear. 9-year-old girls on track, then race 165. Your British champion leads us out. That is Phoebe Millard, Grace Ledgerwood Bar, Megan Keller, Madison Stupple, Ellie Robertson, Layla Dixon and Lauren Snell, all in this race as well. So the 7 ladies charging towards the final turn, but they are all led away by Phoebe Millar. In and out of the final corner, Lauren Snell, Fluent Bicycle Motocross, picking up that 2 spot as he charged towards the line. That's going to be your top 2 spots, with Ellie Robertson out of the Centurions Massive rounding out the top 3 spots. Tallulah Widdowson on track. It is 2-2 repping the Team Bunnies colours in there in 6 at the moment. But your race leader looks like Absolute Bicycle Motocross. That is Ella Grant on the 889, looking to pick up her second moto win of the day so far. She's being chased down by the Preston Pirate. That is Amika Gibson on the 138 plate, in and out of that final corner. The Northeast in there inside the top 3. That's Alice Barron on the 508, but she's under all sorts of pressure as they bring it down the final straight. Looks like that could be the 745 of Tessa Johnson, having to settle for the 4 spot on the line. 9-year-old boys exited turn number 2, and that was Christian Garbashik throwing in that perfect high-low in the corner. So he's worked his way to lead the race from Seb Perry as they're heading to the final turn. Who is the Brunty crew inside the top 3? Gotta be Seth Robinson on the 754, but it is Garbachik taking that moto win down to the line.
Wilson 168, Big Hens, Henry Sullivan taking it to the skies. He's in there in 1, Elliot Hatch in 2. That looks like Alexander Gilbert in 3. MK Evolution's Charlie Blakeburn. If you haven't signed the Get MK a New BMX Track petition, if you could sign it, that would be fabulous. Thank you very much. It's on change.org. They've got about 1,300 signatures so far. We need to get Milton Keynes to a place where they are not going to flood. So your support would be appreciated. Onto 169, Jake Avis, Dominic Zapanos going 1 and 2. The 237. That's Harley Laker out of the Hawks. He's in there in 3. Team Bunnies, Jensen Me going through in 4. Ned Wills for Pro Star in 5. And Eli Northcott as well. Out of Decoy, but it's going to be Avis and Zapanos going 1 and 2. Moto 170. Felix Aquino, Oliver Ford, Joseph O'Brien, Oscar Sanders. Although he doesn't seem to be on track because I can't see that Sinead Reed kit. Xavier Darley, Callum Wood, and Leo Brits. And Brits is getting involved in there in about 3 at the moment. The rider out of the Hawks is Oliver Ford. He's in there in 5. Well, they are all chasing down Callum Wood out of Decoy. Taking it to the line with Bristol Jets in there in 2. That'll be Felix Zakina. '76 is Ethan White on the 761, being followed by Oakley Hill. Those two guys going to be battling, I think, in the later rounds. Emerson Tucker's in there. Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Going through in about, 5th at the moment. Teddy Hayes, Nathan Franklin, Noah Northcott, and Oscar Marco in the mix as well. Moto number 172. River Henderson, Abby Graham, Molly Tomlinson, Holly Bishop, and Emma Dean. It is Holly in 1, Molly in 2. River Henderson in 3. That is Moto 172, Moto 173. Holly Webb, Eliza Powell, Beth Worley, Charlie Hargreaves, Cara Cross, and Arabella Denton. Arabella in there in that 4th spot. Rocking the Brixton jersey, chasing down Cara Cross. And, all looking good. Right, so Moto 174, I think it is on track. I was just being filled in by Lewis on a status update on Caitlin Ellis, who took a tumble yesterday. Caitlin's pretty banged up at the moment, so Caitlin, don't suppose you are watching the live feed right now, but if you are, get well soon. Or should I say, get well soon, our kids. Just get recovered. Get back on it with the studies and, just look after yourself. So, Caitlin Ellis, get well soon. From me and Lewis up at commentary. As we move on to A Moto, some description. And I don't know which one it is. Let's have a look. Sinead's Reed Academy. Ollie Bird, there you go. Moto number 176. Chester Growcock, Tom Giles, Seb Staines, Gabriele Serra, Jake James and William Arnold all in this one. Looks like Thomas Giles is taking it to the line. Growcock's under a bit of pressure from Ollie Bird. Bird gets the 2. Growcock for the 3. BRE coming in 5. That would have been William Arnold. Also 177, Ethan Shaw out in front. I've got a feeling that might be Jack Kitchen in there in 2. Rocco Westwood. Back there in 5, we've got George Spencer, Alexi Carlos, Elliot Worley, Eric Kincaid as well. Those guys all in the mix in Moto 177, 178. Oscar Ryder Bays, Alistair Kane, Tobias Groves, Anna in Marklew, Roman James White, Jack Griggs and Benjamin Tanzer. And it is SVT Mongoose's Tobias Groves out in front. Annalise riding for the Hawks. He's in there in about 6 at the minute. That's going to be LVG's Jack Griggs in that 3rd position. Not sure who the rider is in there in 2. Can't quite catch the number. But he's doing a grand job, whoever he is. Race 179. Dougie Johnson, Jesse Rose, Blake Mellier, Kenny Harradine, Rexford, Jack Haynes, and Oakley Lewis Fields. Oakley in there in about, 3rd at the moment, 3rd or 4th. Doing it for Teamer. Jack Haynes, LCC. They are keeping us fed and watered up here. LCC were offering to bring Bruce over as well. Gemma and the crew looking after us. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. Although I did miss my pancakes this morning. I was highly gutted about that one. I should have gone over, really. That's what I should have done. Pancakes with Biscoff. Have you tried it? It's the new garlic bread. It's the future. I've tasted it. So, as we move on, these are the 11-year-old boys, are they? Oh, no. I'll be on the young ladies. We are. These are the young ladies. Trixie Trays and Erin Holmes are in the same moto again. The birthday girls, I will give them another birthday shout out as they are in together. But you got Aria Rosalie, Betty Wills, Isla Milne, Lily Walker and Grace Hudak trying to spoil the party. But Erin and Trixie, happy birthday. Moto 182 on track. Rachel Pritchard's doing it to cheer her brother up, Joel. She's in there in 2, chasing down Peckham's Freyham on 40. Izzy Dolan, Bonnie Dudley, Jamie Puddock and India Bennett. All in the mix as well. This is Moto 182. As they go in and out of that final corner, is still Peckham out in front. That's going to be Freya. Izzy's worked her way up into 2. Rachel in 3, Bonnie in 4. And the 2 ladies heading up to the line. The 13 of India Bennett. And Jamie Puddock in there as well. As Finn Munro goes past me in Moto number 183. Ronnie Walwork in there as well, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Arlo Steinmetz, Josiah Berg, Leo Bradley, Jamie Robertson, Clayton Southart in 5, but it's Finn Munro taking the win. Moto 184, Murray Watson in there in 3rd position, doing it for BMX Widow Photography. Jacob Anderson in 1, that's the 7 plate belonging to Teddy Jones from LCC. In there in 2, Alfie Powell doing it for Decoy. Oliver Riches, Green Machine Tribe. He's going to be there or thereabouts. Ewan Sauter and Jaden O'Connell. As the 11s carry on with Ollie Warner. Radco Racing have got that Sunday kit. That's Sebastian Hewitt. Ollie Todd doing it for Peterborough. Freddie Ray Orlands. Doing it for LCC out in front. Otto Parr, Hugo Dayton and Joshua Coates in the mix as well. Go to number 186. That looks like the Land Shark, Ronnie Wood. I don't think I've actually called him the Land Shark this weekend. He's missed his nickname, but he's out there in front. That's Fast Signatures in there in 2. Blackpool BMX Club in 3. So that's Ted Harvey in that 3rd spot. Jack Swales in the 2. The Land Shark doing sharky things out in front, swimming around, biting stuff. That's what sharks do. Also number 187, Edward Cordery. Kyle and Gordon, 2 and 3. They are chasing down Connor, the Hitman Hemphill. Isaac Jones doing it for Smiley's Flight Club. Rex Beasley, feels like I haven't seen Rex for ages. Had a chat with his dad yesterday. Always good to catch up with Scott. But he's there in that 4th spot. Rex, not Scott, I might add. As we move on to Moto 188, the 12-year-old young ladies. The 11 of Freya Harris doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross, being chased down by Grace Gerard from Hard Knocks. Caitlin Bird's in there in 3 for Team Mind with Olivia Webb. Going through in 4, Sadie McSwitty. Back in about 6, battling with the rider out of Cumbernauld, Elizabeth Graham. Ocean Headley's doing it for Peckham. And Millie Ross getting stuck in as well. Elizabeth Lola Poole. Sorted Race Gear. Poppy May Kirby. Green Machine Tribe, but it's Elsie Blight in there in that 2nd spot. Seren Pritchard's inside the top 4. Lainey Cordin in 5. I've got a feeling that's Samia Hughes in 3. And we had Lucy Stevenson in the mix as well. Lauren Keller, Paige Cathcart, Cunnison, Brooke Fawcett. Iris and Brooke going 1 and 2. Mara McCarran's doing it for Radco Racing, pushing hard. Battling with Amelia Martin and the Cumbernauld rider Holly Hume. Paige Cathcart Cunnison doing it for Warm BMX. But it's going to be Hyder and Fawcett going 1 and 2. Race 191. We've kept an eye on the 12-year-olds this weekend. Some hot and heavy racing. James Bibby out in front. Isaac the Sender Smith in there in 3. Chasing down Leighton Harding. Sam Riches going through in about 5. He's got Oliver Taylor to deal with from MK Evolution. As the Rab Racing lot look on. Ant's not got his sailing pants on today, Sam. I don't know what that's all about. But I did notice he was driving a new car. Every time I see Ant, he's got a new car. I don't know how you put up with it, Sam. So, anyway, Jack Devine and Archie Bell, I think that was. And Leo. Oh, dear me. Zach Everly. Dad's well going to have to get the the sport key out after that one. God, I'm a spanner. Can't even speak at the minute. Oh, so let me talk. Oh. Bit of carnage in moto number 194, I think that was. The 33, belonging to Noah Ford. He's in there in about 5. Oops, 908. Oh, that bike sounds well wonky. Ethan Ludlow. Dad's going to have a look at that one. Unless it's the strap of the knee pad catching on the spokes. Doesn't sound good, though. Also 195. More 12-year-olds. Ronnie Payne, Max Bojang took a tumble yesterday. Was it Lawrence? I think it was Lawrence, actually, who took the tumble. There's Marcus Mullen doing it for Allen's BMX. Out in front, Ronnie Payne in there in 2. Charlie Cotton in 3. Jacob Aston going through with a strong 4. Well done, Jacob. We like that. Looking good in that mid-length jersey. As Moto 196 comes towards me, Adrian Galitis in this one. In there in 2. He's got to chase down Mr. Itai Jamira. Thomas Allen for Retro Racing in about 6. Chasing down the rider from the north. I think that's Theo Davis from CGR. Bram Heaver's in there. Harry Swales and Noah Bagwell. Bagwell in 4th. Chasing down Harry Swales in 3. Race 197, 13-year-olds, Amara 5, Clara Salmond, Isabella Gerard, Martha Cotton, Georgia Surtees, Molly Fumey Carroll, and Esme Ward out in front. MCR's Martha Cotton in 2. Bella Gerard for Hard Knocks in 3 with Molly Fumey Carroll. Braintree working away on the inside and just taking that position away in the corner. Clara Salmon's in there as well. Fatima. Looks like Bella's going to give up a couple of positions and end up in about 5. I'll hand you on to Lewis. 198, Lewis.
Second ruck of the 13-year-old on track. Holly Diver, Naya O'Connell, Dakota Tucker, Anushka Jones, Ruby Warren, Nora Siret and Allegra True all charging in to that final turn and back out again. It is looking like Ruby Warren going to pick up this moto win. Yesterday's winner in the 13-year-old girls riding out of Pure Bicycles. 13-year-old boys on track. Where is Lawrence Bojang in this moto? He's in that 2 spot, having a good old scrap with a 155 plate off Fergus Suter. Out of the Centurions Massive over on that second corner. But the race is led away by Kurt Storkis, charging for that final turn. Storkis leads it. Bojang and Suter in there behind him. The rusting up rider looking up the inside of Suter in that final corner. That was Gilmore Green, but Green's going to have to settle for that 4th spot as Suter hangs on to 3. JP's on track. Mabo UK leading it from Warren BMX race team. Looks like that is Max Vass on the 12 plate out of Runnymede Rockets. Them 2 guys running away with this moto as it stands. Harry Tyers in there behind in the 3 spot, looking like the Brunty crew in there as well. That's got to be Sam Dolan, I think it is. It is Dolan hanging on to that top 4 as they bring it down to the stripe with Hunter van der Malion repping that Dutch jersey in 5. James Miller, Ethan Howell going 1 and 2 in race 201. In the 13-year-old open category, Dylan Spence out of Team Bunnies in there in 3. So it is GT Factory, Evolve Collective and Team Bunnies. That's your 1, 2, 3 as it stands. Looking like Adam Arnold's getting busy into that final turn, making moves around the outside of Hayden Cartwright, who's just been shuffled back to the 5 spot. So Arnold then rounding out the top 4 positions. Charlie Craig on track, 20 plate on the bike, the 15 in there behind him. That looks like it is Oliver Arnold out of Smiley's Flight Club. So he's now being chased down by the Allen's Factory rider. That is the new addition, Tom Palmer, heading for the final corner, looking for a way round. In and out they go, but it's all about Charlie Bob Craig out front. He's going to pick up this moto win down to the stripe, as it's tight on the line for the 2 spot, but it was Arnold hanging on to it. Ethan Rogers, Mabo UK, leading out the next moto from the 10 plate out of Green Machine Tribe. That is Thomas Honeywell, Josh Jepson, Frankie Griffin, Sully Collis, Xavi Fox Cooper, and Jacob Scrivener all out on track as well. Jacob in this one doing it for the Bruntwood Park National Race Team and Gosport National Race Team. Sorry, that's Xavi and Jacob in there for Bruntwood and Gosport, but your race winner was Ethan Rogers. Race 204, Riley Butt in this one, and he's coming out of lane number 1, and he's charging towards that first turn. Where is Mark Torzidlo? He's been shuffled back to about 4 as the move came from Louis Kacharik in that first corner. So Radco Racing finding themselves in the top 3 spot at the moment. The 21 plate trying to work his way through. That is Stanley Farmer out of Retro Racing and a bit of Braintree BMX Club. So it's Butt and Farmer. That's your 1 and 2. Kacharik's getting busy in there in 3. Torzidlo's not done yet. Looking up the inside in the final turn and makes his stick. So that shuffles the Radco rider back 1 place into that 4 spot. Here comes Torzidlo with a late charge to the line. Going to go from 4 to 2 in that final corner and last straight. 14-year-old girls on track, 4 ladies racing into turn number 2. Your British champion Emily Eaton leads this one out for Pro Star BMX. Rin Gianolino in there in that 3 spot. She's chasing down Katie Millar, who occupies the 2 spot, heading for the final corner. That's going to be Ellie Moore on the 12 plate out of Birmingham BMX inside the top 4. So it is Eaton, Millar, Gianolino, Moore. That's your 1 through 4. That's how they're going to take it across the stripe. Second rack, the 14-year-old girls heading towards turn number 2. Jalila Patel is leading this race out. Where is Sidonie Cleve? She's in there in 3, trying to look for a move on Libby Copping as they enter that second corner. Didn't quite make it stick, so now it is Maddie the Baddie coming back towards Cleve, looking for a top 3 spot as he head for the final turn. A fire pick out of Exeter Eagles in this one as well, in 5. Last straight action, then Copping's not done yet. Pushing Patel to the line, keeping her honest. Who's going to get the 1 spot? It's going to be Patel, Copping, Cleve in that order. 14-year-old boys are now on track. Ronnie Richards, Edward Miller and William Knowles. It is Knowles leading this one out. Richards in there behind him. Who's picking up the 3 spot? Got to be Miller heading into the final turn. Yes, it is Miller repping the Preston Pirates gang down that final straight, but Knowles and Richards, that's your 1-2. Oh, Freddie Richards hits the deck. Freddie Richardson, hits the deck and swallows up. Not quite sure who the other fallen rider was, but out on track we are looking at Ned Guppy leading it from Milo Weller and Nate Hamilton. That's your 1, 2, 3. Nathaniel Eames is in there in 4. Hamilton working his way up the inside into turn number 3. Weller shuffled back then to that 3 spot, so it is going to be Guppy, your race winner. Hamilton, Weller, Eames chilling his way to a top 4 spot as they bring it across that line. Put your hands together for Freddie Richardson, ladies and gents. He's up, finishing his lap. Always good to see. The other fallen rider was Benjamin Dean, who's back up and also finishing his lap. Put your hands together for them 2 guys as we look at race 209. More open 14-year-old category action coming your way. Your British champion is Tyres leading it into the turn. Where is Toby Lynch? He looked like he was in about 4th into the turn, and he's still there. He's being chased down by Ben Millington. That's got to be Hindley in there in 3, having a cracking lap, looking at the inside of Todd Smith. Norman into the final corner. Lynch throws in a high-low of his own, so it's still Tyres and Norman. That's your 1-2. Hindley's going to hang on to that top 3. Lynch for 4, Millington in 5. That looked like Buttery in 6. That one was a stacked moto. Shaw on track on the 6 plate heading towards turn number 2. Where is Harry Donald? Repping BMXHype.com and Mixos Group. In and out of that second corner, he's picking up the 3 spot, chasing down Logan Young, who's in there in 2. Shaw, Young, Donald, Shenton's in there in the 4 spot. Looks like Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there as well. That's Freddie Warwork inside the top 5. But it is all about Isaac Shaw taking the race win. Brody Geddes on track in race 211. Heading through the second straight. He's being chased down by the 13 of Harry Bailey. into turn number 2. The 32 plate of Oliver Taylor out of Preston Pirates is in there as well, mixing it up in a top 3 spot, but he's under pressure from Pro Start's Freddie Parkinson, heading for the final corner. Parkinson racing up an age group into this 14-year-olds category, and he's doing all he can to close the gap on Taylor, who's just in front of him, not quite going to get close enough. He'll have to settle for 4. Little Corty's on track, your world number 7, Rab Racing leading out race 2-1-2. In and back out of that second corner, Elvis Lawrence and Robin Matter Alonso doing all they can. They're swarming and swarming all over his back wheel. Lawrence, who's made his move and gone from 2 to 1. So it is Cotty being shuffled back, then he's under pressure still from Alonso as he head down the final straight. Cotty's going to hang on to 2 and Alonso for 3. Looks like Heath Osborne got a little bit sideways as he entered that second straight then, but he's managed to stick it up right to carry on through, and he's leading this one by a couple of bike lengths at the moment. He's come up short again, so that means that he's under pressure from Leo Cranston as he enters that final turn. Where's Dexter Beer up? He's in there in about 4 at the moment, being chased down by the Braintree rider. That looks like it could be Braden Duffy, Maxwell Lawrence, who was in there in that 5 spots. As we move on to the 15-year-old girls, 2 motors of these ladies coming at you into that second turn. Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop, Brown out front, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Grace Burge out of Green Machine Tribe in there into the E4 and the 4. That's your 1 and 2 spots as it stands. Team Minder Bournemouth in there in 3 with Lucy Gardner, Lottie McFarlane. Not quite sure what happened to Lottie. She's at the back at the moment. Looks like she might have taken a tumble on that second straight. Let's hope that she's all right. As Eliza French goes through for 4. Race 2-1-5. You are looking at Ailey Watson leading this one out. The 804 in there in 2. That is Summer Glynn riding out of the Irish crew. She's being chased down by Ola Cooper and Ruby Walford in there in 3 and 4 as they head for the final turn. I can hear Mrs. Cooper over on the first straight, cheering on Ola as she comes out of that final corner, chasing down Summer Glynn as they bring it down to the stripe. Watson going to be your race winner. 15-year-old boys now on track. Ty DS, check him out into turn number 2. Supercross Factory leading this one out. Who's in there with him? He's being chased down by what looks like one BMX race team. That is Eden Boone. Alex Dunkley's inside the top 3 for Evolve Collective, heading into the final corner. That is Dylan Powell out of Nuneaton BMX Club in there in 4. But it's all about Ty DS picking up that moto win. Next up, race 2-1-7. Ollie Kirby, Green Machine Tribe is out front in this moto. That looks like it could be BMX Woodard Photography in there as well. That's Eric McSwitty picking up the 3 spot, looking for a way round you and Beat as they go into turn number 2. Back out they come is still McSwitty in 3, Beat in 2. Here comes the rider out of the mid-lengths. That is Oliver Sim looking for a way into a top 3 spot, but he's under pressure himself from the assorted race gear rider. That was Mason Groves, didn't quite make it stick. So Groves is going to have to settle for 5 as Kirby picks up that moto win. Rufus Cosinu on a track, chasing down the 4 plate of Lucas Seeley in and out of that second corner. Rab Racing leading it out then. Where is the fluent rider? That's Oliver James. He's in there in the 2 spot at the moment. He's being chased down by Rusty Nut Racing's Freddie Franklin. That looks like it could be Rufus in there inside the top 4 down the final straight. But your race winner gotta be Lucas Seeley. Race 2-1-9 on track. Freddie Entwistle, where is he? He's out front for Birmingham NRT, being chased down by the Cumbernauld Centurion rider. That is David Fairley on the 44 plate. So that's your 1 and 2 as he exit turn number 2. MK Evolutions, Ollie to Blanche in there in 3 on the 37 plate, heading towards that final turn. Looks like that could be Thomas McGovern in there inside the top 4 as well. But down the last straight, it's all about Birmingham National Race Team and Freddie Entwistle taking that moto win. Amos Guppy on track, smooth as you like, heading through that second straight. He's leading this one out. Bradley James looking like he's in there in that 3 spot. Oh, he's stuck a move on Harvey Tomlinson in that second corner. So that shuffles Tomlinson back to 4. He picked up a podium in yesterday's final and he wants to do the same today, but he's under pressure from Jamira in the final turn. So it's going to be Guppy, James. That looks like Birmingham NRT's Lucas Osborne in there for 3. Harvey Tomlinson 4. Elijah Jamira in 5, Emmy Seawood in 6. That one was absolutely stacked with big names. 16-year-old girls on track. Jess Marriott, Ruby Moores, Carly Hayes, Lexi Waite, Alexis McCartney and Smiley Maloney. Pretty sure Lexi Waite was yesterday's winner. She's in there in 3 at the moment. Ruby Moores though leading this one out. It looks like your British champ Summer Glynn in there in that 2 spot at the moment, being chased down by Waite. B Strong Race Team It is going to be Moores taking that moto win, though. Race 222 now out on track. Gotta be Lottie Etmani on the 675, charging into that second corner, repping the Pro Start BMX colours. Where's Sophie Elwood out of Bristol Jets? She's in there at the moment. It looks like it could be Elwood, I think. Yes, it is. I was looking for a Bristol jersey. It's crucial, though, in that 2 spots. Sophie Elwood picking it up down the final, straight behind Etmani as they take it across the line. 16-year-old boys out on track then. Who are we taking a look at? Got to be the 2-plate of Eli Smith. Leading this one out, Finn Collis in there as well in that 2 spot. He's being chased down by Caden Dunn and Lewis Collins-Nemo. Out of the Titans. Having a great weekend is Lewis, heading out of that final turn inside the top 4 spot. But Rab Racing going to take that moto win. Yeah, world number 5 on track. Kai Bowen leading this one out for Peckham BMX. And stay strong, Clark and Kenny's racing up an age group. Took the win yesterday all the way from lane number 8. If you're racing on this track this weekend, you know how impressive that is. He's chilling his way into that final turn, being chased down though by Nathan Baratta. Malachi O'Reilly in this one as well. Sean Brown in 4. That looks like MK Evolution in the mix as well, with John O'Harradine doing it for all of the single ladies out there. He's going to take a top 3 spot on the line. Noah Everly on track then. Race number 225. He's now looking for a way round the Evolve rider, heading for turn number 2. That is Henry Rayner. So Rayner and Everly, that's your 1-2. Kai Blaine's in there in 3, doing it for Team Aaron Andover. In and out of that second corner, looking like Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there as well. That's Joe Little, but he's under all sorts of pressure as Bradley Davison looks to make his mark on this race and work his way into a top 4 spot, but it's Little hanging on down the final straight. Everly's made his move to take the moto win. Who's going to get the 4 spot? I think Little just hung on to it at the line. Race 226, Ollie Coppin leads this one out into the second turn. Joe Penton-Vogt, Rusty Not Racing. He's in there in that 2 spot. Looks like Hot Shots in there as well. Samuel Millington on the 54 plate, repping Royston Rockets BMX Club. The Centurion's got a couple of riders in this one. That's Scott McCallum and Alexander Ferns. Theo Robbins out of Team A in there in that 6th spot, but your race winner going to be Ollie Copping. 17 to 18-year-old women now out on track. 15 on the plate, Megan Gerard, Rab Racing, Alexa Ayalola, Annabelle Charlton, Esme Brook, Lexi Carruthers, Lacey Beard and Molly Simpson all on track. Esme in that 2 spot, picked up a podium yesterday on her return to national racing, repping the Mabo UK Sunday colours, as is Megan Gerard's Rab Racing's Megan Gerard repping the Rab Racing Sunday colours. That was that went...
Yeah, that's a tongue twister, that.
That means I need to sit down for a minute now.
Yeah, it does. Grab a biscuit, Lewis. Right, moving on. Yetska Hemstock and Fumio Jeremy Hepburn having a bit of a battle in that final turn. Fumi taking the win in that one. Tilly McCrum in 3. I think that's Rosie O'Brien in 4. 17 to 18-year-old boys going absolutely hell below. They're down that 3rd straight. George Gerard, Hard Knocks bike coaching in that final turn. Arne Esselmont right on his back wheel. Here comes Esselmont looking for the late charge. Is he going to get it? No, he's not. Mallon for the 4. Alex Stokes for the 6. But he had some serious company in that moto, that's for sure. Josh Williams, Sam Hamblin, Cody Whittaker, Alfie Thompson, Elliot Brook, Reece Steele and Jack Cameron in moto number 230. And it is Williams taking the win from Hamblin. That looked like Elliot Brook coming across in 3, race 231. Burgess, Duran, Dyer, Malio, Clark, David and Granger. Charlie Granger in there in 3. That looks like Thomas Duran out in front. Don't think there's any Max Burgess in this one after that tumbling moto number 1. Callum David doing it for Braintree. But it is Doran taking the win from Clark and Granger. As we move on, Jaden Fawcett. Hard Knocks bike coaching out in front. Che Young out of Fluent, chasing him down that straight. 2 different lines as they go towards that final turn. Jumps and manuals, hop off the table, across the roller. It's a bigger gap than you think it is. Force it, just giving it up at the line. Green in there in 4. In that very nice BMX Race Hub jersey that you could win as part of the BMX Race Hub competition, which is on Instagram. 1729 female Hannah Drew. The raffle tickets, by the way, are going to be drawn after after the end of the motos, basically. So there's plenty of prizes in there. Signed jersey from Beth Shriver, amongst other things. Plenty of alcohol. Not that I'm going to stereotype the Scots in any way, but there is plenty of it. There's Evie Webster and Imogen Gibson go down straight number 3. There are a lot of prizes in the raffle. So you got one chance left, I think, to buy some tickets. As we move on, and we have the 2 of Emily Green, Green Machine Tribe, on track being chased by Annabelle Townsend from Team That's going to be Izzy Hurry in there in 4, battling away with, I think it's Lydia Webber from the Titans. Nisa Wong's in there, doing it for DC Cycles, Iron Woman Award, riding 2 bikes. She's chasing Alicia Linscott to the line. Meanwhile, the 014 of Finley Clark, Birmingham National Race Team, out in front of Daniel Kay from Maybo UK, Hayden Green. Absolute Bicycle Motocross and Rise Up Fitness. He's in there in 3. Is he going to steal that 2? I think he did. Grieg in there in 5. Doing it for Preston Pirates. Race 237, Keanu Schaefer-Cohen in the top 3. Josh Wallace right there, and Benchy Fitzsimmons as well on the back wheel. Out front looks like Crucial's Brinley Savage. Callum Chard Maple in there in 2. No sign of Jaden Seward after his crash yesterday. He's a bit banged up, is Jaden. Still, hasn't ruined his good looks, so that's perfectly fine. Tyrese Bradshaw showing you exactly how to ride that 3rd straight. Braintree's Eddie Cannons, the hitman. You blow your legs off. He's in there in 2. Scrapping it out with Oliver Cope. Doing it for Injury Mechanics and Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Race 239, the Masters. Want to send out a big get well soon to Scott Beaumont of the 96 podcast. Absolutely mullered himself yesterday on that final straight. He's going to be off the bike for a little while. We know he's such a fan, he'll be watching the live feed. Scott, get well soon. He don't crash very often, Scott Beaumont, but yesterday was a big one. So, as we move on, his dueling partner, Billy Luckhurst, out in front. Sean Issett. Sean, have they spelled the name right on your jersey? I heard they hadn't. He's in there in 2. Oh! Billy Irwin getting together with someone. That's not only Chris Granger who lies on the floor in the final turn. Today he had a roll round with David James. Fraser Watson leading out Matt Barnard. We've got Simon Homans in there in 3. I think Martin Ogden he's not in that one, is he? Wrong class. Right, more veterans action. Here he comes, Danny T, Crucial Racing. Battling with the 2 of Mr. Boudet, I think he's scrapping it out with. Zoltan Boudet. Matthew Trincart's in this one. Hayden Taroa in there somewhere as well. Hayden's in that 4th spot. Ian Milne coming through as well, chasing down the rider from Peterborough. Dylan Dixon. As we look at, Brett Knight taking to the skies and scaring the living daylights out beyond the way past. Stu Little's in there in 3. That's going to be Neil Waddington in 4. And we've also got Daniel Curry, George and Patrick Graham in there as well. As we move on to the Grand Veterans. Steve McClue, Alan Hill, Stephen Fortune, Dominic Elliott, Christus Chalkos and Martin Oggy Ogden. Hilly in 1, Oggy in 2. Fortune in 3. Dominic Elliott in there in 4. We've got no Steve McClue. He had a tumble yesterday. So he's opted to sit today out. But it's going to be Hilly and Oggy. It's like the Pro Class 1996 all over again. They're going to go 1 and 2. Right, on to Championship Women. Emily Hutt doing it for Be Strong. Out in front, Lucy Simpson, Elizabeth Bound, Annalise Cabin Carpenter and Sabina Ashman. You're 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. It's Emily out in front, Lucy pushing hard in 2. Maggie Bound round her back wheel going into that final corner. There's no doubt who's going to take it, Emily Hutt. It's going to be Simpson, Bound, Cadman Carpenter and Sabina Ashman. As the second rack of Championship Women head down the hill, Bethany Shriver, Olympic champion from Tokyo, out in front, rocking the 911. Getting those full laps in Lily Chiziwa in there in 3, chasing down Megan Roy, Lorianne Carruthers as well. No Freya the Slayer. Seen Freya with her arm in a sling this morning. Get well soon, Slayer. So Shriver taking the win. Who's going to get the 2? Chiziwa up on the back wheel of Megan Roy. Megan's going to hold it on. Chiziwa for 3. Lorianne Carruthers for 4. Hold on to your hats, Junior Open, heading down the hill. Into the turn we go. In and out, absolute bicycle motocross. Looks like Webster. 1 rider's hit the deck, 2 riders down, including Curtis Copeland. That's Jake Hart in there in 3. Chasing down Thomas Miller. Ben Weiss in 4, the 157. Lucas Webster down in that turn. Jaden Green as well. It's going to be Absolute, followed by Moto 1. Second rack of Junior Open heading down the hill. Larkins on the inside. James Clitheroe working his way into a hole shot. He's got it. Ruben Byrne in there as well. Finley Hoff. Oh, one rider down. Got a feeling that was Finn Phillips. James Clitheroe, no such problems. It's all getting mixed up in the middle of the pack. It's Clitheroe, Byrne, J-Teal, Simpson, Davis, Ben Larkins, your top 4 at the minute. Finley Hoff in there in 5, Cody Coker in 6. Clitheroe takes the win, Byrne in 2. J-Teal, Simpson, Davis and Ben Larkins. C49, Roy, Isidore, Marnham and Bell. 4 riders heading towards that first turn. Quillen, Isidore. Another hole shot from yesterday's winner. Out front, looking good. Charlie Roy in there in 2. Marnham in 3. Harrison Bell, the local rider, in 4. He knows every inch of this track. He's going to try and make it pay as they go down that third straight. For Pure Bicycles, Quillen, Isidore picking up the win. Charlie Roy, Joss Marnham and Harrison Bell. Right, no George Hunt in this one after his tumble this morning, literally in the last lap of practice. Sharrock on the inside, but it's Cornish picking up the whole shot. Cornish, Strickland, Sharrock, 1, 2, 3. Casey Markley in 4. Floating across the pro section. Cornish looking good. He's admitted to me that he's actually started to wear some body armour, which is not a bad thing. So Cornish is going to get the win. Strickland, Sharrock, and Markley. Right, round 2 of motos is done. We're going to move on to round 3. Oh. Woo.
Looks like we are ready to go racing with our third set of motos, ladies and gents. Our 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are all on the gate. You've got until the end of these motos to get the last of your entries in for the new sign design over on BMX Race Hub's channel. Don't forget there is a free BMX Race Hub jersey that you can win, which are very nice. Don't forget our traders over at Trader Village, Traders Row. Pure Bikes over there, Crucial Racing, DC Cycles. Pretty sure Sorted are there, yes they are. Feel like I'm missing someone that's over there. Don't forget, if you want any of your Kebab House Race Team merch, they're over at the Team Air Gazebo. Go and see Graham Stark. Although they've not bought a trader tent this weekend, they've still got a few bits and pieces available. We are back racing, ladies and gents. Race 251. Heading for the first corner. United 12-year-old cruisers are getting busy. That's got to be Cotton. Merseyside BMX Club on an absolute charge. Cotton leads the moto through the second straight. Fast Signatures in there behind him. That is Harry Swales on the 18. The template coming on through for a top 3 spot at the moment. That is Max Livingstone out of Gosport National Race Team. The pressure that was coming from Huey Hall, looking for a way into a top 3 spot. He's in 4th at the moment. Last turn action, Cotton and Swales looking clear of the rest of the pack. Hall looking to chase Livingstone down the final straight. Livingstone's going to hang on to that top 3. Hall for 4. Charlie Labras on track, leading out race 252 for the Bradford Bandits. On that 14 plate, Jet Thompson and Taylor Hall are in this one as well. It looks like it is Thompson and Hall going through in 2 and 3. Who's in 4? That has got to be Holly Bishop. Doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team. She's picked up the 24-inch wheels this weekend, and she's putting in a cracking shift down that final straight. They're chasing down Hall towards the line. Who's going to get the top 3 spot? Looks like DC Cycles Hall is going to hang on to it. Bishop for the 4. GT Factory on track. Leighton Harding leading out the next moto in the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. His Bournemouth compatriot in there with Emotion King on the 13 plate, racing for Team Mind. Mr. Sigma Riz and Mabo UK picking up that top 3 spot. That is Rocco Westwood in and out of the final corner. He's being chased down by Arlo Steinmetz out of Burnham BMX on the 006. Looking to bring it home to the line in that top 4 spots. 13-14 cruisers now on track. Little Cotty leads this one out. Your national champion from last year. Heading towards the final turn. That's got to be DC Cycles. Logan Young in there behind him. Robin Matten Alonso looking like he's out for a Sunday stroll down that final straight. He's going to cruise his way to a top 3 spots. As we look at race 255 in and out of that first corner. Crank BMX coaching leads it out from Hunter van der Malien. It is Knowles and Malien out front. Then the 8 plate in there in 4. That's Sam Dolan out of the Bruntwood Park National Race Team, who's picking up a top 3 spot as they come on round. Looks like Lucas Stoneman out of Bath BMX on the 25X plate. That is Aaron Hickman out of the Bradford Bandits inside the top 5, heading in and out of the final turn and down to the line. Knowles is your race winner. Todd Smith-Dotman on track. Newton Hindley's in there behind him, a former world champion on his 24-inch bike. Alfie Sim in this one as well, doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. He's got a bit of work to do. He's looking for a way round. It looks like he's blown a chain. But he's still putting in a cracking lap, looking to pick up a top 5 spot into the final turn. He's getting busy. Elbows are flying. He's going at it with the team here rider. That is Toby Duff. Sim's going to hang on to that 5 spot. Duff shuffle back to 6. Race 257, more 13-14 cruiser action. That looks like Bruce Anthony chasing down your race leader, Hadley Harding out of GT Factory. Into that final turn, they go and back out. Freddie Woolworth doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. He's here having a good old battle with what looks like the hotshot rider. That has got to be, I think that's Benjamin Dean out of Royston Rockets. 15-16 cruisers, last year's national number 3, Eric McSwitty leads out this moto for BMX Widow Photography as his dad watches on from the commentary position over on the first straight. Who's in there behind him? Looks like that's got to be Evolved Collectives. Jack Walford looking for a way round McSwitty, not quite going to find it. McSwitty, Walford 1 and 2. That looked like it was. Hot Shots, Jacob Warren in 3. Sean Brown on track, Ice Bikes looking to pick up a national championship this year on that 24-inch bike, if all goes to plan. He's had a cracking start to the season. 3 wins from 3 so far. He's going to take that moto win. Race 260, Joe Little, John O'Harradine, Max Surridge, Theo Camp, Alison Milborn and Isaac Caulfield. John O'Harradine doing it for all of the single ladies out there in MK Evolution. He's looking for a partner for life, is Jono. He's doing a cracking job in this race, though. Out front, down the final straight. Under a bit of pressure from Joe Little, but he's going to hang on to it to go 1 and 2 with Little. 30-plus women's cruiser now out on track. DC Cycles leading this one out. Anita Wong doing it for the Hawks. She's being chased down by Team Bunnies. They've got 2 riders in this one. Marsha Brook is in there in 2. And that looks like it is the 19 plate in there in 6. That is Lisa Tarling. So, Manda Hemstock picking up the 3 spot, doing it for Ice Bikes. So it's Wong, Brook, Hemstock. That's your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Ruth Ford is in there inside the top 4. It looks like Josephine Burston in there in 5. Tarling's in 6. But your race winner going to be Anita Wong. Michelle Stupple leads out the next moto aboard that 1 bike, doing it for Gosport National Race Team. Who's in this one with her? Looking like we've got Nikki Sitch picking up the 3 spot as it stands. Liam Eden, he's in there in the 2. Who's in there inside the top 4? Looking like it is Karen Evans out of Cornwall. Not sure where Annie is in this moto. Looks like we lost 2 riders in the next one, though. That was Grace Turner and Leanne McLaughlin. They're both up and finishing their laps. So put your hands together for them 2 ladies, ladies and gents. Rebecca Gold, Lee Pendleton, Fawn Clements. That's your front 3 in race number 263. Preston Pirates in this one as well. Suzanne Jenkins heading towards the final corner. But it's all about Rebecca Gold in at that moto. 40 to 44-year-old cruisers up on the gates. When it is 2 o'clock. 40 to 44-year-old cruisers on track. Mr. Chris Evans leads this one out. DC Cycles, don't worry, Chris. I won't take the mick out of you like Rich does. You're all right. You're safe for this lap. Looking good to pick up another moto win, though, is Chris. He's had a cracking start to the season.
You think he's safe?
The mic was off, Chris, so you was all right. But now
Chris Evans is about to come last in the ladies' moto before him.
I saw him thundering up here yesterday. He wasn't very impressed with that last moto yesterday.
No, he wasn't, was he? We love Chris, really, and we love the cruiser ladies. We're only having a bit of banter.
Race 265. 40 to 44-year-old cruisers still out on track. Pro Start BMX in that 2 spots. That is Craig Cordin chasing down Andy Groves out front. SVT Mongoose. Heading down the final straight, that's going to be your front 2. As we take a look at the 45 to 49-year-old cruisers. Waging war on their 24s. Your British champion Fraser Watson, Cumbernauld Centurions, leads this one out. Neil Harbour in the 2 spot, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Who's in there in 3, looking like Richard Stevenson out of Barnsbury on the 2X plate. He's under a bit of pressure himself as he enters his final turn. That's got to be Graham Stark. Mr. KHRT. Repping team here in Andover. Inside that top 4 spot as Stevenson pushes Harbour all the way to the stripe. Race 267, Norbert Marco on track. Last year's national number 3, DC Cycles and Bournemouth. He's out front looking good, being chased down by the Bradford Bandits. In 2 and 3, that's Nigel Smith and Anthony LeBras. Mark Franklin in this one as well. As is Ross Kennedy and Scott Jackson, bringing it out of that final corner. 50 to 54-year-old cruisers now out on track. Archibald and Argy, that's your 1 and 2. Looking like we've got involved in the mix as well. That is Stuart Little. But he's got Christos Chorkos right there on his right-hand side into turn number 2. Can Chorkos find a way through? No, he can't. Looking like Porter is in there in about 6 at the moment. Scrapping it out with Dominic Elliott out of Brixton BMX. On the 0-1-6, Elliott looked up the inside of Chorkos into the final turn, but didn't dive under Argy. Pushing Archibald to the line. It's going to be busy for that 1 spot. I think Argy might have nicked it. Yes, he did. Race 269 now out on track.
Right, Brett Knight, Matt Haywood in this one. It is Hilly leading it out. Archibald in there in 2. Gary Carver. Still can't get used to him in a Manchester jersey. He's in there in 3. Jamie McFarlane getting involved as well. We are missing Brett Knight in this one. Oh, wait, no, he's not. He's in there in 4. Doing his thing. About to catch Gary Carver for 3. I think Gaz knew he was safe there. As we move on to race 270. Kev Sykes 0-1 racing. Ian Robbins in there as well. We have got Pete Butler chasing down Stevie Hassel. Stephen Notman in there. And Mark Cotty Cottrell in his Sunday kit. They're a bit high-low in that final turn. It's going to be Stephen Hassel to the line. Butler for 2, Notman for 3, Cotty for 4 on his Sunday bike because the sun's out. 55 plus cruiser, here he comes, the McRock, Raymond Reed, taking it to the skies. McFarlane in there in 2. Or is it Madron? Oh, it's Chris Madron. Letting Michael Goff past. Mirror signal manoeuvre and all that. Musgrove in there in 3. Stephen Joy in 4. And Mark Chapman going across in that 5th spot as Benters. There's only 4 of them in this one. Needham, Brown, Bentley and Noble. Sound like a folk group from the 60s. Bentley out in front. Keith Brown in there in 2. Stevie Noble and Stephen Needham. Now speeding up a little bit. Here comes 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Alex Brooks out in front. The 13 of Conor Blythe in there in 2. Rocky O'Brien in 3. Colby Hall getting involved as well, battling away. Got Jack Wiggins doing it for Retro Racing. And Joe Walbridge out of Redditch. But it's going to be Brooks taking it from O'Brien, Blythe, and Colby. Moto 274 getting ever faster. Jack Mowat's doing it for the YouTube algorithm. In there in 3. Lloyd Freeman, Max Henderson, Goodfellow. The original Tom Palmer. Luke Davis Hayes, Chris Miller, and Pete Watson. In Moto 274, it's going to be Palmer, Watson, Davis Hayes, and Mowat. On Esselmont, leading out Moto number 275, Nathan Abbott. In there in about, 5th at the minute. Thomas Miller doing it for Moto 1. He's in there in 3, chasing down John Lillingston from 01 Racing. Sinead Reed Academy in the top 4. That was Thomas Doran. And we had Dylan Seaman and Jack LeBras as well. 276. Luca Manzi. Somebody told me Luca was celebrating his 40th birthday. I think that was a little bit of a lie, because he's at least 41. Jack Needham, Josh Sparrow, Tyler Chadwick, Caden Roberts, Martin Brown, Ash Richardson, and Kian Brown. Moto 277. Oops, the number 6, getting it wrong a little bit. Niall Moss just having his little problems. Daniel Wilson and Matt McHugh, who is no longer the Flying P. Fletcher Elliott. I think Kingsley Mays is in the wrong motor. No, he's not. I'm joking. 17 to 29-year-old female cruiser Alexis McCartney keeping the home fans happy. Anya Mata and Alonso in 2. Annalise Cadman Carpenter in 3. Izzy Hurry on the best-looking cruiser in BMX. In there in 4. Amy Willets in 5. Jamie Elwood, Carmel Allison, and Erin J. Jackson doing it for Midlands. In Moto 278, 279, Izzy Rutherford, Taylor Lee Moe, and Jetska Hemstock. Hannah Drew, Jamie Hyam, Olivia Firth for Sorted Race Gear. Olivia doing it for EMV Graphics and Signage as well for all your helmet wrapping needs. If you need a killer helmet wrap, have a chat with Olivia. The custom look without the custom price tag. So she's in there in 2. Taylor Lee Moen in 3. Jetska Hemstock in 4. Alicia Linscott in 5. Oh, ladies are on track. Now, Alice Laurie battling with Noah Kerr. These are your 6 and under girls. And the Hawks trying to get involved. Is Erin Thoros as well. And we've got Opal Jones out of Cardiff BMX. The little ladies going crazy down that 3rd straight. So Retro Racing getting the noses out in front. Noah Kerr. Alice Laurie now under pressure from Erin Thoros as they come to the line. Retro Racing get it mid-lengths into the Hawks in 3 and Cardiff in 4. 6 and unders bringing the thunder now. Dennis Turner, Leon Zakina, Luke Barron, Stanley Lockwood, Ellis Dowson and Jack Byrne. I think it's Jack out there in 1. Luke Barron doing it for Northeast BMX. I think he's in there in 2. Nottingham Stanley Lockwood in 4. As they cross the line. Now, 7-year-old girls. Looks like Hattie McGoldrick's pulled it over for the day. Oh, never mind, Hats. There's always the next one. She'll be here in her motorhome from Tottington Motor Company. the pros pro, Hattie McGoldrick. But it is, in the meantime, Sophia Rees and Esme Anderson coming to the line. Sophia takes the win, Esme in 2. Ada Warner going through in 3. Right, we got a birthday in motor number 283, Jackson Gregory on the 593. He's out of Tiverton. Jackson just going down that 3rd straight. He's in about, 6th spot at the moment. Turning 7 years old. So Jackson Gregory, happy birthday, mate. Enjoy yourself. Have a great time. You're in the sun riding your bike. Doesn't get any better than that. Race 284, Shelby Yates, Lewin Jamira. Apparently, Lewin is an absolute killer at Uno. You don't play Uno with Lewin Jamira because he'll just take all your money off you. He's in there. We've got, who else have we got? Eddie Brown, Ionis Chalkos, John Joe Blundell, Benji Ross Foster, Merseyside BMX Club, Louis Austin out of Bruntwood. All in Moto 284, but it's Shelby for the win. Lewin's under pressure for the 2. Oh, he'll nip you at the line and then take your money playing cards. 285 is your Moto, the 8-year-old girls, Maggie Devine out front. Mabel Pine in there in 2. That looks like Abigail Henning. Dad's been at it with the speed butter for the bearings. He's in there and she's in there in 3. Dad's counting the revolutions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Doing all that. That was Flick in there in 4. 286, Ola Jewis, Mia Chaw, Luciana Pinson Barron, Matilda Hewitt and Izzy Moore. Mia pushing hard down that 3rd straight, doing it for absolute bicycle motocross. Meanwhile, Ola's out in front. Matilda Hewitt in there in 2. That's going to be Izzy Moore in 3. As Moto 287 hits the track. That's Connor from Brunty out in front. Recognise that helmet. Connor Grant, he's got his clubmate Cosimo Serra in there as well. In the meantime, the Midlands rider going through. I think that's Rapid Roman Birdfields. He's had a birthday. We had Ollie Smith in there and Ethan Thoros as well. And Mr. Logan Acito. Charlie Crossley, Cooper Crowley, Arlo Payne, Arlo Hatch, Atlas Lewis Field, Albie Blight, Teddy Gorman, Anna, Joseph Claydon. The 8-year-olds are absolutely on fire. Arlo Payne in there in 2, doing it for Preston Pirates. Chasing down the 904 of Teddy Gorman. The 01, the British champion, Joseph Claydon in there in 3. That'll be Atlas Lewis Field for Team Air in 4, having a good old scrap with Cooper Crowley. Doing it for the Brunty Massey, Tiverton's rider, Charlie Crossley. In there as well in 6. So, all action in the 8-year-old boys. Next up, the 424, Archie Fisher. Where's my mate? Oscar Ratherfast. He's in there chasing down the 933. Frankie Jones. I think Frankie's got a birthday this coming Wednesday. Turns 25, apparently. See, that's what happens, kids, when you don't eat your veggies. You don't grow, you end up 25 years old and 4 feet tall. So rather fast, just taking that 2nd spot. Frankie in the 3. We had Archie Fisher, Finley Thomas, Oscar Granger, Theo Harris. Big Link was in there as well. The most talented digger driver in BMX. Amika Gibson leading out moto number 290. These are the 9-year-old girls. It's Amika's very first national weekend. She made the main yesterday. She's looking to do it again today. Madison Stubble, Alice Barron, Evie Hume, Ellie Robertson, Tallulah Widdowson and little Grace Ledgerwood Barr all getting involved. Race 291. Phoebe Miller out in front. Absolute bicycle motocross going through in 2. That's going to be Ella Grant. Lauren Snell just making a move and stealing the position away. GT's Megan Keller inside the top 4, battling with Layla Dixon. Oh, 1, 2 riders down. 3 riders down on that first straight. In the 9-year-olds. Oh, dear me. No such problems for Oscar Marco out in front. The 402, that's Josh Byrne. Here's a couple of our fallers. The 274 and the 216. That's going to be Charlie Blakeburn and Joseph O'Brien. Is that Seb Perry? Still down on that first straight. It is Seb Perry. Let's hope he's all right. Right, Motul 293, Christian Garbachick out front for Peterborough Pirates even, in that Peterborough club jersey. We love a club jersey down here at commentary. That'll be, oh dear, that didn't sound good. I don't know what that was. Callum Wood in there in 2. That looks like Rusty Nut Racing's Elliot Hatch going through in 3. Felix Sakina rounding out the top 4. Got Alfie Thorne in there as well. Noah Northcote, Harley Laker. But it is Christian Garbachick to the stripe with Callum Wood in there in 2. 294, Northcote, Carlos, Franklin, Ford, Tucker. My mate Emerson in there in that 4th spot. Being chased down by the Hawks rider Oliver Fords. Henry Sullivan, Big Hens out in front. Arthur Mason doing it for Team Air. He's in there in that, is he in 2? I think he is. Arthur Mason. As we move on to Motul 295, Oakley Hill doing it for the LCC Massive. Oh, dear me. Well, that couldn't have gone any more wrong for Oakley. I don't know if he kind of half jumped. It all went pear-shaped. He's looking down at the bike. I think that needs a quick once-over when he gets back to the team tents. It was a very expensive sounding doink as he hit that jump. .296, Jensen Mee. Ethan, the Great White, leading it out, though, the 055. That is Leo Brits. MK Evolution. Alexander Gilbert in 3. Doing it for Fluence. Ned Wills is in there in about, 6 at the minute, chasing down the rider from Nottingham. That will be Jensen Mee. As Ethan brings it to the line with Leo in that 2nd spot. Also 297, Holly Bishop, Emma Dean, Abby Graham, Arabella Denton. Ruby Evans and Gabriella Malloy. Gabby doing it for the locals. She's just passing her club mates at Cumbernauld Centurions. Meanwhile, Holly Bishop out of Halo Wheels. Definitely out in front in this one. Arabella Denton, she's been having a great weekend. Put some cracking laps in. She's going to pick up the 2 with Emma Dean in there in 3. Meanwhile, also 298, Molly Tomlinson out in front, doing it for Allens. Factory Supercross. That's Rosie Geddes in there in 2. River Henderson rounding out the top 4 for the Sinead Reid Academy. And I've got a feeling that's Eliza Powell right in there in 3. Charlie Hargreaves doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Chasing down Brunty's Florence Kay towards the line.
Race 299 on track. 10-year-old girls heading in and out of that second corner. Looking like we've got Team Erin Andover's Holly Webb leading this one through on the 4-bike, heading for the final corner. The Brunty crew are in there as well. That is Roxy Rowlands on the 14 plate in and out of the final turn. Looking like that could be Gosport NRT's car across in 3. Who's the rider coming through in 4? Looking like that is Beth Worley out of Cumbernauld. 10-year-old boys on track. Where's Jack Haynes? Picked up a podium yesterday, and he's in there in 4 at the moment, chasing down the Centurion. That is Aston John Lee. Lee's on the inside. Haynes looking for a high-low in the final corner, and I think he's going to squeeze it down the final straight. It's going to be tight with Aston John Lee. Lee's going to hang on to the 3 spot. Your race winner, though, was a Jack Kitchen out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. The Northeast BMX on track. Thomas Giles on the 6 plate, leading this one through from the 1 plate. Last year's national champ Charlie Dowson in there in that 2 spot. That looks like he could be Sinead's Reed Academy's Ollie Bird in there in 3, but he's got Maybo UK's Rocco Westwood. Mr. Sigma is in there in 4, looking for a way round Bird down the final straight. Bird's going to hang on to 3. Westwood in 4. We are looking at the 3 plate out front, then Rex Ford jumping his way into turn number 2. The 9 plate in there behind him. That is Tobias Groves out of SVT Mongoose. That looks like Crank BMX Coaching picking up the 3 spot. Got to be Jacob Den. That is Eric Kincaid, I think, in there in 5. Repping the Belfast City jersey, heading down the final straight. Jake James in there for 4. Your race winner, Rex Ford. Ted Malkin. Ted Malkin's dad, can we have you to the pens immediately, please? Ted Malkin's dad to the pens immediately. Looks like he's already on his way. Thank you very much. That's Joseph Dewis out front on the 19 plate, riding out of Fast Signatures race team. Decoy BMX's George Spencer in there for 2. LVG NRT in there as well with Chester Grocott. British champ on track. Ethan Shaw, smooth as you like, jumping his way into turn number 2. Looks like Seth Kacharik out of Radco Racing in there behind him. MCR got a rider in this one as well. That is Dougie Johnson. Picked up a final yesterday. Did Dougie? We'll try that again. Is it a mechanical? Right, okay, yeah. Okay, lovely. He's on his way. Right, 11-year-old girls out on track then. E7 on the plate. Grace Hudak. Moto 1 race team. Centurions, Aria Rose Lee in that 2 spots. That looks like MCR in 3. Ellie Beat out of Manchester on the 14 plate. That's going to be your front 3 as they bring it across the stripe. Looks like we might have lost Izzy Dolan in that one. Let's hope that she's okay. Team Bunny's Ophelia Shepherd in that one as well. Race 306 up on the gates. These are the 11-year-old girls charging towards turn number 1. That looks like GT Factory. Maisie Egan, your national champion from last year, picking up the whole shot in and out of that corner. Who's there with her? Looking like we've got Holly Richardson picking up the 3 spot, but she's just had the squeeze put on her. From Decoys, Izzy Underhill on the 20 plate, so the 6 of Richardson shuffled back slightly. Where's Lily Walker on the 22 plate? That looks like her in about 5 at the moment. Chasing down the rider just in front, that is Peckham BMX's Freya Monforte. Race number 308 is being held, ladies and gents. We will come back to that one a little bit later on. As race 307 hits the track, 11-year-old girls, European number 4. Betty Wills, Pro Star BMX and a Bournemouth BMX. Chased down by Trixie Trays, the birthday girl. Erin Holmes in this one as well. The birthday girls have shared all 3 motos today. Wicked stuff. So Trixie going through in that second spot out of that final turn. Her teammate in there with her out of Evolve Collective. That is Bonnie Dudley picking up the 3. 11-year-old boys. Race 309 on track. We're going to hold 308. That looks like the 4-plate of Finn Munro, Allen's Factory Supercross and Manchester BMX Club out front. Kyle and Gordon, Croupy race team. Wicked to see the Croupy colours back on track once again. Not seeing them at a BMX race, or a British BMX race, in quite some time, so it's good to see them back on track. He's in there in that 2 spot, being pushed all the way to the line by LCC's Freddie Ray Orland, who picks up 3. LCC back on track. Hugo Dayton right there with him. It's got to be Teddy Jones leading this one out. On the 7-plate, Edward Cordery is swooping and making moves in turn number 2, and he's worked his way up to chase down Jones now then. So it is Jones, Cordery, Dayton. That's your 1, 2, 3. Moto 1 in the mix as well. Looks like that could be Ollie Warner out of TNT, but your race winner going to be LCC's Teddy Jones. Rex Beasley, Ronnie Wood, that's your 1, 2 in race 3-1-1, heading into turn number 2. Where's Ollie Todd out of Peterborough on the 000 plate? He's in there at the moment in about 5, being chased down by Blackpool BMX. Looks like that's Ted Harvey on the 30 plate. He's looking for a top 5 spot in and out of the final turn. Beasley, Wood, 1 and 2. Looks like Jamie Robertson occupies that 3rd spot. He's being chased down to the wire. That looks like it could be Jaden O'Connell on the 620. Race 3-1-2. National champion, Jacob Anderson. Smooth as you like. Skills to pay the bills in and out of that final turn. Absolute bicycle motocross. Going to take this moto win from start to finish with Anderson out front. 12-year-old girls hitting this second straight then. E2 on the plate. Got to be Brooke Fast Fawcett. Repping the Sunday colours of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Poppy May Kirby and Seren Pritchard in there as well. It's Seren in that 2 spot. Good to see her back racing. Repping the Evolve kit, heading towards the final corner. Poppy May Kirby in 3. Under all sorts of pressure as Millie Ross looks for a way into a top 3 spot. She's putting pressure on down the final straight. Who's going to get the 3? Kirby and Ross to the line. I think Ross may have nicked it. Yes, she did. 3 1/1000ths of a second between 3rd and 4th in that one, so that one was mega tight. The race number 314 on track. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching out there again. Grace Gerard on the 4-plate being chased down by Elizabeth Lola Paul. In and out of that final turn, looking like absolutely got a rider in this one as well. That's Elsie Blythe on the 7-plate, doing it for Biddeford, heading towards the stripe. Got to be GT Factory in there for the top 4. That is Lauren Keller. 3 riders down in turn number 1 in race 315. Looks like Nair O'Connell. No, it wasn't. Sorry, that was... It's all getting busy in this one. Iris Hyder, Freya Harry's getting busy out front. Harry's is going to nick the 1 spot off of her. Not sure who the fallen riders were. Very possible. Oh, it was Sadie McSwitty. That's where I got confused. Sorry, Sadie. She's finishing her lap, as is Elizabeth Graham. And it looks like Lucy Stevenson is going to walk away. So put your hands together for them 3 little ladies, ladies and gents. Break. Just to remind you, ladies and gents, there is going to be a break between motos and quarters. I have been informed. So do not send your riders up for quarterfinals straight away. We will get you a time as we near the end of motos for when we will go quarterfinal. Oh! For when we go quarterfinal racing, looks like we've lost 2 riders in race 316. Samuel Richards was one of them. Archie Bell was the other. They were elbow bashing. They both wanted the 1 spot and they both ended up on the deck. Put your hands together for Sam and Archie, ladies and gents. Ronnie Payne says thank you very much. He's going to take that moto win. Zach Everly in there behind him. Looks like the Centurions rider going to pick up the 3 spot. That was Finley Shaw. Race 317 up on the gates. Here we go then, 12-year-old boys on track. Galitis, Cotton, Jameson, Thompson, Livingston, Aston and Brownson heading into the turn. Who's going to lead it out? GT Factory picking this one up by the looks of it. Bringing it on. This is a rerun, isn't it? That's Ted Malkin in there, so it's definitely the rerun. Looks like Connor Hemhill. Completely the wrong race. Hemhill leading it out then. Looks like we have got a Green Machine rider in there as well. BMX Widow Photography picking up that 3 spots. As we now move on to race number 317. Out on track, Galitis, Cotton, 1 and 2. That looks like it could be Gosport NRT's Jet Thompson in there inside the top 3. Where is the other Gosport NRT rider? That looks like it could be Max Livingston in there in about 5. Splitting them up is going to be Jacob Jameson out of Belfast City BMX looking for a swoop in the final turn. Time that high-low perfectly, and it's going to work for him as he works his way from 4 to 3. Race 318 led away by James Bibby. Yesterday's winner Leo Rowlands. That was a mouthful somehow. Leo Rowlands, yesterday's winner, is in there in that 2 spot, having all sorts of battles going on with Archie Croker White. Heading for the final turn, but Bibby, Pro Star BMX, your European number 4, going to pick up this moto win down the final straight. Fast signatures in there as well. That's going to be Harry Swales rounding out the top 4 spots. Isaac the Sender Smith on track, repping Rab Racing, heading for turn number 2. Looking like the W6 is in there with him. Poppy Bishop out of Halo Wheels Race Team and Braintree BMX Club. That's your 1 and 2 then, in and out of the second corner. Looks like we have got Kaya Phillips out of Nuneaton in there in 3. Here comes Sorted Race Gear in there as well. Jack Devine, your European number 4. He's inside the top 4 looking for moves in the final turn. Didn't quite find it up to yet. Harrison Doe in the mix inside the top 5. But Isaac Smith going to be your race winner. Race 320 on track. Leighton Harding leads this one out. GT Factory. Akin Brazia in there with him in the 2 spot. Where is Zach Parsons on the 29 out of Braintree? He's in there in 3. He's being chased down by Team A's. Bram Heaver heading for the final turn. Gosport NRT's Jasper Kimber is in this one as well. Looks like he's had an issue with his bike. He's turned it in for the race, so it is going to be GT out front with Harding and that moto win. It's Jamira on track. Leads out this moto from the 8 plate of Marcus Mullen heading into turn number 2. Lewis Hughes, Leon Waite, Oliver Taylor, Noah Ford and Noah Bagwell all in there as well. Looks like we have got Bagwell in that 2 spot. Taylor in there as well, picking up the 5. Splitting up the MK party. Looks like it is Braintree's Noah Ford, so he's in there inside the top 4. Leon Waite has just pulled it over for the race. He's going to chill his way down to the line. In there behind Lewis Hughes, who's going to pick up a top 6 spots for Braintree. 13-year-old girls. Ruby Warren on track. Nair O'Connell in that 2 spots. So it is Pure Bikes and BMX Widow Photography. That's your 1 and 2 spots. Looking like the team is Clara Salmond inside the top 5 as well as the exit the turn. Down the final straight, O'Connell's going to pick up that 2 spot. Salmon putting pressure on the Braintree rider. That is Molly Fumi Carroll just about hanging on to that top 3 spot. Ward, Cotton, Diver, Tucker, Jones, Gerard and Syret all out on track. Nora Syret's in this one, chasing down the Hard Knocks bike coaching rider. That is Isabella Gerard in race 323 as they exit the final corner. It is going to be Esme Ward out of Stay Strong, Clark and Kent and Andover going to pick up that moto win. 13-year-old boys hits the track. Max Vass out front for Warren BMX race team. Lawrence Bojang trying to close down the gap between him and Vass, the race leader. Looks like Oliver Arnold out of Smiley's Flight Club is inside the top 3, but he's being pursued by Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Sam Dolan heading into that final corner and back out again. Warren BMX race team looking like they're going to take this moto win. Max Vass is on an absolute charge this weekend, ladies and gents. Dylan Spence was on the inside into turn number 1 in race 325, but it looks like the race is led away by Charlie Bob Craig into that second corner. JP, Jack Perkins, Mabo UK in that 2 spot mark towards Idlows in 3. Spence in 4, Stalkers is in there in 5. Well, they are all chasing down Charlie Craig into the final turn and back out again. It looks like he's got this race wrapped up down the final straight. Perkins is going to round out them top 2 finishers. Ethan Howell on track, Evolve Collective. Yesterday's winner, He wants to put another national win on the scoreboard for himself. Didn't he get one in Manchester? Is that where I got it wrong? I'm pretty sure it was Manchester. His mum's over on the first straight. We're just having a look. So Ethan going to take this moto win. Thomas Honeywell in there for that 2 spot. That looks like it is Stan Farmer in 3. James Miller, Ethan Rogers, that's your 1-2 on track, heading towards the second corner. Hunter Malion is in there in 3, but he is chasing down Ruben Bishop on the 4-6-7, in and out of that second corner on that croupy frame. But here comes Rogers looking for a way around the GT Factory rider, in and out of the final turn. Miller, Rogers scrapping it out down the final straight. Miller, though, as smooth as you like, going to hang on to that moto win.
We've got the Baywatch theme tune on just for Lewis, because he's rocking his beach attire, his shorts and his Crocs. We thought we'd make him feel at home. We just have him running in slow motion across the track. Only if they're in sports mode.
I don't have any response. I'm just going to leave that one there. Oh, dear. Josh Jepson on track. Oh, dear. Right. 155 was the fallen rider. That was Fergus Suter. He's up to his feet, finishing his lap. Put your hands together for Fergus. There's nothing wrong with a pair of Crocs. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Nothing wrong with it either. No, I know. I've had a nightmare this weekend. Here we go then. Race 329. Riley Butt on the inside, charging into turn number 1. He's going to lead this race. But then out front, who's in there with him? Gotta be the 7 plate picking it up. That is Harry Tyres out of Braintree and Moto 1. Tom Palmer, the newest addition. Allen's Factory Supercross in there in 3. He's under pressure though, as he's being chased down by Frankie Griffin, doing it for Fluin. Where is the Absolute rider? Got to be Sully Collis. So Absolute got 2 riders going 1 and 5 at the moment. Down the final straight, it's all about Riley Butt on that 43 plate. He's going to pick up that moto win. 14-year-old girls on track, 4 ladies in this one. It is your national champion leading it out. Katie Millar manualing her way into turn number 2. Jalalo Patel, Sidonia Cleve and Libby Copping. Oh, the 3 riders chasing her down. Cleve better than the rest at the moment as she occupies that 2 spot, heading for the final corner. Millar, Cleve, Patel, Copping. That's your 1 through 4 down the final straight. It's all about Moto 1 race team though, as Millar picks up that moto win. Evolve Collective on track. Rin Giannolino looking to put herself a moto win on the board this weekend, heading into turn number 2, but she's right there with Amelie Eaton in and out of that second corner. The British champ looking to put the screws to Giannolino as she heads for the final corner. Round the outside, trying to do it the hard way. Can she make it stick? Yes, she can. There's a 0-1 on the front of the bike for a reason. She knows where to put her bike at the right time. Eaton, Giannolino, that's the 1 and 2. 14-year-old boys moving on through into turn number 2. Then that's got to be Ned Guppy and Toby Lynch out front, bringing this moto out of turn number 2. Elvis Lawrence in there in 3. Dexter Beer up in 4. Harry Bailey's occupying that 5 spot into the final corner. It's all about Absolute then down the last straight. Ned Guppy, yesterday's winner, wants to do the double this weekend. He's going to pick up that moto win. Brody Geddes leads out the second 14-year-old moto in the final rack, headed towards turn number 2. That's got to be Isaac Shaw. And the 59 plate picking up the 3. Looks like Harrison Barnes, Adam Nuneaton into that second turn. It's all about the Centurion Massive though. At the moment, where are they? On the second turn. Making somewhat noise this weekend. They'll get louder as the day progresses. It's all about Geddes end down to the stripe. Race number 334 on track. Carrots in this one. Repping the Ivory Toast Ultras. It is Nathaniel Eames in there in the 3 spot, chasing down the 14 of Noah Buttery into turn number 2. But Heath Osborne is your race leader in and out of that second corner. Oh, Eames has blown a pedal. Not quite sure what happened. He drops back to 5. Osborne, Buttery having a big old scrap out front. Donald in there for 3. On that E3 plate, he's going to bring that one home down to the stripe with Eames in 5. Race 335. Hinley, Alonso, that's your 1-2. Henry Shenton in there in 3, looking as smooth as you like. Henry looks like he's grown about 3 feet since I've seen him last, so it gets scarier by the year the way these kids grow. But it is Shenton inside the top 3. Hindley in 2, and Alonso, your race winner. Oliver Tyres, James Cottrell, Leo Cranston out on track along with Westwall, Miller and Weller. Forrest in there as well. Cranston at the back of the pack, got a bucket load of work to do. Not quite sure what's happened to him so far, but it's all about Cotty out front at the moment. Your race leader in the 14-year-old boys. Who's there with him looking like Moto 1 as they go in and out of that final turn. Oliver Tyres, so Cotty, Tyres, Asher 1-2, Milo, Weller rounding out the top 3. Nate Hamilton on track, leads this one through for Mabo UK. Aboard that 5 bike, heading towards that second corner. The 61 playing in there behind him. That is Oscar Jewell out of Andover and Team A. Looks like we have got Ronnie Richards in this one as well, inside the top 4. Just slightly over Manuel, but that's not shaked him at all. He's heading into the final turn, inside that top 4 position, being chased down by Logan Young. But it's Millington just in front of him, so Jewell, Millington, that's your 2 and 3. But your race winner, Nate Hamilton. Out front, Todd Swift-Ottman on track, being chased down by Freddie Richardson. He took a crash in his last moto, but he's up and showing us what he can do in this race in moto number 338. Looking like it is BMX with a photography in the mix as well. That is Thomas O'Brien repping Preston Pirates into the final turn. Freddie Parkinson, Pro Start BMX in there in 4. But it's all about Richardson and Notman. That's your 1-2. 15-year-old girls out on track now, then heading towards the second corner. The 3-plate of Ailey Watson being chased down by Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown. Grace Burgess in there as well inside the top 3. Who's in 4? Looking like Lucy Gardner out of Team Mind and Bournemouth. Last turn action. Watson and Brown going at it for that 1 spot. Watson's hanging on to it as it stands. Brown pushing it to the line. Who's going to take the moto win? It was Watson bringing it home. Eliza French, Summer Glynn, Orla Cooper, Ruby Walford and Lottie McFarlane on track. Orla Cooper's trying to work her way in, and she has done into that 2 spot. New race leader then looks like Eliza French out of BRE Racing. French Cooper, that's your 1-2. Ruby Walford's in 3. Check out Orla Cooper though, doing it the hard way right round the outside. She's gone from 2 to 1. So your new race leader then, Cooper down the final straight. Who's going to get the 2 spot? Walford's made her move on French to go from 3 to 2. Glynn in there for 4, French for 3. 15-year-old boys heading into that second corner. Freddie Entwistle is out front. Who's there with him? Got to be Oliver James and Eden Boone. That's your 2 and 3. Salted Race Gear is in there in 4. That is Mason Groves. Here comes Logan Widdowson though. He's in there in 5. In and out of that final corner. All about Birmingham National Race Team though. Down to the stripe. Entwistle with a moto win. Ty DS, Lucas Osborne, Lucas Seeley. That's your 1, 2, 3. In race 3, 4, 2. Heading into turn number 2. The 27 plate. Inside the top 4, that is Oliver Sim out of the mid-langs. In and out of that second corner, though, for the factory Supercross rider. Ty DS, as smooth as you like. Down that final straight. He's going to take this moto win with Birmingham NRT in the 2. Bradley James looking to pick up the whole shot in the next moto, and I think he's managed it. MEC were doing it for Stay Strong C&K and battling it out with the boys, doing it for the ladies, heading towards turn number 2. It is the 26 plate in that the 4 spot now then. McSwitty just being shuffled back, looking like we have got David Opray picking up that 2 spot in and out of the final turn. Seaward isn't done yet though. She's pushing Opray down the final straight. It's going to be James, Opray, Seaward. 1, 2, 3, McSwitty in 4. Amos Guppy, Freddie Franklin on track. Heading into that second corner, the 17 of Elijah Jamira inside the top 3, heading down the 3rd straight, but it's all about Absolute at the moment. Heading towards our final turn. Amos Guppy's turned on the turbocharge this season, bringing that one home for a 1 spot. Harvey Tomlinson on track, in and out of that first corner. He's being chased down by Ollie Kirby. Where is Rufus Cozenu? He's in there in the 3 spot, but he's under pressure himself from the 4-4 of David Feely out of Cumbernauld Centurions, but it's all about Tomlinson out front, repping the Peckham BMX Club, heading for the final turn. Tomlinson looking good for a moto win then. Picked up a podium yesterday. He'll be wanting more of the same today. Tomlinson with that win. 16-year-old girls now out on track. with Sophie Elwood. She's leading out the pack, heading through the third straight. Oh, elbows are flying. McCartney's hanging on to the 2 spot. Anya Matten Alonso's worked her way across into a top 3. Where's Ruby Moores? She's looked up the inside but didn't dive under, so she's back there in 4. Alonso, McCartney, look at this battle for the 2 spot into the final turn. McCartney threw out the elbows, didn't quite make it stick. She's now dropped back to 4. Elwood, Alonso, Moores. That's the order. 1, 2, 3. Jess Marrier's turned on the turbocharge in this moto. Your world number 4 leads this one out. Who's in there with her? Got a 0-1, an E3 and an E5. So is Hayes in that 2 spot, but she's under pressure from the E3 of Lexi Wade. Just securing her way into that 2 spot. Where is the E5 plate? Looks like that could be Amelia Everly. She's in there in about 5 at the moment, chasing down Lottiette Mane, who's in the side of the top 4. 16-year-old boys now out on track. Where's Ollie Copping? Is at the front of the pack, taking it into turn number 2. Malachi O'Reilly on the 149 plate, just being shuffled back a couple of places as Shea Jordan works his way into a top 2 spot. Lewis Collins Nemo is in there inside the top 4. That looks like Bradley Davison in 5, in and out of the final turn. It's all about crucial gang at the moment. Copping, moto win for him. O'Reilly with a late charge to the line. Gonna nick the 2 spot by the looks of it. Yes, he did. That one was tight with Shea Jordan. Race 349. Finn Collis. John O'Harradine. MK Evolution. Jono is still looking for a young lady. In and out of that final turn. He's looking for a young lady and he's looking for a moto win. He's chasing down Collis to the line. Not quite going to get close enough. That looked like Samuel Millington for the 3. Race 350. Kai Bowen, Eli Smith, Nathan Barata. That is your 1, 2 and 4 at the moment. Looking like 1, 3 and 4. Sorry, looks like Noah Everly's got him busy in the turns and he's worked his way up to the 2 spot. So it's Bowen, Everly, Smith, Barata. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4 in race 350. As the next rack of 16-year-old boys hits the track. Sean Brown is in that 2 spot, doing it for Ice Bikes UK. The 17 plate of Kai Blaine leads it out though into that second corner. Doing it for Andover and team here. And where's Henry Rayner? He's inside the top 4. Looking for a way round Caden Dunn as he head into the final corner. Dunn under pressure, throws in the elbow, makes it stick. Blaine, Brown, that's your 1, 2 down to the wire. Dunn's going to hang on to 3. Late charge at the line from Russell at Racing. Scott McCallum for a top 4 spots. 17 to 18-year-old ladies on track then. Esme Brooke chasing down your race leader. That is Megan Gerard, Jetska Hemstock, Tilly McCrum in this one as well. They are going through in 4 and 3 as they head through that third straight. Who's in the race with them? Molly Simpson and Lexi Arthurs going through in 5 and 6 as they go in and out of the final turn. It's all about Gerard. Rab racing down the final straight. Mabo UK's Esme Brooke for that 2 spots. McCrum rounding out the top 3. Second rack of the 17 to 18-year-old ladies. For the third set of motos, we've lost a couple of riders down the first straights. Straight back up to their feet, a shake of the hands, and both of them pick up their bikes. Put your hands together for them, ladies and gents. Fumi Adarami Hepburn leads this one out. Not quite sure who the fallen ladies were. One of them was Rosie O'Brien. She's back up to her feet, and I think it was Lacey Beard. Let's hope that they're both back for the action later on. Fumi Adarami Hepburn leading this one down the final straight. Retro Racing's Ella Lamb under pressure for that 2 spotters to bring it down to the line. Who's going to nick the 2 on the line? I think it might have been Annabelle Charlton. Yes, it was. 17 to 18-year-old boys hit the track, then heading for turn number 1. Looks like Thomas Duran's going to pick up the whole shot. Who's swooping underneath? That looks like it could be Josh Williams. So it's Duran. Williams, that's your 1, 2. Hard Knocks Bike coaching in there with them. That's got to be the 14X of Jaden Fawcett out of Manchester BMX. That's your front 3 as he stands. Looking like Evolved Bicycle Motocross is in there with Alex Stokes. Heading for the final turn. That is Brandon Mallon, I think, inside the top 5, heading down the final straight. Here comes the Hard Knocks rider. Going to push his way through for a 2 spot on the line. As your race winner was Josh Williams. Not sure what happened to Duran, but he took 3rd on the stripe. Race 355, Shay Young leading this one out from Zach Green. That's the BMX Race Hub jersey that you could win, ladies and gents. Not that exact one, because Zach's wearing it. But if you enter their competition over on social media, you could be in with a shot at winning that one of them jerseys. So make sure you go and check out the BMX Race Hub's Stories Green taking 2. Right, race 3, 5, 6, Cook, David, Toole, Dyer, Henry, Thompson and Sparrow. Looking like we have got a Centurion on the 15X. That's Lewis Cook leading it into the second turn and back out again. Where's the Braintree rider? Looking like we've got Fluence, Reese Toole inside the top 2 at the moment. He's being chased down by Callum David out of Braintree BMX Club. That's your front 3 on the exit of turn number 3. All about the Centurions though as Lewis Cook picks up the moto win. George Gerard on track leads this one out from Arne Esselmont, heading through that second straight. As smooth as you like, the front 2 riders. Where is the 13 plate? It is Sam Hamling inside the top 3. Doing it for SAS Race Team, so that's your front 3 then at the moment. Elliot Brook, Rab Racing in there in 4. Heading for the final corner, but George Gerard, yesterday's winner, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, going to relax his way down the final straight and take that moto win. 19 to 29-year-old women on track. Emily Green in this one. She's leading it out of the first corner. Hannah Drew and Rebecca Botgold both chasing it down through the second straight, but it's Imogen Gibson that's worked her way up to 3. That looks like Emily Clinch in 4. Goals in there in 5. Who's picking up 6? Looking like it is Alicia Lynn Scott. No Caitlin Ellis in this race. Let's hope that she has a speedy recovery. In and out of that final turn then. Green down the final straight. Drew for the 2. That's going to be how they bring it to the stripe. Race 359, where's Izzy Hurry in this one? She's out front by a mile at the moment. Anita Wong having a good old battle with Bristol Jets in that 2 spot. That is the 26 plate of Jamie Elwood, just working her way across into that 2 spot, into the second corner. Looking like there's a couple of Team Bunnies riders in this one. That is Marsha Brook in there in 4, scrapping it out with Fawn Clements, who's looking for a way round the outside. Her teammate Coach Chizzy's in this one as well in about 6. But it's all about Hurry out of the final turn and down the last straight, taking that moto win. Evie Webster on track, leading this one out from Annabelle Townsend and Olivia Firth into turn number 2. That looks like Amy Willett's in there in 3, bringing it in 4, bringing it down through the third straight. Harriet Alexander is in there in 5, and Lydia Weber in 6, and Abby Hill bringing on through that 7 spot, heading into the final turn. But down the last straight, it's all about Webster. 19 to 29-year-olds are on track. Finn Clark leads this one out. Who's there with him? Looking like Ben Fitzsimmons slots his way into that 3 spot as Ollie Cope works his way up to 2. In and out of the second corner, Clark, Cope, Fitzsimmons, that's your 1, 2, 3. Looks like Keanu Schaefer going in there in 4. Josh Wallace in 5. Last turn action, it's all about Clark down the final straight. He's going to take this moto win. More 19 to 29-year-old action on track. Mabo UK going 1 and 3 as the exit turn number 1. It's Radshaw, Savage and Kay. That's your 1, 2, 3 as it stands. Eddie the Hitman Cannons is in this one as well. He's inside the top 4. But the front 2 riders are running away with this one at the moment. It is Bradshaw and Savage looking good into the final turn. Down the last straight they go. Smooth as you like for the pair of them. They're going to take it home in 1 and 2K. Rounding out them top 3 positions. Callum Chard Maple leads out race number 363. Doing it for Tiverton BMX Club. That is Hayden Green in behind him. Who is the 324 plate in there? Alex Taylor out of Brixton BMX. So that's your front 3 as the exit turn number 2. Looking like we have got the Royal Air Force in there as well. That's Pete Watson heading through the 3rd straight and into the final corner. Maple down the final straight. This kid is quick. He's going to pick up that moto win. I've just called Callum Chard Maple a kid. He's in 19 to 29. Oh, I remember when he was 6 and unders. Right, 30 plus masters on track. This age group is super stacked this season, looking like Lucas and Brunez 1 and 2 into the final corner. That is Brazil in there in 3, looking like we've got John Livingston inside the top 4. That's how they're going to bring it down the final straight. Your British champion Shaughnessy in there for 5, David James 6, Matthew Bourne in 7. Billy Irwin having a good old scrap with George Higley as they bring it through the second straight in race number 365. In and out of the second corner they go. Irwin's made his move and gone from 2 to 1. Higley then doing all he can to close the gap back down. We've got Mark Rees, Dale Scott and Christopher Granger all in this moto as well. But it's all about Allen's Factory Supercross and Billy Irwin in that moto. Vets on track, in and out of that first corner. Simon Homan's leading this one through. Oh, it's getting a little bit sideways through the straight, but he's right there with Fraser Watson behind him, in and out of that second corner. Who's in 3 and 4, looking like the 17 plate, picking up the 3. That's going to be Matthew Trincard out of the Titans. He's under a bit of pressure, though, in that final turn as he go in and out. It looks like it could be the 2 plate, I think, of Zoltan Boudet pushing his front wheel through for a top 3 finish. More Vets action on track. Matt Barnard, Adam Boudet, Hayden Chirora, Andy Todd, Ian Milne, Ross Kennedy and Danny Taylor. That's Danny T in there in 4. Repping the Crucial Gang colours. This one rider gets it a little bit wrong into turn number 2. Not quite sure who that was, but it's all about Barnard out front. He's going to go 1 and 2 with Adam Boudet across the stripe. Grand Vets, race 368. Hilly leads this one out, your national champion from last season, Pure Bicycles. 5 on the plate, Brett Knight in there behind him, Steve Fortune in 3. 4-3-4 on the plate in 4, that's Stuart Little. It looks like we have got Daniel Keary-George in there in 5, doing it for Gosport National Race Team. No Christos Chorkos in this one. As we take a look at Hilly picking up another moto win. I'd love for someone to calculate how many moto wins Hilly's had over the years. That number must be very similar to a phone number these days. We are now looking at the number 4 plates. Leading out race 369. Brett Archibald, Martin Argy Ogden in this one. Neil Waddington. Dominic Elliott, though, inside the top 3. Waddington in 4. Brixton BMX's Patrick Graham in 5. No Steve McClue in this one, but it's all about Archibald and Argy. That's your 1-2 down the final straight. We are nearing the end of the motos, ladies and gents. You are looking at Championship Women heading into the turn. Emily Hutt leads this one out for B Strong Race Team. Hutt out front. Who's there with her? Got to be Mabo UK. That is Lily Chisholm picking up the 2 spot. Here comes the 6 of Sabina Ashman, looking for a way into a top 2 spot as they go in and out of the second corner. Not quite found it. Laurie Carruthers in there for 3. In there for 4, sorry. Lucy Simpson in 5. But Emily Hutt charging away with this moto down the final straight. She's going to wrap up the win down the last straight to the line with Lily Chisholm in behind her in 2. Second ranker Champ Women heading down the hill and into turn number 1. Beth Shrevers leading this one out on the 911 plate. Your former Olympic and world champion heading for turn number 2. Look how smooth she is into the corner, looking like it is Megan Roy in that 2 spot. Elizabeth Bound and Annalise Cadman-Carpenter in this moto with them. Carpenter just about got the advantage on Bound as he head for the final turn. She's on the inside. Bound looking for a high-low. Can she make it stick? Not quite made it happen on the exit of the turn. Shriver wins it. Roy for 2. Carpenter's going to hang on to 3. Bound in there for that top 4 spots. Junior Open hits the track. The first rack of these guys for the 3rd set of motos hits turn number 1. Moto 1 leads it out. Finn Phillips going 1 and 2. That looks like it could be Cody Coker working his way in. He's getting busy through the pro set. Oh, Jake Hart doesn't quite make it over. Coker throws it underneath in the turn and comes out in the 1 spot, but now he's neck and neck with Larkins. Larkins, Coker, the Pure Bikes guys going 1 and 2. Oh, they're elbow bashing in the corner. Wow, oh wow. Larkins takes it. JTL Simpson Davies for the 2. Cody Coker blows a pedal on the exit of turn number 3. Second racker Junior Men hits the track, heading for turn number 1. Henry Air whole shots in and out of the corner. Where is James Clitheroe? It looks like he's been shuffled back to about 6. So it is Air, Hoff, Copeland, 1, 2, 3. Millar's in there in 4. Riders just about making it over the pro set. Looks like we've lost Ruben Byrne. Not quite sure what happened to him in the turn, but he's ended up at the top of the corner. So it's Air and Hoff out in front, looking good down the final straight. That's how they're going to bring it across the line. Copeland and Millar are going through in 3 and 4. Penultimate moto of the weekend, ladies and gents. You are looking at Jos Marnham heading for turn number 1. Marnham, last year's national champ, leads this one out. Who's in there with him? Got to be Ben Cornish picking up the 2 spot. That looks like it could be Harrison Bell in 3, but he's right there with Charlie Roy, who's making his way right round the outside, and he's made his stick. So Roy Goes from 4 to 3. That leaves Bell at the back of the pack in 5. Barclay's in there in 4. In and out of the final corner. Cornish is hunting down Martin through the final straight. Martin's going to hang on to it. Cornish for 2. Last moto of the day, ladies and gents. We've got Sharrock, Isidore, Strickland heading into the first corner. It is Quillen, Isidore, Pure Bicycles leading this one out. Who's there with him? It is Strickland doing it for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent Mamo. UK's Paddy Sharrock in there in 3. These guys can relax through this third straight because they're all taking it through to the final as it stands. Isidore then leading it into the corner. In and out they go. Pure Bicycles, Quillen Isidore, he's going to pick up this moto win. Sharrock chilling his way through for a third. Strickland in 2. Your quarterfinals will be going at 1:45. 1:45 for the quarterfinals, ladies and gents. So that is 1:45 for your quarterfinals, ladies and gents.
dangerous. Get dangerous. Shameless. Chasing. Shameless. Get dangerous. That's Mike. Get dangerous.
Welcome to a warm and sunny Scotland. Here's your Cumbernauld track guide. Okay, well here we are, Cumbernauld, track behind me. It's a long one, reputed and 390 metres long, one of the longest in the country. First straight's super wide. In fact, from lane 8, it's probably even longer than that. You've got to get all the way across. Pro section here, of course. Really good looking corners, really great shape, especially the last one. Technical third straight. Put me off there, and then a really challenging last straight. It's quite narrow as well. Anyway, looking forward to this. Let's go and have a look at some of the features. Okay, so first thing to talk about, 2 start hills. We're only using that one, don't worry about that one. A long way across, of course, to get across the track from the over the 3 metre start straight, if you like. So quite a long way to come across into that first corner. Okay, we're at the bottom of the start hill, top of the first jump. I'd say a little bit lower than Cyclo Park, quite a steep entry, but it's a very, very long way across. So small ones, almost certainly a big pedal through here. Some of the bigger ones might be manualing. Need to really make sure you get on the gas on the back of this jump. You've got quite a decent pedal to the next jump and into that first corner, and getting all the way across, remember, as well. Okay, well, I'm roughly in line with lane 1 here, and we've got all this still to go into the first corner. So I think you guys can get an idea of how wide this track is on the way into the first turn. There'll be a lot of moves. Last time we were here, there were lots of moves in that first corner. And of course, you've got the 2 lines coming out. On the challenge line, you need to get all the way back across again on the exit of the corner. And the pro line, obviously taking a wide out angle out from that corner. So let's take a look at that. Okay, so first corner. You've got all the way across from that 5 metre hill. It's really flat in the bottom behind me, a bit like Gosport second corner. So you've got to watch that. And of course, lots of lines on the way out for the split second straight. Right, second straight. So I'm stood roughly where the track splits. I don't know where there'll be like cones or markers on the day, but of course you've got to get across to make that next jump on the challenge line. And on the pro line, you're in hot at this point. So nice step up here, really big backside, and into a double with grass in it, which means you really need to jump it. Meanwhile, on the challenge line, quite a lot of challenging jumps, a little bit cyclo-parky, maybe not quite the same, but similar sort of transitions between each of the jumps, and a nice fast line into the second corner. Actually gets quite narrow behind us here into that second corner. It's quite steep as well, bit of ascend into there. Let's have a look at some of the younger ones. Keep your speed up and get into that second corner. Actually quite wide when you get here. You've got the slightly narrower towards the end of the second straight on both lines, but the berm itself is a really good shape and size. Quite flat on the way in, but as soon as you're getting towards the apex, there's some support there. Really good support on the exit. Not quite vert, but pretty good. Very skate park style. And then into that third straight. Here we are, third straight. So quite a long one. We've got a couple of different options here on the table. They're on off. There we go. Look at that, Oscar, nice one. And into that last corner, quite tight into the last corner. Again, really good supportive berm. Okay, so last corner, quite a long manual on the double on the way in, and it's quite tight when you get here. Quite wide in the middle. So, looking forward to some interesting lines here.
Tell you what,
you've really got to be
got a true Man U fan here, Lewis. He lives in Nottingham.
If you're looking to defend a lead,
doesn't matter where you're from. Doesn't matter where you're from.
Support on the exit, a bit like Peckham. Really,
if he was a proper Man U fan, he'd live in Surrey.
Relatively narrow, wide enough, but relatively narrow.
I'll move to Manchester. It'll be fine.
No, don't.
Okay,
that means you'll be a City
fan. On the finish line, that's a lap.
I don't know anything about football anyway. I'm a Wigan Athletic fan, so I know absolutely zero.
Yeah, Wigan Athletic fans aren't allowed to talk football.
No, we're not. You're right.
Rugby, maybe.
Yeah. I like watching the Warriors as well.
Hot lap, challenge lane, Cumbernauld, steep first jump.
For those that are interested, it's Brentford 2-1.
Open first corner.
I don't suppose many of you are interested, but it is Brentford 2-1.
To the takeoff. coming up with a step by step.
You coming hanging out under here, Beth?
Flex straight, move.
If you want to.
Jump off a tight corner, hard straight. Loads of different lanes. Again.
If the former Olympic champion
Change
can't
it
come and
down
hang out with us
speed.
for 5 minutes,
Last
what's
corner,
going on?
keep it tight. Last straight, tight straight. You keep it smooth. And that's the hot lap. Cumbernauld, pro line hot lap.
Okay, well those were the hot laps from Cumbernauld BMX track. You had the challenge line and the pro line. Great venue, by the way. Hard standing along here now for spectators. The pens as well, sealed surface area. Great for the riders. Really, really good track. And a great venue more broadly as well, with good coffee in the leisure centre. So there you have it. Looking forward to seeing the racing here and of course to seeing you guys trackside soon.
Oh, Rhea Goodman. All right, we're on semi-finals. 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser Open. Leighton Harding, Charlie LeBras. Going to go 1 and 2 into that turn. They've got Jet Thompson and Max Livingston of Gosport National Race Team in there as well. Holly Bishop, Bram Heaver, Taylor Hoare and Orwin Smart all in this one. But it's Harding, LeBras and the two Gosport boys are 3 and 4 at the minute. Thompson in that final qualifying spot. Holly Bishop in there in 5. Taylor's in 6. Bram in 7. Owen in 8. So it's going to be Leighton Harding, Charlie LeBras, Max Livingston and Jet Thompson making their way through to the 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser final.
Second semi-final for the 9 to 12-year-old Cruisers on track. Charlie Cotton charging through the second straight as he brings it towards the second corner. That looks like the 13 in there behind. Got to be Ocean King out of T-Mine. In and out of that second turn. Then Swales has worked his way in to a top 3 spot. Huey Hall's in there in 4. Who's the rider in 5? Looking like Leo Bradley out of Rustin at Racing. He wants a piece of the top 4 pie to take it through to the final. Huey Hall, though, has just threaded the needle in the final turn, gone from 4 to 2. Carlton's run away with it. The 2, 3 and 4 riders are all abreast across the line.
Semi-final number 1, 13 to 14-year-old cruiser Will Knowles in there in 3. This looks like Freddie Walwork in there in 4, but he's just had the move put on him by Robin Mattern Alonso. So Hard Knocks in 5, looking for the 4. Will Knowles is getting swallowed up in that group as well. So it's James Cottrell, Logan Young, Robin Mattern Alonso. Will Knowles under pressure from Freddie Walwork. Can he get him at the line? No, he can't.
Todd Smith-Norman leads out semi-final number 4 out of turn number 1. It looks like he's got Bruce Anthony right there next to him, heading for the second corner. Newton Hindley under a bit of pressure as he goes into the turn as well. Looks like that could be the 239. Jake McKenna's in there in 5, chasing down the GT Factory and Team Air riders. That is Hadley Harding inside the top 3. That's got to be Hindley in 4. Has McKenna got enough left for Hindley down to the line? Hindley's going to take it through.
Right, 15, 16-year-old cruisers, we are on. Sean Brown, Eric McSwitty, Stanley Palmer. That is your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Jacob Wallen's in there in 4. Bradley Davidson behind him. Wilson's trying to get in the mix as well. And Addison Milburn. But it's Sean Brown out in front, doing it for Ice Bikes. Palmer in the 2, McSwitty in the 3. Jacob Wallen's under pressure though, down the final straight. Bradley Davison coming through, steals it away at the line for the Hawks.
15-16 cruiser semi-final action heading through the second straight. John O'Harity doing it all for all of the single ladies out there in MK Evolution, looking to pick up the semi-final win. He's being chased down by the 12 plate of Joe Pentonvogt as they head for the final turn. Jack Watford just comes up short ever so slightly, but he's still hanging on to the 3 spot. He's got Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there behind him. That is Joe Little. Little under all sorts of pressure from Theo Cam. Cam's looking like he's going to nick the final qualifying spot. Little out in 5.
Right, 30-plus female cruiser, Becca Gold, Nita Wong going 1 and 2. Nikki Sitch is in there in 3. Who's got the 4 at the moment? Fwon Clemens having a battle with Marsha Brook. Here we go, in and out of the turn. Brooks almost running into the back of Nikki Sitch. That's allowed Fwon Clemens to get up close. She's going to have to make the move in the final corner. Brooke and Clemens, in and out we go. Clemens does the high-low, drag racing down the final straight. Nikki Sitch in 3. Marsha Brooks under pressure. Who's going to get it? Oh, Marsha just.
30-plus women's cruiser, second semi-final, heading into the second corner. That is Michelle Stupple, your national champ, leading them through. Lee Pendleton and Liam Eden picking up the 2 and 3 spots on the exit of turn number 2. It is the 18 plate inside the top floor. Manda Hemstock heading for the final corner out of Ice Bikes Factory team. She's been chased down by Ruth Ford, but she's got a bit of breathing space on the exit of turn 3. Stupple wraps up the semi-final win. Pendleton, Meaden going to go through in 2 and 3. Hemstock rounding out the top 4 spots.
Alan Hill, Ian Archibald, Martin Ogden, that is your 1, 2, 3 at the minute. And Mark Cottrell is in there in 4, doing it for Rab Racing. He must have had some of those special Flavour Flav cakes. He's in the top 4 as they go towards the final corner. It's Alan Hill, Ian Archibald, Martin Ogden. Mark Cottrell makes it in. He'll be happy with that.
Steve Hassel and Brett Archibald were neck and neck down the first straight, but Archibald had the inside, so he's holding on to the 1 spot at the moment. Hassel right there with him, looking for a way round Pete Butler. It's rounding out the top 3 spots as they get a bit of a gap over the 7 of Carver, who's in there in 4 at the moment. He has a bit of breathing space of his own though, over Stuart Little in there in 5, heading for the final corner. It is looking good for Archibald. Hassel and Portalow down the final straight. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? Carver's going to hang on.
Right, you'd expect Alex Brooks to be at the front of this semi-final, but it's Thomas Doran at the minute. Brooks is looking good in 2 at the minute, but he's got the original Tom Palmer to deal with. Quick look behind from Thomas Miller. Oh, Rocky O'Brien tried to stick the elbow in, couldn't make it happen. He's cost him some momentum as they go into that final turn. Meanwhile, Alex Brooks has stolen the lead. He's going to go through in 1. Doran, Palmer, Miller, O'Brien unlucky in 5.
Dan Wilson leads out the second 17 to 29-year-old cruiser semi-final. On the exit of turn number 1, that looks like John Lillingston doing all he can to close that gap down. Pete Watson's under all sorts of pressure as he tried to look up the inside of Arne Esselman, but Esselman was having none of it. He's in there in 3. Looks like the 5 has worked his way in. Theo Pope's into a qualifying spot, but he's still being chased down by Watson. In and out of the final corner. Wilson, Lillingston, that's your 1-2. Esselman and Pope are safe and through as well.
Right, changing the age groups. Oh, Rapid Roman Birdfield has slipped his pedals. That's his lap over. Teddy Gorman out in front. Joseph Clayton's in there. Logan Aceto's in there. Finley Thomas is going through in 2. Albie Blight's in there in 3. The 0-1 of Joseph Clayton in 4. And that puts Cooper Crowley out of Brumwood in there in 5. Crowley's looking for the 4. They are 4 abreast going into that final turn. Something's got to give. Gorman's in there, Clayton's in there, Thomas is in there. Look at the drag race for the 4. Blight versus Crossley. Who's going to get it at the line? Blight from Crossley.
Semi-final number 14 is led through by Archie Fisher, but he's being chased down by Connor Grant out of the Brumwood Park National Race Team. Arlo Payne is in there in 3. Look at Grant making moves in turn number 2. Oscar Rutherford is in there in 4, but he's being chased down by Frankie Jones heading for the final corner. It is still looking good for Grant and Fisher out front and clear of the pack. Payne doing all he can to close that gap down, and I think he's managed it. Jones chasing Rutherford down to the stripe, but Rutherford's going to hang on.
Changing age groups again, we are on to the 9-year-olds. Big Hens, Henry Sullivan. That looks like Seb Perry in there in 2. He has absolutely turned his day around from rolling around on the floor this morning to being in the second spot in this semi-final. Blake Burns in there as well, as is the 0-5 of Leo Bridge. Bridge is under pressure from Robinson into the final corner. Can't quite make that move stick. MK Evolution, 2 riders inside the top 4. It's going to be Sullivan, Perry, and the 2 MK guys.
Ethan the Great White was shot out of a cannon into turn number 1, and he leads out semi-final number 16 from Jake Avis on the 449 plate. That looks like the 757 of Oscar Marco out of DC Cycles. Look at them queuing up for the 4 spot though. At the moment, it belongs to Elliot Hatch, but he's got fluent bicycle motocross as Alexander Gilbert right there with him, looking for a way through. Gilbert into the turn. Oh, it's getting busy. Hatch throws it under Marco, so Hatch goes from 4 to 3. Marco under pressure from Gilbert, but he's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
10-year-old girls are up next. Semi-final 1. Holly Bishop out in front. She's doing it for Halo Wheels. We've got Eliza Powell out of Crank. BMX coach in the 4. That belongs to Holly Webb and Emma Dean. Birthday girl yesterday. This is going to be the best present ever if she makes this final. She's got pressure coming though from Cara Cross from Gosport National Race Team. Into that final corner we go. Dean and Cross for the final qualifying spot. Bishop's going to make it in. Looks like Emma Dean's going to go through as well. She takes the 4.
Molly Tomlinson was led into turn number 1 by Rosie Geddes out of the Centurions, but Tomlinson and Geddes are getting busy. Here comes River Henderson round the outside to work her way into 3 and 2. They're elbow bashing in the turn. Looks like the 11 of Florence Kay is in there in 4, but she's under all sorts of pressure from Arabella Denton and her teammate Roxy Rowlands. Rowlands looking for a way through. She's gone underneath Denton in the corner. Didn't quite make his stick, so it's going to be Tomlinson. Geddes down to the line. Henderson for 3. Who's going to get 4? It was Florence Kay.
10-year-old boys are up next. Charlie Dowson on the inside. He's got Ethan Shaw right there next to him. Kacharik doing it for Radco Racing, just slipping into that free spot at the moment. Who's got the 4 as they come down the straight? I'm looking at Tobias Groves. Where is Aston John Lee for the home fans? He's in there in 6. He's battling with Sinead Reed Academies. Ollie Bird. This one's not over yet. Grocock in there in 7. Jacob Dent in 8. It's going to be Shaw. Dowsing into the final turn. Kacharik's in there as well. Looks like Tobias Groves has done enough, and Aston John Lee, he's going to go out in the semi.
Thomas Giles is on fire this weekend, leading our semi-final number 20 from the other rider out of the northeast. So it is a northeast 1 and 2. It's going to be Jesse Rose chasing down Giles. That's your front two riders. Here comes Rex Ford trying to close that gap down in 3. Who is the fast signatures rider in 4? Got to be Joseph Dewis. He's being chased down though by George Spencer in 5. Last turn action. Check out Dewis. He's thrown it under Ford. Ford now being chased by Spencer. Who's going to get it? Giles hangs on to it. Rose Dewis through as well with
11-year-old girls are on. Betty Wills, Trixie Trays, Izzy Underhill. That is your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Trixie's got a birthday today and she's looking to take home a massive present in the form of a national win. The 6th place worked her way in. That is Holly Richardson from CGR. She's in there in 3. Izzy's in 4. Maisie Surtees in 5. In and out the final turn we go. Looks like Underhill's going to do enough to hang on to it. It's going to be Wills, Trays, Richardson and Underhill.
Maisie Egan is your national champion from 2024. She wants to make it 2 on the bounce and she's looking good at the moment for GT Factory. Into turn number 2. Aria Rosalie out of the Centurions. Massive is getting cheered on from that second corner and she's in that second spot at the moment. Grace Hudak in there in 3. Who's the rider in 4? Got to be MCR's Ellie Bean. In and out of the final corner. The front 4 have separated from the rest of the pack. Egan, Lee, Hudak, 1, 2, 3, beating 4.
11-year-old boys, not 1, not 2, but 3 from LCC in this one. And Freddie Ray Orland is the man with his nose in front, and his teammate, Teddy Jones, in there with Connor Hemphill. Freddie Ray Orland at the minute. Ronnie Wood, the land shark, he's on the outside looking in. He's got to get around Sebastian Hewitt on that final straight. So it's going to be Hemphill, Jones, Orland, 1, 2 and 3. Ronnie Wood's going to go out in 5.
Oliver Richards has hit the deck on the first straight and we've lost Finn Munro. And what looks like Edward Cordery in turn number 1. That leaves your national champ Anderson and Hugo Dayton to run away with this semi-final. Dayton's on a charge. Who's in there in 3? That's got to be Edward Cordery. So one of the fallen riders could have been Jaden O'Connell. Yes, it was O'Connell, but down the final straight, Anderson, Dayton, Nash, your 1, 2, Cordery in 3. Who's going to get 4? It's going to be Jamie Robertson out of the Centurions. Massive. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Arthur Claydon, Edward Cordery and Jaden O'Connell.
12-year-old girls semi-finals are up next. That is Freya Harris, Iris Hyder and Grace Gerard going 1, 2, 3 into the turn. Who's getting involved in 4? It looks like Poppy May Kirby at the minute. Doing it for Decoy. Seren Pritchard's in there as well. Trying to get involved. Here comes Mara McCarran doing it for Radco Racing. It's Hyder and Harris battling away. Gerard's looking good for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 3. It's all about the 4. Seren Pritchard's underneath. Poppy May Kirby's not done yet. Who's going to get it at the line? Pritchard's going to hang on. Take that 4th.
Elizabeth Rollerpool checked out of turn number 1 in front of Brooke Fast Fawcett and Lauren Keller heading into the second corner. Millie Ross is hanging on to that final qualifying spot, but check the move from the 7 of Elsie Blind. Now Ross and Blind are elbow to elbow through the 3rd straight. Ross just pulling away for an advantage into the final turn. Here comes Blind, she's not done yet. Paul, Fawcett, that's your 1, 2. Keller's hanging on to 3. Now Keller's under pressure from Ross as they bring it to the line. Ross going to hang on to 4.
12-year-olds, here we go. James Bibby, Leighton Harding, 1 and 2. The big question is, where is Isaac the Sender Smith? He's battling away with Archie Bell at the minute. One goes high, one goes low. Elbows are going to be flying in this final corner. It is Bibby, Harding, Payne, you 1, 2, 3. Bell's in there in 4. Isaac is going to have to send it, and he sent it. Drag race down the final straight. Bell and Smith to the line. Who's going to get it? Oh, I think Isaac's just lost out.
12-year-old boys, second semi-final. Here's the second straight, and Leo Rowlands leads them away. He's being chased down by the 12 of Archie Croker White into turn number 2. That looks like the E4 plate of Jack Devine in there for 3, the 11 in 4. That is Adrian Galitis, but he's under all sorts of pressure from Marcus Mullen as he bring it back through the straight. Mullen works his way round to go from 5 to 4. That shuffles Galitis back. Galitis tries to come back at him in the final turn. Didn't quite make his stick, so it's going to be Mullen taking it through to the final.
13-year-olds Maypole UK have got 2 riders in the top 4, Ethan Rogers and JP Jack Perkins. 3 and 4 at the minute. Here comes the pressure from Dylan Spence, who's in there in 5. Frankie Griffin in 6. Looks like GT's James Miller is leading it out with Riley Butt in there in 2. So GT absolute, and then the 2 Maypole guys down the final straight. Rogers is in 3. JP's in 4.
Semi-final number 30 on track. Where is Charlie Craig? This kid has been on fire all weekend long, and he is leading out this semi-final into turn number 2. He's being chased down though by the 12 of Max Vass. In and out of the corner they go. The 14 of Josh Jepson in there in 3. That's going to be Ethan Howell in there for 4. Yesterday's winner looking to pick it up into the final turn. In and out he goes. Craig, Vass, that's your 1, 2. Them guys are safe and clear. It is going to be Jepson and Howell taking it through to the final.
Right, Nate Hamilton, where is Elvis Lawrence? He's on the inside, and he's been shuffled back into that 4th spot. He's got tyres all over the back of him at the moment. The 0-1, the British champion. Into the turn we go. It's Maybo out in front. Nate Hamilton, Robin Mattern, Alonso in 2. Heath the Beef Osborne going through in 3. Lawrence looking like he's going to hold on. Tyres hasn't done enough. He's going to go out in 5.
Semi-final number 32, Ned Guppy's in this one, and he's currently chasing down your world number 7. Gotta be Little Cotty heading into turn number 2. Guppy looking for a way round. That looks like it is Brody Geddes on an absolute charge this weekend in there for 3. Isaac Shaw's in 4, Lynch is in 5. Last turn action looking good as Guppy chases down your race leader. Cotty, Guppy, Geddes, that's your 1, 2, 3. Shaw rounds out the top 4.
Moving on, 15-year-old age group, Amos Guppy, Lucas Osborne. He's just watched his brother make the final, and now Lucas is about to do the same. Tomlinson's in there in 3. Oliver James in 4. Freddie Entwistle in there in 5. Freddie's going to have to make up about 3 or 4 bike lengths if he wants to get in. In and out the final turn. Guppy, Osborne, Tomlinson, James. Entwistle can't quite do enough. It's over in 5.
Ty Diaz checks in and out of turn number 1. Out front in semi-final number 34 for the 15-year-olds. He's being chased down by the 7 of Bradley James into that second corner. Where is the Rab Racing rider Lucas Seeley? He's in there in 3. That looks like the 21 of Freddie Franklin in there inside the top 4. He's being chased down by Eden Boone, doing it for Warren BMX race team. In and out of the final corner. It looks like Boone's got too much to do. Franklin, James, Seeley, Ty Diaz. That's your front 4.
Next age group, 16-year-olds. Who's out in front? It can only be Stay Strong Clark and Ken's Kai Bowen leading this one already by about 7 or 8 bike lengths. The 10-player Finley Collins is in there in 2. Caden Dunn in there in 3 and throwing elbows already. Getting mixed up with Kai Blaine from Teamer. So in and out the final turn. It's all about that 4th spot. Dunn's looking good in 3. Who's going to get there for? Teamer's Kai Blaine makes it in.
Eli Smith is leading out. Semi-final number 36 from Mavo UK's Noah Everly. Heading into that second corner, looks like the 11 of Nathan Barata is in a qualifying spot, being chased down by Ollie Coppin as they take it through the third straight. Who is the evolved rider bringing it into the final corner? It looks like Henry Rayner trying to find a way through. Everly's made his move on Smith. So them two guys, 1 and 2. Coppin's under pressure at the line. That one was close.
17 and 18-year-olds, look at this. Hard Knocks bike coaching, going 1 and 2. George Gerard, Jaden Fawcett, absolutely on fire. That is Lewis Cook in there in 3 and Charlie Granger in 4. Reese Toole in 5 and Sam Hamblin in there in 6. But it's all about the Hard Knocks massive in and out that final turn. Gerard, Fawcett to the line, going 1 and 2. Cook in 3, Granger in 4.
Second rack of the 17-18-year-old semi-finals hits the second straight, and your British champ leads them out. On Esselman into turn number 2. He's being chased down by Shea Young. In and out of that second corner they go. The 197 is in this one. Got to be Brandon Mallon out of the Belfast City crew, heading for the final corner. That looks like it is 0-1 racing. Jack Clark. Oh, Clark's had the move put on him in the final corner. Duran's made his stick, and he's going to go through in the final qualifying spot.
19 to 29-year-old females, this was all action yesterday. Evie Webster, Annabelle Townsend, Imogen Gibson, that is your 1, 2, 3. Amy Willets is in there in 4. Becca Gall in 5. That looks like Bristol's rider in there in 6. That'll be Jamie Elwood. But Evie Webster and Annabelle Townsend, no doubt that these two riders are going to make it in. Imogen Gibson's looking good in 3. Amy Willis has given herself enough room in 4.
Second rack of the 19 to 29-year-old women in and out of that first corner. Got to be the 2 of Emily Green. Green Machine Tribe out front, looking good at the moment, being chased down by the 7 of Hannah Drew into turn number 2. That's Izzy Hurry inside the qualifying spots at the moment. Doing it for Mamo UK. She's being chased down by Evolved Bicycle Motocross. That is Emily Clinch. She's also being chased though by Olivia Firth out of Sorted Race Gear. Last turn action, it is Green and Drew. Clear of the pack, going to take it through across the line. Murray hanging on. Clinch, is she going to take it from Firth? Yes, she is.
All right, fasten those seatbelts, clench those butt cheeks. It's the 19 to 29-year-old semi-finals. Tyrese Radshaw out in front. Callum Chard Maple in 2. Finley Clark's in there in 3. And Hard Knocks bike coaching. Oliver Culp is in there in 4. Looks like Luke Davies Hayes is too far away to do anything about it.
Semi-final number 42 hits turn number 1, and it is of course your world number 3 leading them out, Brynlee Savage, bringing it home into turn number 2 from Hayden Green in that 2 spot. Dan Kay is in there in 3. Looks like we lost there. Eddie the Hitman Cannon's in turn number 1. The front 3 are looking safe and clear. Who's got the final qualifying spot? Got to be Seb Hamling, doing it for SAS Race Team. He's under all sorts of pressure. Ben Fitzsimmons throws it under in the turn. Can he hang on to his Savage? Green, Kay. Fitzsimmons picks up the final qualifying spots. Semi-finals done and dusted, ladies and gents. We are going final racing at 20 past 3. If you are in the final on the cruisers, you need to be in the pens at 20 past 3. We will be going racing.
Okay, inside line with Rich Eames and Lewis Slocker. Incredible level of racing this weekend, I must say. I think, to your point earlier that you've made before, Rich, get through those first 2 rounds, and then your season could come to an end quite soon if you make a mess of it at the indoor. But we're really rocking and rolling now.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen some fantastic racing here this weekend, and I think the fact that we've gone from such a tight indoor track to this one, which is absolutely wide open, it's like a motorway coming down this second straight. So you're seeing riders who kind of have that bit more power come to the fore, which I think has been really good. It's certainly mixed it up a little bit. Round 3 was obviously a bit of carnage involved, but people really seem to have settled to the track now, got themselves used to it, and it's been more open this weekend, more open today anyway on the Sunday, and it's been good.
Yeah, and a word for Tyrese and Brian in the 1729 or whatever it is age group. It's it's on fire, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's wicked. I was saying earlier on that it's good that we've finally got that age group back up to being as competitive as it was sort of 5-6 years ago. There was one point where there could have been sort of 8 different riders that could have won that at any point. And I think now that the talent in that class is outrageous, really. I mean, Brindley, obviously a world number 3, he's been world number 3 something like 3 times on the bounce now. So he's obviously an incredible rider. We've seen what he can showcase over the last few seasons. Obviously, we've got Tyrese that's come down a couple of age groups as well over the last couple of seasons from Elite, and he's obviously mixing it up with them. And then Hayden Green's come back into the fold. It's really good racing, and that final yesterday was just incredible. It was really good to watch. It's not just from a racer's point of view, but from a spectator's point of view. It really makes the racing exciting.
Yeah, I loved it. It was the hold the line in that first corner, and it was sort of a brick thing meets a brick thing, wasn't it? It was like 2 great big units, and it was really good to see that it was all really positive as well. I really enjoyed that. So, other standouts, Rich?
Other standouts, I think the 12-year-old age group has been superb. There's such young kids, but they're building their skills at such a rate. Watching James Bibby's been an absolute pleasure. And then when you get to like the edge of that kind of finals, and you've got guys like Isaac Smith in there as well, and they're all fighting and battling. And obviously, I always have my eye on the 14s with having my rider in there, and that is just getting ridiculous. 52 riders, and it's just the top 16 is, they're so closely matched. It's just insane, and it's a pleasure to watch. And you normally think these riders might drop away a little bit as they get older, but that group's got no smaller, and it's just got so much faster.
Yeah, that's true, and the same on the girls as well. Iris and Grace and others.
Yeah, I mean, the girls' age groups, we've said it at a few nationals now, haven't we, how competitive these girls' age groups are getting. I mean, you look at that 15 girls age group, I know that some of them have sort of moved up and stuff from other age groups, but you're talking, there's 7 or 8 riders in that age group that could easily win a national. They could easily put in a move anywhere in a turn, and they could easily come out on top. So, and especially you're seeing it in the 13s, the 14s girls as well, even the 12s. The competition in these age groups is just incredible to see. And I think obviously it's all been helped over the development that we've sort of got into the girls' age groups over the last few years anyway. But I think the competition is through the roof.
Yeah, and I mean, we're stood in the middle of quite a big jump. And you see the prey behind us, this is a bit bigger, but this is a really lippy jump, big jump, hard landing. You've got to crank into the corner and get across. And the 12 girls and boys are jumping into here, some of them.
Yeah, they are, and they're holding the speed as well into these big wide turns, and that's a massive difference between here and Manchester. You've got wide turns to play with, and you can see people forgetting to hold the inside. Prime example being Alfie Sim yesterday in the 13-14 Cruiser Semi. He just left the gap open that little bit. Somebody dived underneath him, and he ended up in 5th in the semi-final. So you've really got to think about your track craft at a track like this. It's not just a case of like locking in and taking the easiest line, because you leave a gap, somebody's underneath you, you go from 4th to 5th in a semi, race over.
All right, well, thanks for the entries on the sign competition. We've got a winner, we've announced that. Jules Ann, well done, really good stuff. And we're not going to mention Lewis's footwear ever again. So anyway, we'll be live with the finals very soon.
Right, nice 12-year-old Cruisers B final is lining up on the gate. They are go. Bradley, Bishop, Steinmetz, Hoare, Cathcart, Cunnison, Eva, Westwood and Smart into that first turn. Looks like Leo Bradley picking up the whole shot. He's in there in one, Holly Bishop in three. Where is Arlo Steinmetz? Probably in the middle of the pack somewhere, but he's always very well dressed. He's in there in that second position. Battling with Bradley. Maybo UK in there in three. That's Rocco Westwood. Here comes Holly Bishop. Working away up the inside and looking for a top three spot. Bram Heaver in there in about five. Just had a move put on him by Paige Cathcart Cunnison. It's going to be Bradley to the line. Bradley, Steinmetz, Bishop, Westwood, your top four. A final for the 9 to 12-year-old Cruisers. We have got Jet Thompson, Max Livingston, Huey Hall, Sheen King, Charlie Labras, Harry Swales, Leighton Harding, and Charlie Cotton. It's go, go, go for the 9 to 12-year-old Cruisers. Who's going to be the first to rise? Charlie Cotton looking good, battling with Leighton Harding into the turn. Harding's got the inside, makes it stick. Charlie Cotton goes up high. That lets Harry Swales dive underneath him and steal that second position away. The 8-4-2. That belongs to Huey Hall. Huey in there in four, he's looking for the three. Charlie Cotton's been shuffled back. Leighton Harding still leading Swales into the final turn. So Leighton Harding, Harry Swales, that's going to be your 1, 2 and 3. Charlie Cotton's going to make it in, but Harding takes the win.
One rider down in the 13-14-year-old Cruiser B final. Looks like we've lost Alfie Sim in the carnage as well. I think that was Warwork that hit the deck. But you are looking at your race leader, Jake McKenna, heading through the third straight. That's Hunter van der Malion in there in the 2 spot. Who's the rider picking up 3? Looks like Owen Miller out of Burnham BMX in and out of that final turn. Miller making moves, trying to work his way into a 2 spot, and I think he's found it. That shuffles Malion back to 3. Put your hands together for Alfie Sim and Freddie Warwork, ladies and gents. 13 to 14-year-old cruiser, a final lining up on the start. We have got Newton Hindley, William Knowles, Robin Matten Alonso, Hadley Harding, Bruce Anthony, Logan Young, Todd Smith-Notman and James Cottrell. Thirteen, 14-year-old cruisers hit the track. Cotty's had a blinding start out of lane number 1. Can Notman get close enough to him into the turn? Carty leads it. Check out Bruce Anthony's making moves. He's worked his way up to about 3. He's got Newton Hindley right there with him on the inside into turn number 2. Hindley trying to dive underneath. Robin Matten Alonso with a high-low on both of them. Works his way from 5 to 4. He's looking for a way round Hindley, heading for the final turn. But it's all about last year's national champion, Rab Racing. It is going to be James Cottrell picking up the win. Todd Smith-Notman for 2. Newton Hindley's going to round out the podium spots.
Right, 15-16 cruisers, B final. Joe Little Evolved Bicycle Motocross out in front. Jacob Warnes in there in 2. Liam Wilson in 3. That looks like LeBras inside the top 4 at the moment as they go in and out of that turn. Joe Little was very close in that semi-final, couldn't quite make it stick. But he's in and out of the final turn in this B final. Joe Little, Evolved Bicycle Motocross, taking the B final from Jacob Warren and Liam Wilson. 15-16 cruisers, the A final. We have Theo Cam, Jack Walford, Bradley Davison, Joe Penton-Voke, Eric McSwitty, John O'Haradine, Stanley Palmer, and Sean Brown. 15-16 cruisers heading down the hill in the final. Sean Brown on the inside, battling with Stanley Palmer. Into that first turn we go. Elbows already flying. Oh! 1, 2 riders going down. 3 even. Bradley Davidson's been collected. Dear me. Left it wide open in that corner and allowed Stanley Palmer to dive underneath. I still had one eye on the crash and what was going on. It's going to be Palmer and Brown to the line. 1 and 2. BMX Widow Photography's McSwitty going through in 3. Cam in 4. Bradley Davison hit the deck. Wow, wow, wow. As did John O'Haradine. Don't think he was going for the sympathy vote with the ladies. You'll do anything for a New Jersey. Look at the state of that one. And Joe Penton-Voke as well. That sounds like there's a few snap spokes.
Final number 7 hits the track, 30-plus women's cruiser. Heading for that first corner, Ruth Ford with an absolute blinding start. She's going to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. Ford leads it out. Oh, it's getting busy in the turn. Josephine Burston throws it underneath to try and put Braintree on the top 2 spots. But Fawn Clements has other ideas from Andover. And Team A heading into that second corner. Clements is on a charge. She wants to pick off the other Braintree rider in the race. Ford, Clements heading through that third straight. Fawn Clements on an absolute flyer into the final turn. She's gone from 2 to 1. Going to pick up the 30-plus women's cruiser B final win. Fawn Clements for 1, Ruth Ford for 2, and Josephine Burston rounding out the top 3 spots. 30-plus women's cruiser A final lining up on the start. We've got Manda Hemstock, Marsha Brook, Nikki Sitch, Liam Meaden, Lee Pendleton, Anita Wong, Rebecca Gold, and Michelle Stubble. Finally, sees the 30 plus women heading for turn number 1. Stubble and goal were elbow to elbow down the hill. Who's going to get the advantage into the turn? Stubble. Gosport National Race Team leads this one through on the one bike. Goals in there in 2, trying to do all she can to close that gap down. But Stupple's on an absolute rampage in and out of turn number 2. Anita Wong sits there tidy inside of the top 3. That looks like Manda Hemstock in there in 4. Sitches in 5. Looks like Liam Eden in there for 6. Pendleton in 7 and Brooke in 8. But it's all about Michelle Stupple out front. Gonna pick up this 30 plus women's cruiser win. That's Rebecca Gold for 2, and Anita Wong rounds out the top 3.
That's the 50-54B final up there. (50-54) cruise at the B final. Stuart Little, Dominic Elliott in this one. Brett Knight, Jamie McFarlane, Tim Porter, Christus Chalkos, Kevin Sykes and Stephen Notman in and out of turn number 1. It is the evolved bicycle motocross teams. Stuart Little, who is out there in the lead at the moment. He's got the 016 right behind him. That belongs to Dominic Elliott. Brett Knight's in there in 3. Tim Porter in 4. Stephen Notman in 5. Chalkos, Sykes and McFarlane chasing him down. In and out of the final turn we go. Stuart Little is going to bring it home for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. He's going to take that B final in the 50-54 cruiser. Next up, 40-44 cruiser, the A final. We have got, doing it for the YouTube algorithm, Mike Whitaker, Rob Harris, Nick Lewis, Craig Cordin, Dylan Dixon, Matthew Eaton, Andy Groves and Chris Evans. 40-44 cruisers heading down the hill. Who's going to be the first into the turn? Chris Evans. In and out we go. He's got company though. Andy Groves in there in 2. Matthew Eaton's in the mix as well in about 4 as they head towards that second turn. Chris Evans opening the lead now. Last time he rode this fast, the chippy was about to shut and he wanted fish and chips. Into the final turn, it's Evans. Evans, Groves, not sure who's in there in 3. I don't think it's Dylan Dixon, I could be wrong. Matthew Eaton in 4, Craig Cordin in 5. Done.
Before we jump into the 45 to 49-year-old cruisers, just a reminder to everyone that has hired a transponder this weekend to return your transponder as soon as you finish racing to avoid mass queues at the end of the day. Our admin team have also got a lot of travelling to do as well as yourselves, so please get them handed in as soon as you finish racing. Thank you. 45, 49-year-old cruisers then lining up on the start. We've got Graham Stark, Neil Harbour, David Stokes, Anthony Labras, Richard Stevenson, Nige Smith, Norbert Marco, and your British champion, Fraser Watson. Final 11 hits the track. Watson and Marco out of lanes number 1 and 2. Watson out of BMX with her photography. A former world finalist aboard his 24-inch bike. He's running away with his final at the moment. Marco doing all he can to keep the gap. Oh! Watson came and clipped into turn number 2 and somehow managed to stick it upright. So Marco trying to close the gap. Can he get close enough into the final turn? I don't think he can. It's all about Fraser Watson. BMX with a photography going to pick up this 45 to 49-year-old cruiser win. Marco for 2. Rich Stevenson rounds out the top 3. The Bradford Bandits in 4 and 5.
Right, next up, 50 to 54 cruiser, the final. We have got Gary Carver, Mark Cotty Cottrell, Martin Ogden, Pete Butler, Steve Hassel, Brett Archibald, Ian Archibald, and Alan Hill. And we're doing a gate test. We're on. I'll read those names again. Gary Carver, Mark Cottrell, Martin Ogden, Pete Butler, Steve Hassel, Brett Archibald, Ian Archibald, and Alan Hill. All right, hang on to your hats. It is the 50 to 54 cruiser, guys. Heading down the hill towards turn number 1. Alan Hill picking up the whole shot. Brett Archibald in there in 2. Ian Archibald in 3. Steve Hassel in 4. Pete Butler in 5. Martin Ogden in there in 6. Cotty in 7. Carver's having a day off in 8. But it is Hilly looking for national win. I don't know, 8,584,006. He's never stopped winning all the time he's been in BMX. Pure Bicycles, Alan Hill, Brett Archibald, Ian Archibald, your top 3.
55 plus cruisers lining up on the starts for his first ever A final. Steve Needham, Steve Noble, Keith Brown, James Musgrove, Chris Madron, Raymond Reed, John Bentley, and Big Mick Goff. $55 plus cruiser bruisers are waging war on their 24s. Bentley's been shot out of a cannon into turn number 1. Wiz Goffey's in there in 2. That looks like Reed in there for 3. Musgrove in 4. Browns in 5. Noble, Madron 6 and 7. Needham in 8. But the battle is all happening out front. Here comes Big Ming. He wants to come back at Bentley heading through the 3rd straight. Reed's in there in 3. Last turn action. Bentley riding as defensive as he can. He's trying to park the bus down the final straight. Bentley, Goff, Reed, that's your 1, 2, 3.
Right, 17 to 29-year-old Cruiser B final. Rocky O'Brien, Luke Davis Hayes, 1 and 2 into the corner. Connor Blive's in there in 3. That looks like Fast Signatures rider Niall Moss in there in 4. With Pete Watson in 5. But it's going to be O'Brien to the line. O'Brien, Davis Hayes, Moss, you 1, 2, 3. 17 to 29 Cruiser the A final. We have got Thomas Millar, the original Tom Palmer, Thomas Duran, Theo Pope, John Lillingston, Arne Esselmont, Alex Brooks, and Dan Wilson. $17 to 29 Cruiser. This has been an absolute banger of an age group, and Brooks has been shuffled back into the pack already. He's worked his way into 2. He's got to get around Esselmont though, and that is no mean feat in itself. Esselmont and Brooks are out front now. Brooks is looking for the gap, and he's got it. Alex Brooks lined it up perfectly, stole the lead away in turn number 2. That's how you do it, kids. Straight out of the textbook. Here comes Esselman, though. He's having another go. Dan Wilson's in there in 3. Brooks knew he needed that one. Super move in turn 2.
8-year-old B final on track. Final number 16, Frankie Jones, Cooper Crowley, Finley Kerr, Ollie Smith, Logan Acito, Charlie Crossley, Atlas Lewis Field, and Rapid Roman Burfield making moves. Heading for turn number 2. Birdfield leads this out, then Kerr's in there in that 2 spot. Crowley's in 3. Where's Frankie Jones? He's in there in 4. Logan Acito is trying to make moves. He's in there in about 5 at the moment, having a good old scrap with Atlas Lewis Field. Heading for the final corner, but it's all about Rapid Roman at the moment down the last straight. Birdfield going to pick up this 8-year-old B final win. Noah Kerr in there, Finley Kerr, in there for 2. Cooper Crowley in 3.
Cruiser ladies going crazy down that second straight. Amy Willis, Alicia Linscott 1 and 2. Jamie Elwood's in there in 3. Carmel Allison in 4. Erin J. Jackson in 5. Jamie Hyam 6. Jodie Musgrove in 7. And Bella Rutherford in there in 8. As they go in and out of the turn in this 17:29 Cruiser B final, it is going to be Amy Willits to the line with Alicia Linscott in 2, Elwood in 3. A final for the 17 to 29-year-old female cruiser. We've got Taylor Lee Moen, Izzy Hurry, Yetska Hempstock, Olivia Firth, Anya Mattern Alonso, Annalise Cabin Carpenter, Alexis McCartney, and Hannah Drew. (17 to 29-year-old female cruisers, Argo, Hannah Drew, Annalise Cadman Carpenter going well. Alexis McCartney's going to do it for the home fans. Where is she? She's in 3rd coming out of that first turn. Anya Mattern Alonso in there in 4. Yetska Hempstock in 5. Taylor Lee Moen in 6. Olivia's in 7 and Izzy in 8. As they go in and out of turn number 2. Hannah Drew, Pro Star BMX, leading it into that final turn. And as they go in and out, Cadman Carpenter's chasing her down. Alexis McCartney's going to pick up a top 3 for the home fans. Anya Mattern Alonso in 4.
9-year-old B final on track, then led away by LCC's Oakley Hill through that second straight. He's being chased down by Fluence Alexander Gilbert. That looks like the 754 in there as well. Seth Robinson out of the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Team Aaron Andovers. Arthur Mason inside the top 4. It's getting busy for 5, looking like Preston Pirates. Lewis Rothwell is working his way into that top 5 spot into the final turn. But it's all about Hill down the final straight. He's going to wrap up this 9-year-old B final win.
10-year-old girls, the B final. Arabella Denton's in this one. She's been seriously impressive this weekend with the lap she's put in, but she's got to catch Cara Cross at the moment. And here comes the 14 of Roxy Rowlands doing it for the Bruntwood National Race Team. That's Charlie Hargreaves from Hard Knocks in there in that 4th spot. As they head towards the final turn, Gabriella Malloy, Ruby Evans, Abby Graham and Beth Worley are in there as well. But it's Cross in and out of the turn. Rowlands in 2, Denton in 3. Charlie's under pressure for the 4. Is she going to hold it? Yes, she is. Well done, Charlie.
10-year-old B final is on track. Fluent Bicycle Motocrossers Jack Kitching leading this one out on the 16 plate. Ollie Birch and Ace Reed Academy in there in that 2 spot. Looking like that could be Decoys. George Spencer in there for the 3 at the moment. Yesterday's podium finisher, that looks like Jack Haynes in there for 4. He's trying to work his way into a top 3 spot though. He teed up the high low, but another rider threw it underneath. In that last turn, that was Aston John Lee looking to pick up a top 3 finish. He's hunting down the final straight, gonna go from 5 to 3. What a last straight that was.
11-year-old girls B final. That looks like Freya Monforte out of Peckham, who's leading it through at the minute from Maisie Surtees out of the Sinead Reid Academy. The 8 and the 22, that belongs to Bonnie Dudley and Lily Walker. Walker's in that 4th spot, and that seems like I think it's Jamie Puddock in there in 5. Brunty's Izzy Dolan in 6. Rachel Pritchard in 7. Ophelia Shepherd in 8. But as they come to the line, it's going to be a Peckham win. Freya Monforte just getting it on the line.
Finn Munro leads out the 11-year-old B final on that 4 plate for Allen's Factory Supercross. That looks like Ronnie the Land Shark. The Land Shark Wood in there in the 2 spot. Team Mind in there as well. That's got to be Otto Parr out of Bournemouth. He's picking up a top 3 spot as he stands. Looking like we've got a Green Machine rider of Oliver Riches in there at about 5 at the moment, chasing down the final straight. Looks like that could be Arthur Clayton just in front of him in 4.
12-year-old girls, the B final. Elsie Blight, Mara McCarran, Poppy May Kirby, Samia Hughes, Amelia Martin, Lainey Cordin, Holly Hughes, Sadie McSwitty. And it's Elsie leading it into the turn. Samia's in there in 2, Poppy in 3, Lainey in 4, Mara McCarran in 5. That looks like Amelia Martin, Belfast City BMX Club in there in 6. Holly Hume in 7. As they go in and out of that final turn and take it to the line.
Looks like we have got the 12-year-old B final on track. Moto 1 race team leads it out with Adrian Galitis. That looks like Swales out of Fast Signatures. It is Harry Swales working his way into that 2 spot just in front of Isaac the Sender Smith. Out of Rab Racing, that's your front 3 then, looking safe and clear from the rest of the pack. Who's in 4? Your world number 6, Poppy Bishop, doing it for the girls. In and out of that final corner, it got busy in the turn. She's now under pressure from Noah, from Zach Everly down the final straight. Bishop's going to hang on to 4, Everly for 5.
Oh, 1, 2, 3 riders down in that first turn in the 13-year-old B final, including Tom Palmer from Allen's Factory Supercross. But out front at the moment, it's Thomas Honeywell doing it for Green Machine Tribe. Dylan Spence is in there with him as well, as is Harry Tyres. Palmer's up and okay. In and out of the final turn we go. They are swapping and changing. Moto 1's Harry Tyres has gone from 4th to 2nd. He's not going to catch Honeywell though. Sullivan Collis, he's up and all right. Not sure who's walking it off. By process of elimination, I think it's Kurt Storkis. It's not, it's Frankie Griffin. Yeah, Frankie Griffin walking away. Hopefully he's all right.
Jesus, you look at that. Final, British champ, made the main at Manchester. Yeah, back. Yeah.
Final number 27 hits the track. These are your 14-year-old boys out on track for their B final. Got to be Toby Lynch leading it into the turn. He leads it out from your British champ. That's got to be Oliver Tyres. Lynch, Tyres, Hindley. That's your 1, 2, 3. Looking like Jewel is going to pick up that 4 spot. So Team A have got 2 riders inside the top 4 at the moment. Logan Young in there in 5. Looks like Dexter Beerup is in the mix at about 6 or 7. Scrapping it out with Marlo Weller. Last turn action. In and out they go. It is going to be Lynch taking it down to the stripe. Lynch, Tyres, Hindley in that order.
15-year-olds. The B final is Freddie Entwistle. He's in there in 2 at the moment. He's chasing down the 9 plate of Eden Boone, who's leading it into the turn. Mason Groves getting involved as well, as is the 44 of David Furley. Furley's in the top 3 spot now. Logan Widdowson in there in about 6. Stan Mason trying to get involved as well. Alex Dunkley in about 5 or 6 at the moment. But it's going to be Entwistle, Boone and Furley.
16-year-old B final hits turn number 1 and exits back out. That's got to be Sean Brown leading this one out on his Irish Bikes Factory team frame, heading into turn number 2. Who's in there behind him? The 149 of Malachi O'Reilly, doing it for the Irish squad, heading for the final corner. Ollie Coppins in 3. Lewis Collins Nemo is in 4. That looks like he could be John O'Haradine, doing it for all of the single ladies out there. And MK Evolution, he's going to pick up a top 5 spots.
Right, checking them out now. These are the 17 and 18-year-old boys It's Alex Stokes. Evolved bicycle motocross leading it out. Reese Tools in there in 2. Jack Clark in 3. Elliot Brook in there in 4. Josh Williams rounding out the top 5 right now. But Stokes on an absolute flyer. He's just going to hold it down this final straight. Alex Stokes, pressure from Tool. Stokes is going to hold it. Stokes takes the B final.
Final number 31 on track. We are looking at the 19 to 29-year-old women heading towards turn number 2. That looks like the 12 plate of Olivia Firth doing it for Sorted Race Gear, leading it away from Rebecca Gold into that second corner on the 1X bike. That is Pure Bicycles, Harriet Alexander inside the top 3. Bristol Jets in there as well. That is Jamie Elwood on the 26th place. She's being chased down by the 076 of Lydia Webber. In and out of that final corner though, Firth looking like she's going to hang on to this B final win. Gold pushing her all the way to the stripe there. That one was tight on the line.
19 to 29, the B final. It is Josh Wallace leading out, and here comes the hitman, Eddie Cannons. He'll blow your legs off. He's in there in that second spot. Luke Davies Hayes in 3, trying to pick up the rider in 4. Got a feeling it's Alex Taylor out of Brixton, but as they go in and out of that final turn to the line, it's going to be Wallace, Cannons, Davies Hayes, your top 3.
Right, we are moving on to the A finals for the afternoon. These are your 6 and under little ladies. Lining up on the start, we have got Opal Jones, Erin Thorrows, Alice Laurie, and Noah Kerr. Final 33 hits the track. These are the 6 and under little ladies. The pedaling princesses are charging for turn number 1. Alice Laurie's been shot out of a cannon. She's going to hold shot it into the turn on that 980 plate. Doing it for the mid-lanks. Noah Kerr's in there behind her, doing it for Retro Racing. And running meet on the 664. Looks like the 275 of Erin Thorrows has slipped her pedal, so she's dropped back to 4. And that has let Opal Jones nick that 3 spot as he went into turn number 2. But it's all about Alice Laurie at the moment, riding out of Mid-Lanks Club, heading for the final turn. Runnymede in 2, the Hawks in 4, and Cardiff in 3. In and out of the final corner. The fans are going wild, but it's all about Alice Laurie. She's going to take this 6 and under little ladies win. Noah Kerr for 2, Opal Jones in 3, Erin Thorrows takes 4.
6 under boys as well.
6 and under boys lining up on the start for their A final. We have got Dennis Turner, Leon Zucchina, Stanley Lockwood, Ellis Dowsing, Luke Barron, and Jack Byrne. Six and under, pocket rockets are a go, and look at Jack Byrne, he's exactly that. He is spinning into turn number 1. Jack Byrne leads it out then for Decoy in and out of the first corner. That looks like the Northeast's Luke Barron on the 509. In behind him, trying to chase him down for the 1 spot, the 460 in 3. That's Ellis Dowsing out of Derby BMX Club. There's a battle on for 4. The 491 is hanging on at the moment. That is looking like Leon Zucchina out of Bristol Jets BMX Club. Stanley Lockwood out of Nottingham Outlaws is in there in 5. And we've got Dennis Turner for Team Bunnies and the Outlaws in 6. In and out of that final corner though, Jack Byrne taking it to him. He's going to charge down this final straight and take the win in the 6 and unders category. It's going to be Barron for 2. Dowsing rounding out them top 3 spots.
Right, next up, the 7-year-old girls are lining up on that gate. Just 3 of the 4 riders. We got Ada Warner, Esme Anderson, Sophia Rees, no, Hattie McGoldrick. She's out of hospital, she's fine, so get well soon. Hattie, these are the 7-year-old girls. So all points on this one. Ada, Esme and Sophia battling away. Who's going to be the first to the turn? Sophia's making a move. Esme in there as well, diving underneath. It's going to be a big battle as they come down this second straight. It's Sophia Rees, Crank BMX Coaching out there in one. Esme Anderson, the British champion, Moto 1 in there in 2. Ada Warner out of TNT in there in that third spot. These young ladies have been battling all day long. I've got a feeling the points might go to Sophia. We'll wait for the confirmation, obviously. But as they go in and out of the final turn, Sophia Rees, Esme Anderson, Ada Warner, 1, 2 and 3 across the line in the 7-year-old girls. Next up, 7-year-old boys, the A final, Isaac Tomlinson, Roberts Catkins, Benji Ross Foster, John Joe Blundell, Lewin Jamira, Henry Dodd, Shelby Yates and Oliver Bridle. The boys are go, the 7-year-olds heading down the hill. Jamira got an absolute flyer, but Bridle's on the inside as they're heading towards turn number 1. Here comes Shelby Yates threading the needle. Went really low in that turn. Has managed to keep up the momentum. He's right there with Henry Dodd and Lewin Jamira. Here comes Benji Ross Foster trying to get involved as well. There's 4 of them battling for 2 spots as they go into that second turn. Dodd's in 2, Yates in 3, Bridle's leading it out the 0-1, the British champion in and out of the final turn. It's going to be Oliver Bridle out of Exeter taking the 7-year-old win. Henry Dodd from Midlands having an absolute flyer. Shelby in 3, Benji in 4. Wee-wah, woo-wah.
The 8-year-old girls are locked and loaded for the A final. We have got Madeline Malloy, Flick Brentnell, Abigail Henning, Mabel Pine, Izzy Moore, Matilda Hewitt, Maggie Devine and Ola Jewis. The 8-year-old girls are a go, and check out your British champion out of lane number 1. Ola Jewis is charging for turn number 1. Where's Maggie Devine? She's on the inside. Oh, Devine hits the deck. High-sided in turn number 1. Check out Matilda Hewitt. She's putting up a right good old fight into turn number 2. Jewis, Hewitt, in and out of that second corner they go. That looks like Henning in there in 3, Brentnell in there in 4, Moore's in there in 5. But the battle is all out front. Check out all the Jewis trying to turn on the turbocharge. In and out of the final corner. Somehow she's created a gap between her and Hewitt. It's going to be all a Jewish, your British champion. Matilda Hewitt for 2 and the 3 spot going to Abigail Henning. Let's hope that Maggie Devine is okay. Just going to make sure she's all right in turn number 1. Maggie's back up to her feet. Put your hands together for Maggie Devine, ladies and gents. As we turn our attention to the top of the hill, the 8-year-old boys are ready to go for their A final. We have got Albie Blight, Finley Thomas, Oscar Rutherford, Joseph Claydon, Archie Fisher, Teddy Gorman, Arlo Payne and Connor Grant. Gate goes down, the 8-year-old boys are a go. Oh! 3 riders hit the deck. Grant has been swallowed up in the action. Claydon's down and so is Fisher. Check out on track though, you are looking at Teddy Gorman, MK Evolution's finest, heading for turn number 2. Oscar all the fastest in there in that 2 spot, Arlo Payne in 3. Who's picking up 4? That's the 700 of Albie Blight doing it for Absolute. Here comes Arlo Payne, looking for a way round Rutherford, heading for the final corner. Rutherford's hanging on, Payne looking for a move, but it's all about Teddy Gorman at the moment down the final straight. Gorman's going to take the 8-year-old final win. Rutherford for 2, Payne for 3. Wow, oh wow, the carnage in the 8-year-olds. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Joseph Clayton, Archie Fisher, and Connor Grant all finishing their laps.
Next up, 9-year-old girls at the final. We have Madison Stupple, Megan Keller, Ellie Robertson, Alice Barron, Lauren Snell, Mika Gibson, Ella Grant, and Phoebe Miller. Girls are go. These are the 9-year-olds. Looks like Phoebe Millar's got an absolute banger of a start. Ella Grant's in there as well. And Lauren Snell's working her way into a top 3 position. But look at Amika Gibson out of Preston Pirates' first national weekend. She's inside the top 4 and made the main event yesterday as well. The 174 belongs to Megan Keller. The 945 is Ellie Robertson. And the Centurions are cheering her on as she goes round the second turn. But Phoebe Miller from Moto 1 race team, in and out of the turn we go. She's going to pick up the win in the 9-year-old girls. Ella Grant's going to get that too. Lauren Snell for the 3, Amika Gibson in 4. Wow, wow, wow. Final 40 up next, the 9-year-old boys. Oscar Marco, Elliot Hatch, Leo Britz, Charlie Blakeburn, Seb Perry, Jake Avis, Ethan White, and Henry Sullivan. It's go, go, go for the 9-year-olds. Heading down the hill, Henry Sullivan, Ethan White. Heading towards turn number 1. Seb Perry on the inside. Looks like he had to anchor on. He's putting back there in 7. But it's the familiar green crash helmet of Big Hens. Henry Sullivan taking to the skies. Jake Avis in there in 3. That looks like Elliot Hatch inside the top 4. Charlie Blakeburn getting involved as well. Well, there is no stopping Crucial BMX's Henry Sullivan. He takes yet another National Series win for Crucial BMX. Ethan White for 2, Jake Avis for 3. Elliot Hatch in 4.
10-year-old girls are lining up on the start for their A final. We have got Emma Dean, Florence Kay, River Henderson, Eliza Powell, Rosie Geddes, Holly Webb, Molly Tomlinson, and Holly Bishop. Kate goes down and lane number 1 occupies your world number 7, and she's right there with the 4 of Holly Webb heading for the corner. It's going to be Bishop leading it out for Halo Wheels race team. Check out Rosie Geddes. She's throwing elbows in turn number 1, and she's now scrapping away with Eliza Powell through the second straight. But your world number 7 leads it out. Holly Webb's in there in 2. Look at Geddes throwing in a high-low in the turn. That's River Henderson in there in 5. Well, the 6 plate is in there in 3. That's Eliza Powell out of Crank BMX coaching, looking for a way round Webb. But out front, it is going to be Holly Bishop. Look at that for a lead in a national final, ladies and gentlemen. Bishop, Webb, Powell. That's your 1, 2, 3. 10-year-old boys locked and loaded, waiting for their final. We have got Tobias Groves, Rex Ford, Joseph Dewis, Jesse Rose, Seth Kacharik, Thomas Giles, Charlie Dowson, and Ethan Shaw. Final 42 hits the track. Look at Thomas Giles on the inside. He's headed for turn number 1. They are as close as you like into the corner. It's going to be Giles picking up the whole shot. Shaw's worked his way through into that 2 spot in the turn. Giles, Shaw, Rose is in there in 3. Where's Dowson? He's in there in that side, that 4 spot. Rex Ford, he's in there in 5. Shaw's worked his way round the outside though to take the lead of the race. So the 0, 1 and the 6 are your race leaders at the moment. Jesse Rose still occupying that podium spot into the final turn. Giles looking for a way round Shaw as he heads to the final straight. Ethan Shaw, he's got the 0, 1 for a reason. Shaw, Giles, Rose, Ford. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Final 43 up next, the 11-year-old girls. Holly Richardson, Izzy Underhill, Ellie Beat, Grace Hudak, Aria Rose Lee, Maisie Egan, Trixie Trays and Betty Wills. The girls are go. Betty Wills got a fly and Maisie Egan in there as well. But do not count out Aria Rosalie on the inside for Cumbernauld. Here we go as they wind it up down the straight. Wills still out in front. Aria in there in 2. So it's not over yet for the Cumbernauld Massive. That looks like Trixie Trace just snaking her way in. Hudak's winding it up down the straight. She's gone from 4 to 3. Can she pick up the 2? Betty Wills looks like she's done enough. Maisie Egan's in there in 5. It's going to be Wills for Pro Start. Trixie Trace for 2. Grace Hudak for 3. And Aria Rose Lee keeping the home fans happy in 4. 11-year-old boys, we have Jamie Robertson, Edward Cordery, Sebastian Hewitt, Teddy Jones, Freddie Ray Orland, Hugo Dayton, Jacob Anderson, and Connor Hemphill. 11-year-old final's going to be a big battle, and Jacob Anderson was the first one to show. Connor Hemphill and Freddie Ray Orland are in there as well. Here we go, Teddy Jones round the outside. Edward Cordery's in the middle. Dayton's trying to make some moves as well as they head towards turn number 2. Oh, Connor Hemphill, how he held on to that and didn't go into the back of Jacob Anderson, I have no idea, but they are elbow to elbow to the final turn. Anderson, Hemphill, oh, the elbows touch. The elbows touched. Everybody staying upright. Anderson's gonna get it. Freddie Ray Orland for 3. Cordery for 4. Jones for 5.
12-year-old girls are lining up onto the start for their final. We've got Seren Pritchard, Millie Ross, Lauren Keller, Brooke Fawcett, Grace Gerard, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Iris Hyder, and Freya Harries. 12-year-old girls hit the track. Iris Hyder's in this one for Pure Bikes, but Freya Harries has come out of lane number 1 and she's headed for turn number 1. Harries, Hyder, Poole. That's your 1, 2, 3 as he enter the second straight. Who's that picking up 4 and 5? Looking like the Hard Knocks girls going well. Here comes Brooke Fast Fawcett round the outside of her teammate, trying to pick up a top 4 spot. Harries leads it still. Has Hyder got enough left in the tank to try and close it down? Headed for the final 2. Oh, Hyder just about staying upright as she went through the third straight, so that gives Harries a little bit of breathing room down the last straight. Harries, Hyder, Poole. That's your 1, 2, 3. Looking like it is going to be Gerard and Fawcett's 4 and 5. 12-year-old boys up on the start for their A final. We have got Marcus Mullen, Archie Bell, Jack Devine, Ronnie Payne, Leighton Harding, Archie Croker White, James Bibby, and yesterday's winner, Leo Rowlands. Two E4 plates in lane number 1 and 2. Bibby's been shot out of a cannon. Where's Rowlands? He's in the middle of the pack heading into the turn. Bibby, Rowlands, that's your 1 and 2. Where's Whitey's in there inside the top 3, heading for that second corner, but it's all out front of the minute. Bibby looking to make yesterday's wrongs right, in and out of the corner. The front 3 are running away with it. Jack Devine's in there in 4. There's a scrap on for 5 between Bell and Payne, but it's all about Bibby at the moment. Rowlands looks under in the final corner, can't quite tuck underneath in time, so it is going to be Bibby wrapping up another national win in the 12-year-old boys. Leo Rowlands for 2, Archie Croker White for 3. Jack Devine puts it into position number 4 in the age group above.
13-year-old girls on the gate. Anushka Jones, Dakota Tucker, Molly Fumey Carroll, Holly Diver, Martha Cottam, Naya O'Connell, Esme Ward and Ruby Warren. 13-year-old girls head down that hill. Ruby Warren on the inside with Esme Ward right there next to her. Pure versus Stay Strong into that first turn. That looks like Martha Cottam in there in 3. Where is Dakota Tucker? She's back there in about 5 at the moment, but pushing hard. The 9 plate of Martha Cottam still trying to make moves. There's a big gap though to the front 2, which is Ruby Warren and Esme Ward's. Into the final turn, Pure Bicycles look like they've got this on lock. It's going to be Ruby Warren to the line. Doing it for the Titans and Pure Bicycles. Ward in 3, Cotton in 4. Holly Diver in 5. Right, 13-year-old boys are up. We have got Josh Jepson, Ethan Howell, JP Jack Perkins, Ethan Rogers, Max Vass, Riley Butt, Charlie Craig, and James Miller. There was a bit of a pause before the 13s when Miller's on the inside. Vass is in there as well, but who's on the way across from the outside? Looks like Ethan Rogers. He's been pushed high in the turn. Charlie Bob Craig diving underneath, but it's GT's James Miller who's got 4 or 5 bike lengths now on the rest of the pack. Howell's looking for a way round, couldn't make it stick in the turn. Rogers in 4, Perkins in there in 6, but there is no doubt who is out in front. James Miller, GT Factory, in and out that final turn and working his way to a national win. Vass in 2, Charlie Bob Craig in 3, Ethan Rogers in 4.
The 14-year-old girls are lining up on the start. We have got Maddie the Baddie Dixon, Libby Copping, Ellie Moore, Rin Janalino, Jalila Patel, Sidoni Cleve, Emily Eaton and Katie Millar. Final 49, the 14-year-old girls are a go. Rin Janalino's looking to work her way across into turn number 1. Oh, Eaton comes from the outside. Millar out of lane 1, so it's Millar, Eaton. That's your 1 and 2. Janalino's in there in 3. That looks like Cleve in there for 4. That's Libby Coppin in 5. Jalala Patel in 6. Moore's in 7. And Dixon is in 8. But it's all out front with Moto 1 race team at the moment. Your national champion from last year going head to head with a British champion from the age below. In and out of the final turn. Millar, Eaton, that's your 1 and 2. That's how they're going to wrap it up across the stripe. Rin Janalino for 3. 14-year-old boys are up on the start for their final. This one is surely going to be a banger. We have got Elvis Lawrence, Isaac Shaw, Heath Osborne, Brody Geddes, Ned Guppy, James Cottrell, Robin Matten, Alonso and Nate Hamilton. Ready, 14-year-old boys are a go. Hamilton, oh, Hamilton. Came up short on the pickup. That's left Cotty to get into turn number 1. Cotty leads it. Where's Hamilton? He's back there in about 3, battling it out with Geddes through the second straight. Guppy's up to 2. Guppy. Here comes Guppy in the turn. Didn't quite tuck underneath. So it is still Cotty hanging on. Guppy round the outside. He's going to make it happen into the turn. Absolute go wild on the final corner. Ned Guppy's going to make it 2 for 2. Cotty and Geddes 2 and 3. Oh my word, what a final. What an age group and what a bunch of riders.
Flip it, heck. Woo. Right, 15-year-old girls. Up next, we have got Eliza French, Lucy Gardner, Summer Glenn, Grace Burge, Ruby Walford, Orla Cooper, Lottie, Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown, and Ailey Watson. 15-year-old girls. Lottie's on the inside, but Ailey's right there next to her as they head towards turn number 1. Ruby Walford's getting involved as well into that first corner. She's there in 4th, but it is Ailey Watson. Cumbernauld, your rider is out in front, doing it for BMX with no photography, but Lottie Brown isn't done. High-low, drag race down the straight. She's carrying the momentum. They are elbow to elbow into the turn. Who's going to hold it on? Lottie's having another go. Look at this for a drag race. Watson and Brown to the line. Who's going to get it? I've got a feeling it was Watson. Wow. And the scores say yes. Ailey for the win. Lottie in 2. Grace in 3. Woo! 15-year-old boys are up next. We have Freddie Franklin, Oliver James, Lucas Seeley, Harvey Tomlinson, Bradley James, Lucas Osborne, Ty DS, and Amos Guppy. The 15s are living the BMX dream. Who's gonna lead it into the turn? Ty DS. Oh, he held off Guppy, but we've got another big race on our hands. Bradley James is in there in 3. Lucas Seeley in 4. Harvey Tomlinson in 5. Ty DS is doing everything to hold off Guppy as they go towards the final corner. It's gonna be close. Guppy takes it. Ty DS underneath. Guppy's going to hold it on. 2 wins for the Guppies. Wow. Absolutes. Woohoo!
If this place had a roof, it's just been blown off. We are looking at the 16-year-old girls lining up on the start. We've got Amelia Everly, Anya Matten Alonso, Lexi Wade, Carly Hayes, Jess Marriott, Lottie Etmane, Ruby Moores, and Sophie Elwood. Hold on to your hats, because this should be a good final. Everly wheel spun out of the gate. Where is Lexi Wade? She's oh my word! Wade comes right the way across. Picks up the whole shot. Jess Marion is in a huge heap in turn number 1. Wait, Moores and Marnie, that's your 1, 2, 3. Everly has somehow worked her way into a top 4 spot after wheel spinning out of the gate. Hayes is in there in 5. It looks like Marnie is on the charge into the final corner. She tees up the high-low and Moores didn't quite make his stick, but it's all about B-Strong race teams. Lexi Wade takes the win across the line. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Jess Marriott finishing her lap. The 16-year-old girls. Woo. Right. The 16-year-old boys lining up on the start. We've got Kai Blaine, Caden Dunn, Ben Collis, Henry Rayner, Nathan Barata, Eli Smith, Noah Everly, and Kai Bowen. 16-year-old boys hit the track. Bowen wants to make it 2 for 2. Everly's right there with him. He wants to stop that happening into the turn. Bowen leads it out. Everly's in there in that 2 spot. Blaine's in there for 3. That's Barata in there for 4. Looks like we've got Collis in 5. Everly, though, doing all he can to chase down the W5. Bowen, stay strong, C&K. Everly out of Mabo UK. That's your 1 and 2. Heading into the final corner. Has Everly got enough left to close that gap down? It's a big old gap. I don't think it's going to get close enough. Kai Bowen, 2 from 2, ladies and gents. Never Everly for that 2 spot. Kai Blaine's going to round out your podium spots.
Girls are up next. Rosie O'Brien, Ella Lamb, Annabelle Charlton, Yetska Hempstock, Tilly McCrum, Esme Brooke, Megan Gerard, and Fumi Adreamy Hepburn. Oh, I saw some people twitching on that gate. They were ready to go at any given moment. Megan Gerard looking to open it up for Rab Racing. She's going to pick up the whole shot. Who's that in there in 2? Looks like Yetska Hempstock doing it for Ice Bikes. Fumi Adreamy Hepburn's in there in 3. Esme Brooke in 4. Tilly McCrum in 5. Annabelle Charlton in 6. Rosie in 7. And Ella Lamb in there in 8. But Rab Racing looking like they're going to pick up another win as they go in and out of that turn. It's going to be Megan Gerard taking the win, keeping the team happy. Hepburn, Hempstock, McCrum, your top 4. Time for another absolute banger of a final. The 17 to 18-year-old boys. Thomas Duran, Charlie Granger, Brandon Mallon, Lewis Cook, Jaden Fawcett, Che Young, George Gerard, and Arne Esselmont. There was a long pause before the 17 and 18s went. And who's it going to favour? It looks like Gerard into the corner. It is George Gerard doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Esselmont in there in 2, Che Young in 3, Lewis Cook in 4, Duran in 5, Mallon in 6. Fawcett in there in 7 and Granger in 8. This one's not done yet. We've got a corner and a straight to go. Gerard's going to have to hold it on. Esselmont's having a go down the final straight. George Gerard on Esselmont. Half a bike in it. Gerard for the win. Esselmont, Young and Cook. Your top 4.
19 to 29-year-old women are lining up on the start for their final. We have got Emily Clinch, Amy Willets, Izzy Hurry, Imogen Gibson, Hannah Drew, Emily Green, Annabelle Townsend, and Evie Webster. The 19 to 29-year-old ladies are a go. The E6 gets a great start. That's Webster headed for turn number 1. Where's Emily Green? She's looking to tuck underneath in the first corner. Webster, Green. That's your 1 and 2. Drew's in there in 3. Imogen Gibson in 4. Townsend's in there in 5. Green, though, looking for a bit of racecraft on the exit of turn number 2. Didn't quite get close enough with the high-low. She's doing all she can, though, to find her way around Webster, heading for the final corner. Oh, Green throws it under and throws an elbow in. She makes it stick, so Green from 2 to 1. Emily Green's your race winner. Evie Webster for 2. Hannah Drew in 3. 19 to 29-year-old men up on the start. We have got Ben Fitzsimmons, Daniel Kay, Ollie Cope, Hayden Green, Finn Clark, Brinley Savage, Callum Charb Maple, and Tyrese Bradshaw.
Ready,
19 to 29-year-olds are a go. It was a cracking first turn race yesterday. Who's going to get it this time round? Maple throws it under the pair of them in the turn. Bradshaw, that looks like Savage and Maple elbow to elbow. Hayden Green's coming round the outside. Oh! He got tied in turn number 2. Bradshaw's leading it out there for Mabo UK. Callum Chop Maple for the 2 spot. Hayden Green in 3. That is Brindley Savage hanging on to 4. Clark's ran into traffic. He's going to take 5, but Bradshaw picks up the win. Callum Chop Maple for that 2 spot. Wow, wow, wow. What an age group that one is.
Right, moving on, we've got the Masters up next. Chris Granger, Billy Irwin, Sean Issett, George Higley, John Lillingston, Adam Brazil, Neil Brunes, and Billy Luckhurst. Masters are go. This class is getting faster and faster every single year. Luckhurst on the inside, can't quite hold it on. Adam Brazil looking for another win. He got one yesterday. He wants to make it 2 for the weekend. Brunes in there in 3, Lillingston in 4, Irwin in 5, Issett in there in 6, Granger in there in 8 as they head towards the final corner. In and out we go. It's going to be Adam Brazil doing it for Crucial Racing. 2 from 2. Billy Luckhurst, Neil Brunes. Wow, wow, wow.
Vets up on the start for the final lining up. We have got Hayden Tarora, Matthew Trincart, Simon Homans, Danny Taylor, Zoltan Boudet, Adam Boudet, Matt Barnard, and Fraser Watson. Let's hit the track. Watson out of lane number 1. He's looking to stick it underneath. Barnard in the turn. Oh! Watson exited right into the turn. Somehow he managed to stay on the bike. It's Barnard though, leading it from Boudet and Homans into the second corner. Boudet almost getting a little bit squiggly. Oh, we've lost one of the riders in the turn. I think that might have been Tarora, but it's out front with Barnard. Boudet teeing up a move in the corner. Didn't dive under. He's looking to wind it up down the final straight, but it's all about Stay Strong Clark and Kent's Matt Barnard. 2 for 2 for the weekend. The fallen rider was the 177 of Hayden Tarora. Put your hands together for him, ladies and gents.
Right. Grand Vets are up next. Grand Vets, we have Neil Waddington, Dominic Elliott, Stuart Little, Stephen Fortune, Martin Ogden, Brett Knight, Brett Archibald, and Alan Hill. Grand Veterans are go. Is Hilly going to make it yet another national win? He's got Brett Archibald to deal with. He's carrying the pride of Scotland. He's in that second spot at the moment. Oggie's walking up. He's in there in 3. Brett Knight in 4. Stephen Fortune in there in 5. Stu Little battling for the 6 at the moment. But Alan Hill for Pure Bicycles on his way down that third straight, heading for yet another national win. In and out of the turn we go. Hilly's going to take it for Pure Bicycles. Brett Archibald in there in 2. Oggie will take a podium. Brett Knight and Stephen Fortune. Before we dip into the Junior Open, I'm just going to do a couple of birthday shout-outs just for the home club. There's a few of them in May. Claire McCrum turning 50. Jamie O'Hara, Ewan Drain, and Neem Whitsey all turning 21. I got asked to mention it. Happy birthday, guys. Have a good one.
Right, we are nearing the end of the racing. Junior men are lining up on the start. Let's get you introduced. Out of Ireland, Ruben Byrne. For Birmingham NRT, Curtis Copeland. Out of Pure Bicycles, Ben Larkins. Out of Moto One, Thomas Millar. Doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, James Clitheroe. Out of B Strong Race Team, Finley Half. Riding for Jump Club, S&M Source, J. Teal Simpson Davies. And out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, let's hear it for Henry Eyre. Junior men hit the track. JT Simpson Davies looks like he wheel spun off of the gate here, heading into the turn. Oh, it's go! Burn and Clitheroe hit the deck. Half is left down front. It's not done yet. He's chasing him down into the turn. That's Millar in 3. Looks like Larkins in 4. Here comes Henry here, heading for the final corner. Has he got enough left to put it round the outside? Oh, it's getting tight, but it's all about half down the final straight. Half here, half's going to hang on to it. Henry here for 2, Tom Millar for 3. Pull your hands together, ladies and gents, for Ruben Byrne and James Clitheroe, both picking themselves up off the floor to finish their laps.
All right, we've got 2 finals left. First up is the Superclass. On the 605, doing it for the Titans and Pure Bicycles, Harrison Bell. On the 139, out of Nightwood BMX, it's Casey Markley. For Moto 1 Race Team and Braintree BMX Club, Charlie Roy. For Maybell UK and Midlands on the 515, Paddy Sharrock. For Preston on the 426, doing it for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent, Callum Stricklands. For Birmingham BMX Club on the 1 plate, Joss Mardham. For 51, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Ben Cornish. And on the 164, Peckham BMX Club, Pure Bicycles, Quillan Isidore. Absolute silence for the start, please. Thank you. The Superclass are kicking ass down that first straight and into the turn. Quillan Isidore wanting to make it 2 from 2, but look who's in that second spot. Ben Cornish got Joss Marnham on his back wheel. Paddy's in there in 4. Quillan's already opening the gap. Callum Strickland's lap is done. Into the final turn. There is no doubt who is going to wrap this up. Pure Bicycles. Quillan Isidore, Cornish for 2, Marlin for 3, Sharrock for 4. Superclass never fails to deliver. All right, the final of the weekend. And as tradition dictates, I have to do a few thank yous. First up, the guys and the girls. More grey than green this weekend. They pick you up when you fall down, patch you up, send you off to A&E, make sure your leg's not going to fall off, all that kind of stuff. Please make some noise, show your appreciation for our medical team. Next up, the guys and the girls in these rather fetching blue tracky tops, some rain jackets, all that kind of stuff. Some people say they wear sunglasses so you can't see the anger in their eyes. It's not true. They're lovely people. We can't do it without them. Please make some noise for our commissars and admin team. And last but not least, the biggest of big thank yous. It's a hell of a job to host the National, and we come all this way north every single year and get treated like absolute kings. The club cannot do enough. They work their socks off. They are small in number. They are massive in effort. Please show your appreciation for Cumbernauld Centurions. Right, the final of round 4 of the National Series here in Bonnie, Scotland. The championship women are lining up. We have for Pure Bicycles, Elizabeth Bown. For Pro Start BMX, Lucy Simpson. For Rusty Nut Racing and Cardiff BMX Club, it's Sabina Ashman. For Halo Wheels on the 147, It's a big break for Annalise Cadman Carpenter. For Maple UK on the 199, it's Lily Chiziwa. Moto 1 race team on the 800, Megan Roy. On the 306 for the Be Strong race team, Emily Hutz. And for Crucial BMX on your 911, the former Olympic champion, Bethany Shriver. Absolute silence for the start, please. Thank you. Championship women hit the track and Bethany Shriver's already turned on the turbochargers. But look who's there on a back wheel. Emily Hutt chasing her down the straight. That looks like Lily Chiziwa in there in 3. Sabina Ashman's having a cracking lap inside the top 5. Chasing down Megan Roy. But aboard that prophecy into the final turn. The 911, the Olympic champion in Tokyo, world champion as well. Bethany Shriver takes the win. Hutt in 2, Chiziwa in 3. Roy, Cadman Carpenter, Ashman Simpson and Bown. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up your racing.